Next item on the agenda is case number ZB1412-3. Upon the matter of request by Knopf Shaw, acting as agent for Angelo Lucarodello for a code interpretation challenging the building department's interpretation for a multiple dwelling on premises 160 Densmore Road in an R1 residential district.
Good evening, Mr. Hinman and board members. My name is Alan Knopf, and I'm attorney for Angelo Licciardello, who's here tonight. And we're on for two matters. The first is a code interpretation.
First, I need you to raise your right hand.
Oh, sorry.
Swear and affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Want me to keep going here?
Keep going. Just pick up right where you left off.
So, the first presentation is just the legal interpretation. Your learned deputy town attorney and Nick Weatherby interpreted the code that we did need a use variance, so I wanted to address that issue. So we're not going to go in any detail about presenting the development or the merits of the development at all in the first hearing because it's just a code interpretation. Then we made an application for a use variance. In the event that the board agreed with the town's interpretation, then we would need a use variance. Then our development team is going to present the development, and I'll go over the use variance factors. So,
All right, just so you understand that we're not going to be making a decision on the interpretation before the hearing on the use variance.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. So just briefly, and we'll explain the development in more detail on the second hearing. Briefly, this would be, the property is 11.5 acres, owned by Mr. Bettinger, who's, here he is, he's here tonight. He's owned it since 1951. The proposal is to site row houses, basically buildings with up to 8 units. They would have individual utilities. They'd have basement, second floor. For the most part, there might be ranch units on the side, on either end, and they would be individual units with there's no interior hallways or anything. We're calling them row houses. You might call them townhouses, except your town definition of a townhouse says a townhouse is that sort of a unit on an individual lot. These would all be on one lot, so they meet the definition. There's no definition in the code, but they meet the dictionary definition of a row house. So the question is, are these allowed or do we need a variance? This is an R1, and R1 allows single-family dwelling. So I looked in the definition of what's a single-family dwelling, and under your code you have two types of single-family dwelling. You have a detached single-family dwelling, a traditional house, and then you have attached single-family dwelling, including townhouses, row houses, and group houses. And while you do have some regulations on townhouses, you don't have anything on row houses. So I think the town agreed with me that it fit the definition of a single-family dwelling. And R1 says single-family dwelling. However, there's also a definition of multifamily building. And the interpretation was that it also, because the definition was included, regardless of the definition of multiple dwelling, which I don't think this fit under because it has separate utilities for each unit. So these units could be sold off individually. If we're going to go in, we could come back and ask for for individual lots, or we could do a condo where we don't need individual lots, or we can rent these units. And initially, these probably would be rented because he can't. We'll get to that later, but he couldn't get financing for anything else in today's marketplace for this kind of product. But the multiple family definition says that regardless of the foregoing, any residential building other than a one or two family dwelling on a single lot shall be deemed a multiple dwelling. So the interpretation was, therefore, it fits the definition of a multiple dwelling, and it's not allowed. because multiple dwelling is not listed in the list of uses allowed in an R1. So I think here we've got a little bit of a conflict that the code, the code's been around a long time and has evolved, I assume, over the years. But the rule of construction is if there's any ambiguity, it has to be interpreted in favor of the property owner. So I just come down to R1 allows single-family dwelling. This is a single-family dwelling. Even if you could fit it into some other category, it's allowed. And there's nothing in the code that says you can't have more than one dwelling on a lot. And I've seen that in a number of other codes in other towns, and I think even in some of the other districts in your code, there's a similar statement. But the general rule here is that lots, lots with multiple principal uses may have multiple principal buildings. That's code section 235-4. So there's no prohibition on having more than one building on a lot in the R1. These may be things that your council, we feel, may want to address, recommend some amendments, but that's my interpretation.
Let me see if I understand you correctly. You're saying that a building that has 8 separate residential areas in it with
Yes.
separate meters,
Yes.
that a building with 8 of those units is a single-family dwelling?
No, each one is a single-family dwelling.
Okay,
I'm saying it's 8 single-family dwellings.
all right.
Okay. So that's the request. I understand that, you might, I understand where the town's coming from on its interpretation, but that's our request. If the board affirms the town's decision, we'll need the use variance, and we're going to go ahead and present the use variance case. Thank you.
Is there a reason that it all has to stay on one particular lot, or the subdivision can't be divided by lots?
Yeah, the reason is that, truthfully, the biggest reason is the cost. Then you would assess it much higher. If it's on individual units, if it looks exactly the same, but we drew lot lines, then the assessment is probably going to be, 40% higher or so, and it makes the economics very difficult. So that's why.
So I can follow up, thank you, Alan, a little bit on, Mr. Weatherby, if you don't mind, on the interpretation. And to your question, Mr. Polino, about the connected, attached, single-family units all being single-family dwellings, I do agree with the applicant's reading of the code that your code does have 2 types of single-family dwellings, attached and detached. So if these were to be attached single-family dwellings like row houses or townhouses, but on separate lots, I think they would be permitted in the R1 district. The only sort of hitch with this particular application is the fact that they are to be constructed on one lot. And I think, based on my reading of the definition of multiple dwelling, that subsection 2 would sort of provide an exception to the general rule that the single-family attached dwellings would be deemed single-family dwellings, because it says, regardless of the foregoing, and meaning regardless of what we have as the definition of multiple dwelling, any residential building other than a 1 or 2 family dwelling on a single lot, so here we have multiple single-family dwellings on a single lot, shall be deemed to be a multiple dwelling. So I think for that reason, what is being described, the row houses all together on one tax map parcel would be deemed a multiple dwelling. Again, if they were to be townhomes or row houses on separate lots, I think the code is pretty clear that those are permitted in an R1 district.
There is one detail that should come along with that. That would depend on the density of which you are going to build on those individual lots.
Well, the use would be permitted, but yeah, you would still have to deal with the bulk area requirements of the
So to say that
code.
74 units, double the density for that particular district would be permitted, would not be entirely accurate. So while the use would be permitted, the density would be a separate issue.
Yeah, there'd be.
Just to be clear
There may
about
be
that.
area
Would the
variances.
density be an issue?
It's a significant issue.
There may be area variances that would be required if the bulk area requirements of the code were not met, but here we're just talking about the use.
So, yeah, on the issue of, so then what it sounds like is if we have a structure that has a single family or two families in that single structure.
Yep.
That can be called a single-family unit. If we have 3 or 4 or 5 residential areas in one structure, then it's a multi-family unit.
If it's all on one lot.
On one lot.
If you have separate lots under each one of those attached
Like a
single-family
condo, if
dwellings.
everybody owns the property in a condo.
Yes,
it's
then
all
you're
right.
good.
But if one person owns it and it's more than a two-family unit, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 76, your interpretation and Mr. Weatherby's interpretation is that anything more than a 1 or 2 family unit is a multiple, whatever it is, multiple dwelling.
Multiple dwelling, correct.
All right, thank you.
You would be left, if you were to interpret the code in the way that the applicant has, you would be left with a situation where your zoning districts in some ways would be meaningless, because you would be, in essence, permitting an apartment-type building in a R1 district based upon, which we can argue about the gray area in the code, but that is the town's interpretation, as it's not permitted under our current code.
Because of the definition of multiple dwelling.
Yes.
Again, it looks like an apartment complex on one lot. If it was, if it was built the way that they want to build it, it seems to me that they should separate it, make it separate lots. Again, it might be too cramped to make it separate lots, but based on the density factor, it might not be feasible money-wise, based on.
That's the second.
That's
issue
the
we'll be
use
taking
variance
up.
issue
Right.
that they'll get into, is the feasibility of constructing it in a way that would be permitted under the code. If in fact we do deem, or the board does deem that this is a multiple dwelling and would require a use variance, it's whether or not the project would be feasible as under the permitted uses.
Is this something that has to go in front of the town board and also the planning board?
There will be a site plan approval required, so there will be a planning board approval. If there is a subdivision, if the project changes and it's not going to be on one lot, then that would require planning board approval as well, but I don't know of any town board approval, and I think
No,
there may be
there's-
EPOD
I don't believe there would
permits.
be, but I think the key point is, and this has come up from a couple different board members, the key point to clarify why it started here is you have to first interpret what we're doing before we move forward with what the project is. So that's the reason it started with the zoning board. And of course, there would be a board process that went on separate from that, regardless of what happens.
Right, the use determination is a threshold issue to figure out sort of which path they have to proceed down.
Would these be rented or sold?
Initially, they're going to be rented, but later, they're being built so they could be sold later on, because they're going to have separate utilities. So they're not going to look like it's not going to look like, your definition of apartment building is where you have an interior hallways and all. These are going to look like, they're going to look the same as whether they're sold or rented. But
So they're going to look similar to what's on Titus Avenue, across from like Larkspur Lane there. But
maybe John Sharaba, our engineer.
And I don't think the town would concede that, of course, they would look not like an apartment building, but that's more, the density would be more in line with what you would see with typical apartment zoning, like you would think of like in an R5.
Right,
So the look is not really how I would, you know what I mean?
I mean, the structures would be similar to what is there on the south side of Titus.
Those are 2 units in one, I believe, and I would let the applicant speak for how many these would be in
Well,
one.
the-
But those are two
said these might be
connected
6 to
buildings.
8.
As opposed to,
Right,
so imagine 3 or 4 of them connected as
all
opposed to.
connected, yes.
What would be the square footage of each unit, roughly?
John Sharaba, I think, do you want to swear him in here? I don't.
Good evening, John Sharabo, Land Tech.
You'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. LaPerry,
Just the average, I
the
mean.
average unit size is about 1,300 square feet.
Okay.
And I have a plan we can show you. I don't know if you can see it from this angle. This is a project that our client is currently building in Webster. If you look at the outside on the ends, they're ranch-style homes, and then in the interior 6 units, they're up and down. So that gives a total of 8, and gives a good variety for people coming in. Seniors gravitate towards the ranches, and
So
other people.
if I understand it correctly, Mr. Knopf, your position is that we see is a single-family unit?
That each one is a single-family
I don't,
dwelling.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing that it's also a multifamily. I'm saying, but it also, it meets both definitions. That's why I think there's an ambiguity in the code. Because it meets both classifications, and the one is allowed, is what I'm saying.
So if the code is ambiguous, then you're arguing that any ambiguity has to be resolved in favor of the applicant and not the restrictive ordinance, because the zoning ordinance is restrictive of the property owner's rights.
Exactly.
And I think, and that's an accurate premise. And again, so it's each unit that is an attached single-family dwelling. And we're all in agreement on that. I disagree a little bit with the statement that it's both a single-family attached dwelling and a multiple dwelling. I think it's a single-family attached dwelling if we're talking about separate lots under each dwelling, but since we're talking about a common lot, I think that takes it out of the single-family attached dwelling definition and puts it within the multiple dwelling
So,
definition.
I mean, it would seem like Mr. Knopf's, what he's saying under his definition, an apartment complex, an apartment building, a 10-unit apartment building would qualify as both a single-family and a multiple family.
Yeah, I'm not
Saying
sure
it wouldn't
how he
because
would
it has
distinguish.
interior connecting hallways. I
But-
think he's saying that's the difference,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, if you look at the definition of multiple dwelling, it doesn't say, I mean, it says any building designed or occupied for residential purposes by more than 2 families, which theoretically we could say this is, but then I would agree with Alan that, okay, it could fall within, 1A.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, the definition of multiple dwelling is any of the following. A building designed or occupied for residential purposes by more than 2 families. You could say that that's this, but because the code does also define single-family attached dwellings specifically and includes row houses, I would agree with Alan that it's a single-family dwelling more so than just this general definition here under multiple dwelling. And then there's a series of attached, detached, or semi-detached buildings which are provided as a group collectively with essential services and utilities.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I seem to recall that when we had the application in front of us for Aldi's, it was explained to us that what appeared to be a single structure extending to the east from Hudson Avenue was actually 2 structures that just happened to be connected because there was a common wall, or it was 2 walls, and so it was really 2 buildings, not 1 building, and on that basis, it satisfied whatever the requirement was, or it didn't satisfy. I can't remember the particulars of that, but I remember there was some explanation as to why that structure was 2 buildings and not 1, and I'm wondering, how does that translate into what we're being shown here?
I don't know that would matter, because what we're talking about, whether it's single-family attached, single-family detached, this definition, subsection 2, says any residential building other than a 1 or 2 family dwelling on a single zoning lot shall be deemed a multiple dwelling. So whether or not there are party walls, and these are in fact just, connected individual,
All right, so the difference would be that
Single-family
this is all
homes.
on a single lot.
yes, that's where it's problematic from a definition of dwelling perspective, whether it's
Is there a
single-family or
reason why,
multiple.
and maybe I'm opening up Pandora's box here, it's not being asked to be rezoned, to be a multiple residential?
I think they've tried, from my understanding, and obviously I wasn't here, but my understanding is that's something that's been tried in the past.
On this particular parcel?
That's my understanding, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't know. And we think and we believe we meet the test for use variance, which we'll get to later, so we don't think
Well,
it's necessary to
again,
go through that, but.
I understand you're trying to redefine, or not redefine, but define it the way you need it to be defined, versus rezoning it the way it probably should be or could be done if you're building an apartment.
Well,
complex.
again, I don't think that you don't call them apartments. It doesn't meet your definition of your code for apartments at all. But
But you're gonna be renting them
Yeah, I mean, but I can rent, you can rent your house too, I mean, so
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't make it
true.
an apartment.
That's true. Whether they're rented or owned isn't,
Either or, but it's a multifamily, it's,
I understand.
looking
So
at
I-
it, it's a multifamily
I
building.
think you understand our
I
argument.
understand, but again, going back to why, if it was done in, how long ago, because I haven't heard of it in the years I've been on this board,
Well, he.
why it isn't trying to be applied for again, to, if that would be the way to go versus this the way to go. We're making an exception, and again, I worry that if we make this exception, who's to stop anybody from coming in with a similar project and saying, hey, this is what we want to do with it, and this is because you've got a hiccup, for lack of a better word, interpretation in your code. So I can do it if they did it. And
Yeah. So I will say, as far as the interpretation application, if you find that this type of development is a single-family attached dwelling, not a multiple dwelling, then that is now defined as your code. So anywhere else where single-family homes are permitted, this same type of development could be constructed. That's true. As far as the rezoning versus the use variance, it's the applicant's prerogative which route they would like to go down. They've chosen at this point to apply for a use variance. So if we get there and when we get there, we'll have to, the board will just have to consider the evidence that they have submitted and whether or not you think that the factors for the use variance have been met. Those are on a case-by-case basis. So if they're met here, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be met with another future application.
Is there anything in our code about planned unit developments? I seem to recall those from my zoning class about 40 years ago.
Planned unit developments?
I don't think you have
How do
PD
you just like
regulations.
We don't have anything
I
like
don't
that?
think there are.
I don't know, I'd have to check, Jim, I don't, that doesn't,
No,
about
I don't think we have the PD zoning district.
So it's either a single-family dwelling or a multiple dwelling?
Well, I'm saying it could be both, but,
I got a question that I'm trying to sort all this out in my great legal mind. But I'm wondering, what's the difficulty in establishing individual lots? Would that be too encumbering, or would it be expensive, or would it be, well, I'm just thinking in terms of, if I was to buy a place, rent it for a while, then buy it, I'm not getting any land out of this, I'm just getting the building, right? Is that how that works?
well, yeah, there's two problems with the lots. One is we'd still have to come in front of you for area variances. So it's a little confusing because we're saying you do allow the detached as of right in the R1, but by definition, you wouldn't meet the side setbacks. So it's a little kind of contradictory there. We'd need to get variance for that. Granted, it would be an area variance. But the other issue, probably more significant issue, is the assessment. Assessment would be a lot higher, just that's the way it's done, because if you have one lot, it's assessed as one unit. If you have individual lots, the sum of the parts is more than the whole. I mean, you could do it as a condo, so we could this is set up so we could convert the condo, and we could leave it as one lot. And then you'd just be buying like the airspace, I guess, inside the unit, basically. And you could have individual ownership. And again, we got separate utilities and all, so it's set up to do that.
So what I'm thinking here, and I think I'm hearing, is that if this property was divided into single lots, there would be fewer of them because to avoid all the setback problems. They'd have to be larger individually, and that they would be assessed at a higher amount, which sounds to me like it could benefit the town of Arundecoit.
Well, what we'll get to in the second hearing is that wouldn't be economically feasible, basically. If we have single-family detached, then the costs, you can't sell the property for what it costs to develop it. In other words, the cost of developing the subdivision, doing 35 lots, building single-family homes, 1,500 square feet or something like that, you'd have to sell it for close to $250, and we don't think that we can to touch that. At least we're not going to be able to sell 35 of them, in any foreseeable time frame that would make economic sense. So, but that's what we'll get to later. So basically, that scenario really isn't isn't economically feasible. But I don't want to go on too long on this point. I think we've made our point. You understand it.
Well, that's the question. Do we understand it? And that's why I'm asking.
Oh,
you
I
why-
see. Oh, okay,
I just
okay.
want to
Well,
be clear about a few things, because I'm not a realtor, I'm not a developer, and some of this
okay.
lingo going around leaves me wondering what these questions, that's all.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is your code is not the clearest. I think your town attorney would agree with that. It needs some interpretation here. It's not the clearest. I understand where you're coming from. So,
Right, and so all the details on, what the project is and why they're pursuing what they're pursuing and whether it makes sense, those are all appropriate. All of those questions and concerns and issues are appropriate to discuss during the use variance. Here, again, it's just regardless of their motivation or intent or why they're doing what they're doing, it's just whether or not you all think, based on the defined terms in the code, that this is a permitted use. And then we can get into the details of why they're doing what they're doing and if the project makes sense for the area and meets the use variance standards.
All right, so since this hearing is limited to the issue of whether this is single-family, multiple, combination of the two, or something else,
Right.
that's the issue that I'll receive comments on in the public hearing. If you want to talk about whether this is too much for one parcel, not enough for one parcel, you don't like the design, you don't like the layout, that would all be for the next hearing. So for this hearing, if you'd like to talk to us about single, multiple, combination, or both, or none of the above, I'll open it up for those who wish to speak in favor of the applicant's contention that this is really permissible under the zoning and we should find that. Is there anyone who wants to address that narrow issue in favor of the applicant's position? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the applicant's position on that narrow issue? Okay.
I am Sherry Evershot, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. And I just want to say that the code clearly does not list multiple dwellings under permitted uses in R1. And the reason that the applicant is not wanting to subdivide the property into the 35 units is because he has to then make a site capacity worksheet. And right now, he's using all the available land to try to put 74 units on the parcel. But if he subdivides the land, if he uses it just as one parcel, that's how he's trying to get in the 74. But if he has to subdivide the land into 35 separate parcels, he's going to lose land, because if you do the site capacity worksheet, which we'll talk about later at the other, hearing, he loses about 3 acres in that, at least, and he has to do other things that will deduct from that parcel. So that's why he's trying to come in this way. And this is definitely for a single, it is not allowed in R1, what is being proposed. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else that wishes to speak with respect to that narrow issue in opposition to the applicant's position? Or anyone on that narrow issue who'd like to come talk to us? All right, Mr. Knopf, I'll give you a few minutes to reply if you'd like.
no, I don't have anything.
Okay,
Thank you.
then we'll close the hearing with respect to that narrow issue involving the interpretation of the challenge to the building department's interpretation of what constitutes a multiple dwelling, and we'll move on to our next hearing, which a little birdie tells me involves the same applicant and the same parcel of land.
case number ZB 1412-4. In the event that the Zoning Board of Appeals upholds the building department's interpretation, Knopf Shaw, acting as agent for Angelo Licaradello, for a use variance to construct 74 units on one lot for the purpose of single-family attached row houses on premises 160 Densmore Road in an R1 residential district.
Okay, Mr. Knopf, since I already swore you in once, and along with John as well, I'm not going to swear you again.
Thank you.
Carry that
I'm still
over
under
to this
oath.
hearing. Yes.
Thank you, and I appreciate and thank the board for letting us go through this procedure. I didn't really think our first appeal would go that long, but we did want to get that threshold issue out of the way, and now we're addressing the use variance. This property is owned by Mr. Bettinger, who's here tonight. He's owned it since 1951. He has been trying to sell it for, I think, decades, really. He's been trying to do something with the property. He's been unable to do that. This proposal is to construct 74 single-family attached row houses on the property, which is 11.5 acres. It's a triangular-shaped, basically, property. Densmore Creek fronts on it. There is an E-pod and a steep slope, so we know that, we would have to obviously have to get the permits. We'll stay out of those areas as far as building. We understand that. And the layouts what we've done have taken that into consideration. We understand if we are approved one way or the other by this board, we have to go to the planning board so that the site plans you see here are really conceptual. We know that the planning board will have particulars about, how we're dealing with the steep slope and, where the drainage ponds will go or the retention pond, et cetera. We understand that. Mr. Licciardello and his brother have some similar developments. They have one in the village of Webster. There's one in town of Gates. And they are really building upscale luxury apartments. The units have an upstairs, except I think the end units are ranches, which are more popular with seniors. But the middle units have an up and down and a basement, and they have upscale features like granite countertops. That thing. They're nice units, and they found a market for people who don't want to buy. But want to have a nice, carefree place to live, don't want to make the commitment to purchase. However, they are building these so that later on, the market changes, times change, they could convert them to owned units. So they have individual utilities. But another thing is a practical matter. It's very, very difficult to get financing in the market today if you were going to do these as a condo, or you'd have to sell generally a large portion of them up front, which is difficult. Now, so we're applying for a use variance. What I'd like to do is turn it over to Mr. Sharaba, who will explain the development, the iterative process we went through to come up with this development, and then I'll come back and kind of go through the factors for use variance and explain why we meet the hardship test here.
I'm just going to ask, I don't think I have in my packet anything that shows dollars and cents.
Okay.
Am
We
I
do
missing
have
something?
let me pass around.
Because as you know,
I know.
and I'm sure you've seen, Mr. Thomas has a neighbor that we needed to see numbers, and I don't see any numbers yet, so I was wondering if I'm missing
And
something.
I was curious, I know we talked about the other developments, the apartments.
I don't mean to interrupt, but just to be clear, it wasn't just Mr. Thomas's neighbor.
Everybody.
Every use variance
Absolutely.
application that comes in front
She's
of
the
us
most recent.
I was just
requires dollars
curious.
and cents proof, going back to at least the first meeting that I was on the board in January, many, many years ago,
I stand
when we
corrected,
dealt with
Mr.
the
Chairman.
gas station down on Pattonwood Drive.
What are we'd mentioned the applicant's other apartment products that he has. What are do we know, just out of curiosity, what the rents are for those?
Angelo, what are your rents in your other developments?
Is that what you think this would be, or? I was just curious.
Yeah, so in that range. And the size of the units, I guess, would be about 1,300 square feet. So, John, if you want to explain. Did you get the sheet?
You will, there's a,
Oh, no, they stopped here because there's, I didn't realize that there was just one sheet. I thought it was multiple sheets that were, now they're moving along.
Yep, well, I think Mr. Knopf did an excellent job of kind of going over what we're proposing. I just want to take a step back. As this parcel is 11 and a half acres, zoned R1. R1 zoning is a lot that's 80 foot wide and 120 feet deep, very similar to Kennedy Circle, which is to our north. And it's bordered by Densmore Creek. It's heavily wooded, and Mr. Bettinger's been trying to sell it for a number of years. And when people come to us for a project, our first action is always, what can we do with this property based on the current code that's there? And we did that. So we prepared a concept that conforms to the zoning using standard lot configuration, and we came up with 35 lots. It's a project very linear, very similar to Kennedy Circle. Unfortunately, time's passed us by. The cost to generate when Kennedy Circle was built is not the dollars and cents today. So I think what you see passed out is a comparison of construction of a standard R1 lot similar to Kennedy Circle versus our plan. And Mr. Knopf touched on that, and we can go over the numbers a little while later. But if you look at the plan that you're seeing here, you got a very linear road that runs east and west. Using that road, which is the flattest part of ground, we're going to back right up to the people on Kennedy Circle. And we'll have two access points in front of Densmore School. And very similar, not a very attractive project, but it does work. My challenge comes when my client says, okay, well, 35 lots works. It's not in my business plan. I'm doing this. So I said, all right, well, we could do 35 row house units on this property and never come to the zoning board and move forward on this project, because it's a term, and I'm sure the town attorney will know, clustering, Article 278 is allowed, and I think even discussion today, if it meets the definition, that we could do the units as long as density works out. So we could do 6 of those buildings, I believe, or 4 of those with numerous multifamily buildings on that site, but only go up to 35 units. But when you start doing the math and working with our developer, 35 units isn't the price point that he needs. He needs more density. We started off with a concept plan showing 92 units. And I said, wow, this is aggressive. We backed it off to 86 units, looked at it again, and now we're down to 74 units. And I know it looks dense on paper, but I believe this project can work in this form. Also, Mr. Knopf explained that we're very early on. We have survey work to do, we have the planning board to do, we have stormwater management to do. A lot of, essentially, some of our stormwater management questions and design theories are going to be based upon what you decide as far as your use variance. Single family versus multifamily has a bearing on what we have to do as well. But, so we're just scratching the surface on that. This is more showing intent of where we're going tonight. But we also presented this plan. We had an opportunity to meet with some neighbors. We put a mailer out last week. Although it was a holiday week, we did have 10 neighbors show up at East Ridge High School for an informal meeting to discuss the plan. Because as you know, it's my always philosophy, information is power. I want to know if there's drainage problems, what can we do to help them, not hurt them. So we try to get some information. We had a good dialogue, give and take. But I think it's really come down to density. I think we can address a lot of the questions that come up with the neighbors, but I think 35 units is allowed by code. We're proposing 74, and I think that's kind of where I'll hand it back to Mr. Knopf. But I mean, if the numbers are challenging. So if you look at our breakdown on the numbers, I'll go through them rather quickly. If we do conventional R1 homes, approximately 2,000 lineal feet of road. We accounted for a storm sewer design, sanitary sewer, water main, pavement with gutters dedicated to built to a dedicated road requirement. You have a construction cost of almost $700,000. And if you take that and divide that by 35, then you're down to almost $20,000 per lot before you start building a house. And if you build a 1,500 square foot house at $125 a square foot, you're at 187 for a total of 207. And that area of Arundicoit doesn't support that number. unfortunately. I wish it did. So if you look at what these developers do, they put the road in, they put the water, they put the sewer, they pay for all that. And town never puts that stuff in. I know that's a little misnomer that happens a lot. So all that infrastructure is in the ground, and it'll take him, and probably Nick can help me out. I mean, I don't know how many new house permits are come to Arundecoit, but I bet you it's 3 to 7 a year, if that.
I just wanted to ask, so you're saying you wouldn't ask the town to take the dedication of the road?
Well, I was explaining the 207 number, which is a
I think
dedicated
you're
number.
saying that the town doesn't pay to put it in, not
Yeah.
that they won't end up maintaining it later on, but that they
Oh,
don't.
that's
they
not
don't-
an insignificant issue.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
no, that they don't pay to put it in. That's
Yeah,
what
so just looking at standard subdivision development, so that 207 number is significant, and that's a lot of money, a lot of time, for those houses to sell. He'd probably be carrying this property for 10 years or more. But if you look at the row house numbers, using the same pavement structure, the plan that we show you is not a dedicated road. It's a privately owned road maintained by the developer, so that takes it off the town. Now you're down to $132 a unit, which it makes it more realistic for the area, and 132,000, excuse me, rounding a little bit. But so that's really where we are. It's more in line with the market of the neighborhood, and more in line with today's society, as Mr. Knopf has stipulated. But I guess at that point, that's really the plan. I could go over more particulars of it. Unfortunately, we're early on, so I can't talk about steep slopes or anything like this. This is the first step. If we move forward from here, we'll be making application to the planning board for both EPOD permits, site plan approval, and the site plan approval and subdivision process will go parallel as we go through this, depending on which way we go.
And seeker would be done with the planning board if it were to be approved, is that right?
Correct.
Did you
Well, I think that's something that
no.
we can get into.
Yeah, that would,
Well,
No,
if
we
if
don't
they were
have-
inclined to vote
Yeah.
tonight, they would have to
Yeah.
do seeker before. But yeah, you could choose, and I think Kathy's going to speak a little bit about that. But
when we get the appropriate time.
yeah, there's are different avenues and to undergo your seeker review.
Just out of curiosity, what is the gentleman selling the piece of property to the developer for? How much is the cost of it?
We noted on our sheet 200,000.
200,000.
So the developer's buying the property from the owner for $200,000. And what has the property been listed for sale at in the past?
I think Mr. Malta, who's the realtor involved, he's going to come up here later and give you some of the numbers on the efforts to sell it and give some testimony with regard to, what houses can, whether you could sell a house in East Arundecoit
Okay.
for the numbers you'd need here and so forth. So
I can tell you it's assessed at, just hold on one sec, unless you guys know off the top of your head, it is, I believe it's assessed for about 98.4. Does that sound right?
98,400?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think the purchase.
The whole 11 acres? Okay.
But the purchase is contingent upon actually getting the zoning approval. So it's not worth that, frankly, if people aren't gonna pay that if you can't get the zoning approval. And maybe it's only worth 98,000 if you can't build anything on it, and all you can do is, is go hiking back there or whatever, so. All right, well, I guess I'm gonna address the use variance factors. We did send a letter and we went through them, but I'll try to briefly go through them. And right now, Mr. Bettinger owns the property, so the question is, can he get a reasonable return? Is it an undue hardship? He's been unable to obtain any return on his investment, which him and his wife have had for more than half a century. He bought the property initially in 1951, and it's not economically feasible to develop a subdivision with detached single-family homes on individual lots. As these numbers show, it would cost, per unit cost, about $207,500. That number doesn't even include the cost of financing, the cost of carrying the development, and the absorption, meaning you're not going to sell 35 houses the first year. You're going to have to carry this over many, many years if you could ever sell them all. I think Mr. Malta will get to later that you probably wouldn't sell one of them at the price, because you'd probably have to sell them for about $250, and that you're not going to, and you're certainly not going to be able to sell the whole, or large share of the development.
I think I'm missing one thing. Would help us if we knew what he paid for it in 1951.
What?
We're talking about reasonable return
Okay.
on what?
Mr. Bettinger, Mr. Bettinger, do you know what you paid for it in 1951?
I think around $6,000.
Okay.
$6,000.
Right. But then you'd have to go through the analysis of inflation. Is $6,000 worth $100,000 today? I don't really know, or 200. I don't know what the number is, but
Well,
But it's a help.
here's, the only issue I would take with that statement is that we don't have to go through that, that the applicant
Well, I understand.
has to give us that.
I understand. Well, the point is today, he's unable to do anything with the property. It's not feasible to develop it for the R1 use if you go against us on the interpretation. To do single-family detached is not a feasible alternative.
The use variance application is premised upon the assumption that we've already gone against you on the
Right.
interpretation. So we'll all assume without deciding that we've resolved that issue against you. And if we don't, then all this will have been
Right.
just a nice exercise, but.
Right. And right now, Mr. Bettinger's paying about $4,000 a year in taxes. So he really, I guess, every year is eating up his investment in maybe a year and 4 months or something like that, because of the large tax burden he would have on the property. If it was at $200,000, it would probably be $8,000 a year in taxes or so. So that certainly is something that's going to stop him from enjoying his investment. But he's really unable to, he's basically stuck with this property that he's had for half a century, because you can't. The point is, the R1 zoning, if you interpret it the way the town, Mr. Weatherby has interpreted, you really can't do anything with this property, because the numbers don't work.
If I can ask council a question, are we allowed to factor in taxes when it comes to reasonable rate of return on an investment? Is that one of the things that we factor in? Or are taxes something like death that are just there?
I don't know what you mean by that factor in. When
So
you
as we're
say-
factoring in the reasonable rate of return, the fact that you have to pay taxes, do we have to equate the taxes do we have to take the tax variable and put it into the equation when we're trying to figure out what a reasonable rate of return is?
Yeah, I think
So-
I think it's fair to include taxes as a carrying charge on the property, but.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. In any event, so if we did the single-family detached development, it would be a failure. The developer, frankly, would go bankrupt. I mean, he could not go forward with that. So only the type of development that we're proposed would be cost-effective, and could make economic sense. The cost per unit, if we were going to sell, cost per unit is $132, so you probably have to sell more like $150. Again, initially, he's going to be renting. Those numbers also work for Mr. Licciardello to rent in the $1,300 to $1,500 per month range with his cost of financing. The other factors are unique circumstances. We think the property is unique. It's located on the creek. It's across the street from a school, and there is the Kennedy Circle to the north. With the traditional detached single family, we unfortunately have to take out the trees that would be next to the other development in order to fit the houses in. Basically, this is an advantage of clustering. This isn't a true 278 cluster, but it's the same concept. By clustering, we actually can leave the 50-foot strip to separate this, so there is a substantial buffer. We can leave those trees in place. Also, across the creek, there's apartments. So while it's zoned R1, there's a lot of different uses going on here. It's not like it's totally surrounded by the single-family detached. They are to the north, and the proposal is to put a large buffer in, so they won't even they will not be on top of this. Self-created is not self-created. Mr. Bettinger still owns the property, and he's had it since 1951. And basically, times have changed. I mean, that's what's happened here. It may be that in 1951, when there was the property was zoned, you could have done the single-family detached, but with the cost of development these days, I think has not the cost the market has not kept pace with that, and the cost of taxes going up and all. It just is no longer economically feasible. What maybe could have been done in the 50s. And we don't think there's any significant change in character of the neighborhood. There are mixed uses in the neighborhood, school across the street, apartments across the creek. And we would have a very significant buffer to the north to separate this from the individual single-family homes, which, again, might have to go if this property was developed with single-family detached. So overall, we think that there is an undue hardship, and that the that the use variance should be granted. Also, might add that your new comprehensive plan, this is very much consistent with the comprehensive plan, which calls for expanding the current range of options for cost, size, and type and density to maintain healthy neighborhoods, increase property values, and ensure high-quality housing, to ensure a range of housing options for new residents, and also provide housing opportunities attractive to seniors. And about half of the market, Mr. Licciardello attracts are seniors. And the comprehensive plan also calls for increases in development density. Well-designed, high-density residential development can expand the town's resident base and provide critical mass needed to support nearby neighborhood businesses. So that's I'm quoting from your new town comprehensive plan. So we feel we do meet the test. At this point, I would like to ask Mr. Malta, Dave Malta, who is a realtor involved in this, but he's got a long experience, to address what the market prices are in the area and what the prospects would be of trying to develop this as a single-family detached development.
I would like to just say one thing. To say, so you can take anything in context in a snippet and say one thing about it, but to say that this development, as it's currently proposed, fits within the character, it's in the intention of reading the master plan, is just untrue. But you can certainly draw anything from a paragraph out of a 100-page document. So I would like to point that out for the board. But, well, and I can understand if you, I know, and you can understand when you take, no, and I know, like, you can understand when you take a paragraph out of 100 pages, how I might, want to clarify it.
This is advocacy.
My name is Dave
It's an
Malta,
accurate quote out of the 100 pages there that you were able to find.
499 Salt Road, Webster, New York. I am a licensed realtor, have been for 52 years. Born and raised in Arundequoit, lived in this town for my first 30 years. I also sit on the planning board for the town of Webster and have done that for 16 years. So I've got some pretty good experience in these matters. I've also been a home builder in the past, and I know a tremendous amount of home builders and developers. When I first talked to Joe Bettinger about him wanting to sell this property, we did it trying to sell the 11-acre parcel that we're talking about tonight, and also his house, which adjoins it, which was about another 2.5 acres. I couldn't get anybody interested in the whole package. And I couldn't get any developers or any builders interested in doing a single-family residential development here. I had interest for apartments, and this is different than apartments. When I'm talking about apartments, I'm talking about, 100, 150 unit apartment building. We knew we weren't going to go down that road because that was tried several years ago, according to Joe Bettinger, and I don't blame the neighbors for really not wanting that in their backyard. This type of development is completely different, although it is originally set up as a rental unit. These are townhouse units, individual single-family units, and I think they add to the character of the neighborhood. They certainly don't detract from it, and the upscale nature of it is something that I think is warranted and needed in this town. In selling property, and let me back up a little bit as far as talking to developers about developing single-family homes in the town of Arundequoit. The opposition is, unfortunately, your tax rate. If you take a $200,000 house in the town of Arundequoit, taxes are about $9,000. If you compare that with the taxes in Webster, Penfield, Fairport, Perrington, even Pittsford, it's about $2,000 higher a year in Arundequoit than it is in those other towns. So consequently, when somebody's shopping for a new home, they look at what their monthly payment's going to be. And in the town of Arundequoit, a $200,000 house is going to be about $180 a month more than in the other towns. So that's certainly a significant factor, and that's one of the major factors that developers take into consideration when they got to sell these things. So that's really an obstacle. Also, if somebody buys a new home in the other towns versus here, and they don't mind the extra payment, they could afford about a $35,000 more home in the other towns. So this is a severe obstacle to building single-family new construction in this town. Now, as far as this type of unit, especially on a rental basis, I've been very, very involved in this type of unit building in Webster, and also apartments in Webster. My wife was a rental manager for several apartment buildings, and we saw a large influx of Arundequoit people moving over there for upscale, nice rental units. Maybe they got a house, $130,000, $140,000. They sell it, they're senior citizen. They don't want the upkeep. They don't want the taxes. They just want to live. So that affords them a place to go, and you don't have much of it here. So they go across the bridge. So you're losing some of your residents because of that. And this would help you keep some people here. There's a lot of people that would prefer to live here, that have lived here over the years. It's a great location. You're close to the expressway. You got all the shopping you need, other than the mall. You're in good shape. But it's affordability and what you can get for the dollar. Most of the rental units, even like single-family homes that are for rent in Arundequoit, they're 1950, 1970 vintage. Their older homes require more upkeep, maintenance, and whatnot. So that's why I feel there's a real need for this type of development here, and to keep some of the residents here in Arundequoit. That's about it as far as comparing.
Address the assessments of the property, the value, the house values,
The assessments.
the assessments on Kennedy Circle.
Well, we were talking about surrounding areas. The Kennedy Circle homes range in price from $90,000 to, the last I looked, the last one it was sold was number 25, and I think it sold for $112,800. So you're looking at $90,000 to say $115,000, $116,000 range. And that's another reason, the neighborhood is not a neighborhood that you'll find $250,000 homes in. And that's another reason why it's not a good site for development of single family.
And Dave, could you sell houses in the 1,500 square foot house? Could you sell a 1,500 square foot new house in this neighborhood in the range of 207 to 250?
No, it would be very difficult. I'm not going to say impossible, but certainly extremely difficult to do it in a reasonable length of time. I ran some numbers. I just wanted to see in the $200,000 range, 2 to 250, how many homes were sold in Arundequoit and with East Arundequoit schools, because we're dealing with East Arundequoit district. And just give me a minute. It was, past 2 years. No, that's Kennedy Circle. This is the one. These are rentals. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Got too many numbers all over the place here.
Well, just about how many?
There were, like in 2 years, the houses between 200 and 250,000 that were sold were around 14 or 15 in a 2-year period. And a lot of those were, several of them were around the waterfront. Where if you take that same price range, you throw it across the Bay Bridge, there were 73 sold in that price range. So you can see there's a big disparity.
In your analysis of
price range.
Kennedy Circle, how many sales was that based on?
Kennedy Circle. In Kennedy Circle, in the last 2 years, there were 3 sales. One is active right now, 262. It's up for sale for 90,000. And there were 10 expired listings in that same period of time, which means during that listing period they didn't sell.
Did you say one sold for like 180
Where?
in Kennedy Circle or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. The highest listing in Kennedy Circle was 124.9, and it didn't sell. The highest sale price was 115, and it was number 35.
All right. Well, anyway, I guess that pretty much finishes our presentation. Basically, what we're saying is that the market is not there, especially to sell 35 houses. It just is not going to happen, given the cost. And Angelo gave us the price of the $125 per square foot for new house construction and $95 per foot for the row house construction. Those are numbers that you know from being a builder, correct?
I can say that I talked to many builders over the 3-year period, and I could not find one that would do single-family development.
Has this property ever been offered for sale for $200,000 before?
No, it's been listed for as high as $450,000, which was with the house and everything. And then we separated it, dropped it down, tried to do something around 250, 280. Couldn't get anybody interested. At 200, I still didn't have anybody interested. Angelo, because I've dealt with Angelo on this property in Webster, and I went to him with this because this is his bag. And after we did a lot of going back and forth with Mr. Bettinger and trying to come up with something that was reasonable to him and workable for Angelo, finally got down to 200,000. But even at $200,000 for single family, doesn't warrant the price. You just wouldn't be able to find anybody that, and the price of land is not the biggest significant thing. I don't care where you're building a house, the cost of construction is pretty much the same.
And can you tell me why a reasonable rate of return couldn't be received with 50 of these units, say, as opposed to 74?
I couldn't.
Okay. Perhaps Mr. Knopf could elucidate on that. I'm sure he's ready to.
Yes. And I might add, I did look, the value of a $1951 today is $9.63 or whatever, what you could buy today it's almost a factor of 10, not quite. As far as, we understand that the test for use variance, Mr. Chairman, is indicates.
So that would translate from 6,000 to 60,000?
Yeah, in just, I think that's consumer dollars. As you know, the real estate over those years has gone up more than that. But I think the problem is he's paying taxes all the way along. He's paying the 4,000, and he's getting zero income in. Basically, he's not getting any return. All money's going out every year, and nothing's coming in. Is his problem because you can't really.
Does that include the house?
No, that's a separate lot.
So this vacant lot, 4,000 a year?
Yeah.
For 11 acres, or 18 acres, I think I saw somewhere.
No, vacant.
How many acres are on this park?
11.5.
This is the 11.5?
Right, and then there's how many acres, John? Oh, can't we use the?
The house is on 2.2.
No, but how much is like the E-Pod and the steep slope and all that? We lose it.
We haven't gone through that exercise. That's more of a planning, because we incur,
Was that part of the 4,000 in taxes?
The 11 acres right now holistically pays around $4,000, school, county, town taxes right now, standalone.
All right, but is that the entire parcel, or is that
Entire
just the 11?
Acres. Not the 2.2 of the house. So the entire 11 and a half acres pays $4,000 a year in taxes.
Well, somewhere in here I saw something, about 18, there's 4.17 acres of creek property. It's labeled on whatever this sheet is that I was given.
I don't know, there may be a separate lot. I know, I looked at the tax rolls, it was kind of confusing, but,
Let me straighten that
That
out.
land is in the city.
There was 3 parcels that we originally were trying to sell as one package. The 3 parcels are the 11 acres we're talking about tonight, 2.5 acres that his house sits on, and then 5 acres, which is Densmore Creek, which he owns that property. That property, Densmore Creek, is in the city of Rochester.
All right, so that's not taxed in Arundequoit.
No, that's taxed.
So the
The only tax you're
$4,000
talking about is the 4,000 plus is only the 11 acres.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's because your tax rate is in the 40s per thousand, and it's assessed just under $100,000.
Okay.
and Dave, for sale, if these units were, the row houses were for sale as individual units, would they, I think you said they'd sell for about 150,000
Yeah,
or so?
if they came to a point where they could sell them, you generally could expect to get $150,000, $155,000 for the units.
So, I guess to try to answer your question, I can't do the math that fast, but our cost per unit is about 132 and change, 132,629. You could sell them, if you're selling them as individual units in the 150 to 155 range, you do have a cost of money and all in there, but I don't, given that the builder needs to make some profit, usually, what's the profit margin usually, Angelo? 8% or 5 to 8% or something, and the cost of interest to, because it'll take them 6 months or so to get in there and be building units, and a while to fill them up. So he's probably looking at a year to really have people in there. He's got to pay interest on that too. So he really is pretty close with the 74. Whether he could shave some units, he probably could, but I don't think he can go down too far. and make it feasible. It's still a little bit tight here.
Well, I guess that's the concern that I have is maybe you could, maybe we couldn't. What we need, as you know, is specific dollars and cents proof in front of us. And, I'm hearing that these are contemplated to be high-end luxury units with granite countertops and things like that. And I'm thinking, okay, and you're telling us the cost for that would come out to $132,000 with all the row houses. So I'm
Right.
thinking, well, if we, instead of going with top-of-the-line stuff, went with more moderate stuff, which seems to be more consistent with a lot of the development that's in the neighborhood. I don't see what I would refer to as high-end housing in that neighborhood. So if we went with development and materials and things that were more consistent with what's in the neighborhood, that's necessary. I mean, you're not going to tell me that it costs the same for a granite counter as it costs for some other kind of countertop that's not granite.
Angela, how much could you cut if you didn't go with more top-of-the-line stuff? How much per square foot could you cut?
I'd have to look at it, but this works. I don't know if anything else would work. I mean, that's the whole purpose. Hello, my name is Angelo Licciardello. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay?
This works.
You are
I know
smart.
this works. I don't know if anything else would work, but I think that Arundecoit needs something nice.
Well, here's the concern that I have, and I don't speak for the whole board, I speak for myself.
Okay?
Concern that I have is you come here and you tell me this will work. I don't doubt it'll work or you wouldn't be here. But under the code, what we have to find is that the only thing that will work? Or is there something else that will work? And if there's something else that will work that isn't the same as that isn't as extensive as this, then our obligation is to say, well, we're going to let you do the other thing that'll work, but we're not going to let you do this because this will work best for you
Right.
and best for the developer. We have to look at it at, how do we minimize the impact of any change? If a change will have an impact on the neighborhood, how do we minimize that? If the contention is that the homeowner or the property owner can't realize a reasonable rate of return, and what I'm hearing is that the $6,000 that he paid for the property in 1951 translates to $60,000 today. I'm hearing that there's a purchase price of $200,000, so that tells me he's making 3 times his investment. I don't view that as being unreasonable, but I'm also hearing that it hasn't been offered for that to anybody else. That came down to that, but it hasn't been offered at 120 to somebody who might, at 120,000, come in and say, I can build 40 units on this property that would be less dense, with less expensive materials, that would be more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and things like that, and that would work. And if that's the case, which I don't know, and you don't know, and nobody knows unless we know, then we don't have the kind of evidence in front of us that it seems to me we need to find that that it's been established by the applicant and the property owner that he can't realize a reasonable rate of return on his investment. And we've been through this just about every use variance application that's come in front of us in the 9 or 10 years that I've been on the board. We've had the same problem. We get applicants who come in here and they tell us what will work for them, but they don't tell us what they paid for the property, what their costs have been, how much they've paid, what they believe a reasonable rate of return would be. We tell every applicant this is what we need. Some of them get upset with me because I'm telling them that's what we need. But that's what we need. And if we don't have it, then we can't make a finding that you can't realize a reasonable rate of return. And that's the first step in the process before we even get to, do we like it? Do we think it's a good idea? Will it work for the town? We don't even get there unless and until we know that what you are proposing is the only thing that's feasible under the way it's zoned now. And quite frankly, I haven't heard that yet. Maybe the other members of the board have, but I haven't.
I don't think it meets, so far, any of the 4 tests for use variance. You talked about the neighborhood possibly being mixed use. A school is actually permitted in R1, just to clarify that. The, being self-created, I mean, you're trying to purchase this property to use it for a use that's not allowed in an R1. So that in itself,
With due respect, because Mr. Bettinger still owns the property, that, you don't consider the fact, I mean, Kevin can, you don't consider the fact that he's got to purchase it. This is what I'm just doing, when he's trying to sell the property, and he can only sell it if, if a variance is necessary, if the variance is granted. If not, he's not going to be able to sell it and realize anything. So he's not going to get $200,000 for it unless he gets either the interpretation or the
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, I would say if in fact the board did find that it was economically infeasible to construct detached single-family homes on this lot, then that would not be a self-created issue by the owner, but I think that's more of the threshold question and what we're lacking.
The question I have, and to Jim's point, all the figures are from the developer.
Correct.
The use variance is being asked for by the owner of the property. Wouldn't this be his demonstration as opposed to their demonstration? He's trying to show his reasonable rate of return, which he has a right to. You know, if he's investing in it, building all this, he has a right. But he's not really the one that's requesting the use variance. The owner of the property is.
Well, I mean, they're jointly requesting it. The reason that the developer is showing the rate of return is because the current owner wouldn't require a use variance because he's just selling the property. It'd be the developer who wants to be sure that he's going to be able to meet the burden for his project before this board, before he commits to buying the property.
Right, but in
Developer's willing to
Jim's
pay the
point,
$200,000, but I don't know if there's a developer who's willing to pay him $90,000.
right, in Jim's point, we're going on a use variance based on the developer's numbers versus what the chairman is saying, that someone else might do a different development
Yeah.
with different numbers that make more sense, or
I agree, and I think that that's something, I took a few notes, and just from a legal perspective, because the use variance test, and I think the chairman did a very nice job of explaining sort of the general standard of what this board is required to consider in the evidence that it needs to receive in order to do that, but it is a very, more so than an area variance, it's a legal test. There are legal standards that have to be met, and so from my perspective, just taking a few notes based on the presentation that we heard, some things that I think would probably be helpful for this board in order for you to be able to make the determination that this is in fact, that the use variance is appropriate because none of the permitted uses are in fact feasible, would be definitely some more price points for the per unit building cost. I mean, we have $125 a square foot for a 1,500 square foot homes, but I mean, there's no way that every 1,500 square foot home costs almost $190,000 to construct. That's definitely not the case. So maybe if this board could see, well, I don't know what's reasonable because I'm not a developer, but if there are $100 per square foot homes, if there are 110, some more numbers so you can get an idea of different price points that these homes could be constructed at. Another thing that I think is missing is we have the analysis of the cost, but we're missing what the profit would be, so or the rate of the return. And I think we touched on it a little bit. The realtor mentioned that they'd be selling the row houses if they were to be sold for $150,000. So that's about an $18,000 profit per unit. So what would that look like on the residential side if you lowered the cost to build? And so the per unit building cost was down. What type of what type of price point would you sell those homes at? What would be the rate of return there? And again, that rate of return doesn't necessarily have to meet or exceed the row house's rate of return. It just has to be reasonable. So it can be less, but if it's a reasonable return on single-family homes, then that's what this board would consider. And that goes toward, the economic analysis. And then I think there are also a few holes in the standard that this is not a unique situation. I'm hearing a lot. It sounds like a lot of the analysis is just about single-family detached homes in general and not in particular why they don't work for this particular lot. We're hearing a lot about the economic climate and that times are changing and that it doesn't really make sense to construct single-family homes anymore. For me, I wasn't hearing how any 11-acre parcel in the town of Arundecoit, why you wouldn't make that same argument for any other R1.
Well, I don't think there are, tell me I'm wrong, but there aren't too many that are developable.
To my-
But any, even if
Are there
it's
any
not
other
11
parking
acres.
Well, but you could use it doesn't have to be 11 acres, it could be 3 acres, it could be
Right.
5 acres, which there are a few, but
You know,
yes, 11 acres.
I mean, just think off the top of my head, a price of $100,000, which would be more than 40,000, would be approximately 40,000 gain on what in today's dollars is a $60,000 investment, and would certainly, I think, constitute a reasonable return. That, if the property is offered at that price, and the neighbors feel strongly that they don't want this property developed, that 100 neighbors pitch in $1,000 each, they own the property, and they've got what they want. It's being presented to us as if the only way a reasonable rate of return can be realized on the property is if this property is allowed to be used for development and the developer is allowed to make a profit. At $18,000 profit per unit and 74 units, that's a profit of $1,300,000 and more, which that seems to me is more than a reasonable rate of return on the investment that we're talking about, but I don't know that that's the only way that a reasonable rate of return can be realized. And it seems to me, from my understanding of what the use variance standard is, we have to be shown that you can't realize a reasonable rate of return for any use, a school, single-family dwellings, a church or religious institution, a fire hall, any of those things that are allowed in an R1 residential district, which this is in. And, you know, it's not a situation, the other ones that we've had, where we've already had an existing structure. It's already built, it's already on the property, but because of changes, it can no longer be used the way that it was, or so the argument goes. And we've denied them in the past where it hasn't been marketed at the price that's a reasonable rate of return. It's been marketed at a price to make the profit that the property owner wants to realize. And I don't believe that that's the standard. I think the standard is, what's a reasonable rate of return, and can you do it under anything that's allowed in the district? And I haven't heard that yet, that this is the only thing that can do that. And that's where I'm having a problem.
Well, I do think that the fire hall, the school and all are not realistic scenarios.
They may not be. I don't know if a new church might want to locate and build a church on that property if the property was offered
I know,
for sale at $100,000.
Mr. Chairman, if a church was built there, that's how much tax dollars would go to the town of Arundecoit. Zero.
How much tax dollars go to the town of Arundecoit, with all due respect, is not a part of the standard that's in front of us.
Understand
The
that.
standard is if a church were to buy that property
Yes.
and use it to develop a church, which is a permitted use that carries no tax benefit for the town, but the town has decided that it's a permitted use. If a church were interested in buying that property at $100,000, that would be a reasonable rate of return, and would it be feasible for them to do it? If it would, and it hasn't been marketed yet, and there's been no solicitation of any of the churches that have developed in the area or existing churches that might be looking to relocate, and there's been no effort to see if there's any interest on their part in purchasing for that, then it seems to me the test hasn't been met.
But, Mr. Chairman, the land's been for sale for 60 years. If a church was interested, they would have approached.
I think you missed the point that I said. I said if a church would be interested in purchasing the property for $90,000, which it hasn't been marketed at $90,000
You can always put an offer in for $90,000, just because the asking price is $175,000 or $200,000. You can always make an offer.
Well, I understood it was $685,000 that it was marketed with as a
No.
package, and then it was down to
Never.
$400,000, I think is what Mr. Malta said.
No,
Originally listed the total three parcels,
At 685,000, right?
450,000.
450?
but that's with the house on there. This, we're just talking strictly
no, I
11 and a half
understand that.
acres. Yeah,
Council, oh,
okay, just want to make
I
sure.
want to,
Yeah.
I don't know if I might be changing gears for a second, but there's one other thing before we go to public comments. The environmental impact form.
Yes.
If we were to grant the variance, what type of environmental findings would we have to make? Because they're saying in here that the stormwater discharge for 74 units will be directed into the creek. And I'm not an I don't do environmental stuff. I would think that to me is a red flag, that there might have to be some finding that does or doesn't have an environmental impact. Do we have to make any determination like that if we were to, I mean, if we deny the variance, it doesn't make any difference. But if we grant the variance, would we have to do some type of environmental determination?
It would be
Yes.
subject to a SWIP. And
So,
you want
did
Kathy
you-
to speak to the?
Sure, yeah, Kathy can go into details on it, but this is an unlisted action under seeker, so this board would have discretion, along with the other involved agencies, which would include the planning board, as to whether or not you wanted to coordinate review and designate, I would assume it would be the planning board, it doesn't necessarily have to be, but the planning board is the lead agency under seeker, or you could proceed and do an uncoordinated review where each involved agency, including this board, would have to go through the entire environmental impact statement and make a determination that there weren't going to be any significant adverse environmental impacts, including those related to stormwater. And I think Kathy, for those reasons and the sensitivities, had some, additional issues and comments on
And
that as well.
we would need to make those determinations before we can move on
Prior
to
to
the actual
issuing-
variance itself.
That's correct, prior to issuing any sort of
So
approval.
if you could explain what we have to figure out on that, that'd be great.
Okay,
Or
I
make your
think,
comments,
I think
yeah.
the main point I just want to stress, everything Ashley said, I can go over again, but you cannot grant the variance until the seeker review is completed. So the applicant has provided part one of the short environmental assessment form, assuming it was an unlisted action, which, based on my discussions with Ashley, we agree with that. And that, because it's unlisted rather than type 1, that allows the zoning board to proceed in one of two ways, with a coordinated or uncoordinated review. The coordinated review is where the zoning board, as an involved agency, looks around and says, who else are the involved agencies, and tries to decide with them who will take the lead on the project. So that means, in this case, I believe the only other involved agency is the planning board. So after this meeting tonight, before any decision was made on whether to grant the variance, this board would notify the planning board of the action, even though the planning board hasn't gotten any application yet, but this board would send its application materials and the Part 1 EAF to the planning board and indicate that a decision needed to be reached on who would serve as lead agency. So that, in any case, no environmental review will be completed tonight, because that step would have to take place. If, on the other hand, the zoning board decided to do a uncoordinated review, what that means is each involved agency undertakes its own independent review, as if it's the only involved agency with the project. So in that case, the zoning board would need to complete parts 2 and 3 of the environmental assessment. The applicant has done part 1. And what's important to note there is that this zoning board does not just look at its approval of the use variance. Seeker requires that all parts of the action be considered and evaluated in that environmental review. So, bottom line is, this zoning board would have to look at the development, not just the use, the entire development. In that regard, I don't want to get ahead of things, but I did generate an initial list of things that we would recommend that the zoning board requests, because, as you pointed out, based on the amount of information we have, to try to evaluate the significance of potential impacts would be very difficult with the level of information that is now available. And we did initially identify some potential areas of concern, which I have listed here as material conflicts with the town's comprehensive plan and zoning regulations, intensity of use of land, community character, traffic and transportation infrastructure, water and sewer utilities, natural resources, referring to Densmore Creek and the EPODs, and drainage and stormwater. And then beyond that, that's sort of an overview of the issues, and then we had a specific list of what we'd like to see so that we can get at those issues on your behalf and give you an evaluation of significance of impact so that you can decide, do you do, so now I'm back to the case of you doing an uncoordinated review. You have to go through all that and make your own decision, no matter what the planning board decides later. So once all that information is in and we complete part 2 and 3, you will either get to the point where you decide there is a potential adverse impact, and then a coordinated review is required no matter what, because you've decided there's one potential significant adverse impact, or you don't identify any potential significant environmental impacts, and you then reach a negative declaration, and you close seeker on behalf of the zoning board. Then the whole thing moves to the planning board, and they do the whole thing. They do their own review, and in fact, they could find a potential significant environment adverse impact at that point and draw you back into the process. Hopefully that wasn't too roundabout.
Thanks.
Or alternatively, if this board were to sort of defer to the planning board to act as lead agency, then the use variance application would just, if the board was to entertain it, would just be, you wouldn't be able to actually vote on it or render any approval until the planning board had finished the seeker review process, and then it could come back before this
And again,
board.
this is all based on the interpretation of the code.
And the interpretation is a separate issue that is not subject to seeker, so you can do that. You can render your interpretation. You can either find, grant the appeal or not. But if you do not, and the use variance is before you, then everything that Kathy just mentioned would apply.
So if we affirm the decision on the issue and then get to the use variance application, we would be designating potentially the planning board as the lead agency, and we wouldn't do anything more until they were finished with their review?
You would be requesting that the planning board designate themselves lead agency, and you could continue, it sounds like, even to meet your use variance tests and standards, there's additional information that you'd like to see. So you could continue with that. You could, you don't have to delay all of that. The applicant can come back next month and see if they, meet these burdens, but there could not be any vote until the planning boards could, dual track, be dealing with the seeker issues, and there just couldn't be any vote by this board until the seeker review had been completed.
And of course, with any action, just because the environmental review is closed with no significant adverse impacts, that doesn't mean your decision has to go toward approval.
Right.
Your decision is independent. You just know that whatever you decide won't have environmental impacts.
And I did want to point out, the city and the county, given the proximity to those borders, are involved agencies. And although the Conservation Board is not a approving body, they do have an advisory role to the planning board in terms of EPOD determinations and things like that. So.
Yeah, I think because of the proximity, you have to do a General Municipal Law 239M referral, so they would be interested agencies, so they wouldn't necessarily.
But they would still be.
They couldn't be the lead agency, but they would get all of the notifications that the lead agency would circulate.
Okay, so do we have any other questions or comments directed to the applicant at this point? All right, then we'll open it up to public input. We'll hear first from those who would like to speak in favor of the application. If you'd come forward and give your name and address. I'm not swearing anyone in here.
Oh, you're not?
No.
I'll tell the truth anyway. Mike Belmont, 37 Parr Circle. Good evening.
And our former chairman.
Yeah. And, I appreciate these issues, things that we dealt with several years back. And, I would love it if you want to volunteer, if there's some things that need to be changed in the code. I have a fairly decent command of the English language. I'd volunteer. But, I read 163 pages of the comprehensive master plan and the 4 appendices. Every word. And it's a great plan. It's well done. And, I could appreciate Mr. Weatherby, I don't think this was a quote out of context from Mr. Knopf. Quite frankly, I don't think it was like some two-bit pastor trying to piece together some scriptures to make a point that, we could, kill poor people. I think that it's a reasonable quote, and I think it fits. And, I'm not going to go through because time's short and I'm limited at 5 minutes. But the bottom line is, if you take a look at page 40 of the master plan, thank God for these PDAs. What the heck? In our lifetime, these were invented. Encourage a wide range, page 40.5, encourage a wide range of residential living opportunities for residents of all ages. If you scroll down, there's other parts of the plan that talk about encouraging in reasonable ways higher density living arrangements. If you take a look at the pages about our population around the Irondequoit, kind of some stability around 52,000. Doesn't seem like it's increasing, but if you look at the distributions of age, there are multiple percentage increases over the next 10 years in our elderly population. There's multiple percentage increases of our older working population. And there's a call, which syncs with this master plan, for alternative living arrangements for folks so they'll just stay in the town, okay? And that younger people could move into some of the other residential neighborhoods, and you have a thriving town. Irondequoit's 90% plus developed, right? So we have this area, which I just took a look at these tonight. I hadn't seen these before, but these are, to me as a resident, man, I'll move in. For crying out loud, I want to stop cutting grass. My teenagers don't do really well with that, even though they're supposed to. But they're beautifully done. I've been through, I know some people that live in these properties in Webster. It's very, very nicely done. It's not an apartment complex. And honestly, we could argue these points, these fine lines. What's mixed use? What's not mixed use? I mean, I was on the committee when we did this mixed use, neighborhood here at Titus and Hudson, and we're seeing some nice development and things going on. There's always debates. And also, it seems to me, as I glanced at these tonight, you got another problem you haven't even talked about. There are residents along the property edge that have built over the property line, put pools there and whatnot. You're going to have to handle that somehow. And I think it's easier to handle those kinds of issues if you have a buffer situation around this property with some woods and some grassy areas and knolls and whatever is there. I know these are concept drawings, but I think this adds to the value. And I know when these things happen, we've seen it multiple times on Hudson, down off of Norton. We've seen these things every time. And quite frankly, in my opinion, I'm not a developer. I happen to raise money to help feed homeless people these days. But the bottom line is developers try to come into this town, and it's hard. It's hard. And then we all pay higher and higher taxes, and it's hard to have development happen in a town that's 90% plus developed. So when we have well thought out plans, and we can mitigate, and God bless everybody here and some of the neighbors that are concerned, and we can talk through calmly and honestly about what the pros and cons are, I think that's a good thing. And I do think it fits. I do think it would enhance this neighborhood. I do think if you take in consideration the amount of taxes that were paid by the property owner over time, and you calculated that in, we haven't done that, I'm not so sure that math works out real well. And so I just implore you to kind of sit back and logically, rationally look at this. I do believe that on lots of levels, you could see, if you step back in an unbiased fashion, that you can meet the 4 or so, or 3 or 4 tests that you have to legally. And I think that it could actually be well done. And I just want to lastly point out that if you do these individual lots the way that we've been talking about, it'll minimize any and all of those buffers. You'll have folks back to back, like I am in Park Circle. I needed a variance because I think I could reach out and touch the next house next to me from 37 Park Circle over. These things happen, but we're peaceable, nice neighbors. Irondequoit's a friendly place, and I think this would afford yet another opportunity for Irondequoit to grow over time for the reasons I stated. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to the application? people, somebody must.
Hi, my name is Sherry Evershed, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. The applicant has claimed that 74 units is not a substantial increase, but going from 35 units to 74 is an increase of well over 100%. That is substantial. I am submitting a site capacity analysis prepared by FRA Engineering that was done years ago and accepted by the town. This is where I have gathered the information that I am going to state now. 160 Densmore Road consists of 11.5 acres, but 3.1 acres is composed of EPOD, which leaves a net buildable site area of 8.4 acres. Roads that would be made on this project would also be subtracted from the net buildable area and leave even less than the 8.4 acres, but the plan that you have in front of you ignores all of that. This developer is using every possible piece of land in his equation to maximize his gain while totally ignoring the environmental restrictions and also the character of the neighborhood. To add insult to injury, counsel claims in his letter that there are no alternative solutions to building a rental row house development as proposed. There is no examination of a single-family project with smaller lots which would reduce per-lot infrastructure costs and make such a project economically viable, or a development like the owner-occupied duplexes on Titus Avenue. Regarding the neighborhood character, it will be destroyed by going from an allowable density of about 35 to 74, more than double. Furthermore, commercial rental projects in a single-family neighborhood have no history in Arundequoit of increasing values of any neighborhood. To the contrary, rental properties lower area values. Densmore Creek is a natural boundary that buffers the single-family zoned areas from the commercial rental properties to the south. The creek is a unique buffer between commercial and residential. Adding rental property on the north side of the creek takes away the buffer, and you now have commercial rental property plopped into a residential neighborhood, causing devastation to the character of the neighborhood. The situation is 100% self-created. It is the owner who chose to offer the property at a prohibitive price for many years. We all want to sell our properties for double or triple assessed value, but that choice is only ours. The applicant has no evidence the property was ever offered at fair market value. In actuality, the East Arundequoit School District wanted to purchase the property about 6 years ago for fair market value and had the property assessed. Mr. Bettinger did not want to sell at that price. Additionally, there is zero evidence in the 7 years of the master planning process that there was any call or demand by any resident for more high-density residential rental projects other than senior needs. In fact, the record clearly shows opposite. Please keep our neighborhood truly R1 and deny this application, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to the application?
You finally made it up. I watch you guys every week now.
Now you're on TV. We don't swear just let me explain. The reason that we swear the applicants is because applicants are making representations to us that we're relying upon. In the past, we have had experiences where applicants have given us information that was either inaccurate, misleading, or, in some instances, not accurate at all. And when we've then made decisions in reliance upon those and come to find out that the information that was given to us was misleading, inaccurate, or not even close to being actual fact, we've been told that we don't really have any remedies because all we had was a hearing and we were given information. So the applicants are put under oath, because by putting the applicant under oath, they're now swearing to the truth and veracity of the information, and in the event that we find out at a later date that the applicant was less than candid and truthful in their comments, we're then able to use that as a basis for altering our decision if we feel that's appropriate, and or possibly even a prosecution of the applicant for making false statements under oath. So that's why the applicants are sworn. Witnesses and those who come to speak with respect, you're speaking as citizens.
Exactly.
We don't require you to be placed under oath. We're not questioning your motivation. We're not relying upon what you tell us. We're interested in hearing your opinions as citizens of the town and expressing to us your views as neighbors and what you feel as the community's members you'd like us to do on your behalf, and then we make decisions. So, other than the applicants, nobody needs to be sworn.
That was one I got it, though.
All right.
John Creamer, 85 Kennedy Circle. First and foremost, I'm disagreeing with a couple of things. I've been in the house since 1986. I'm the second owner, okay? When I moved in there, the house was built in 1966. I did a lot of work to the house. To contradict what the realtor said, I had the house appraised many years ago, and they said to me, "Oh, you'll never get that money back in the area." I don't care. The area is beautiful. I knew it was residential one when I bought it back there. I travel all around the country, and I have people come to my house and say, "You put that house anywhere, Boston, anywhere. That's $1 million piece of property back there. You can't get the ambiance around there, okay?" Secondly, the buffer they're saying, where my house is and a couple houses there, there's no 50-foot buffer. There's no trees there. I have nothing there. And if you want to come out and count it, you could count it as I counted it. There's no 50-foot buffer there. So if they're talking up Kennedy Circle, which they're probably right, there's where it is. I have no trees. I have from here, like to over there, blank. It would just be when I throw my leaves. But other than that, it's a beautiful neighborhood, and contradict them again. When somebody tells me a house is only worth $110,000, $112,000, I take to that. Because you know what? That neighborhood, if anybody's gone through that neighborhood, it's a beautiful, beautiful neighborhood. And putting apartments back there would just ruin it, if that's what they're going to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to the application?
Hi, my name is Michelle Donahue-Dechek, and I live at 105 Kennedy Circle, and I would like to thank you guys for having the board and listening to us. Again, I would agree with, the opposition that's already been proposed tonight. A project of this scope is going to cause a significant change in the character of the neighborhood, significant concerns about the proximity to all of our properties, the character that it would change. I, for one, am extremely concerned about any changes in traffic. I'm concerned about the increased density of the population and what that's going to bring. I'm very concerned about the environmental load that that's going to have, both being with some of the deforestation, with the animals that live in the habitat and the kind of changes, the water table, flooding, all of that kind of stuff. I have very significant concerns about that. Right by us, we've got a senior assisted living complex. Right down the street from that, we have an apartment complex. We have diversity in this neighborhood in that direction. We don't need this on Densmore. So again, I would just like to, respectfully disagree and oppose the proposal, and thank you for the time to listen to us as citizens of the town.
Thank you. Have a good night. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application? Step right up, sir.
My name is Rod Clements. I live at 35 Kennedy. I purchased the property August, September of last year. If this complex was there, I would not have bought it. Not at all. It's a nice community down there. The neighbors are nice. I walk the dog in the evening. We communicate with each other. It's quiet. It's nice. Like I said, if that was there, I never would have bought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application? Step right up. Don't feel compelled to wait for my invitation. You can form a line if you'd like, or if you want to sit and contemplate on you before you decide, that's fine as well.
Hi, I'm Tom Donovan. I live at 65 Kennedy Circle. I also just bought my property about 2 years ago, and one of the main reasons was that open area behind my house. I also have concerns with the traffic flow, especially on Densmore Road. School is letting out. Sometimes it's a bear to get up and down that road already. So that's my opposition to the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application?
My name is Don Delavilla. I live at 9L Central Drive. Just a little historical background. I used to be a director of Parks and Recreation for the town. And back in '68, we had a master plan. We looked at all kinds of properties. And Benjer's property was an important part of it. We were leasing the property across the street from Densmore, where the East Runaway School District had, and we made an athletic field out of it. We made a proposal for that property because we wanted to make a park area out of it. Matter of fact, I had the support of the chief of police at that time, who was willing to help us in environmental things and fishing ponds, using that creek and so forth, clean it all up. We made an offer. You have to check your records. It's here. But we offered, I think, around $68,000. Unfortunately, Mrs. Benninger wanted the property. She liked the idea that she would have a park around her home. And but we were at that time unable to be able to close the deal. There were medical problems and so forth that had to be dealt with. My concern always been nobody pursued it afterwards. And there was a timetable, and the town had affordable funding possibly from the state, federal government. Just as a consideration, if it's a matter of a return and keeping that property available, it was in our consideration. Other properties in the town that we looked at, we wanted. Matter of fact, at one time we wanted the property where the Medley Center was. We were turned down. And the reason for it, because environmentally it's a dumping ground at one particular point. We couldn't put a playground there, ball fields, soccer fields, so forth. But this property was ideal. It had so many possibilities for a nice park area, play area for the kids, nature center, so forth. And it would just been conducive for that particular area. So I bring that to your attention and have the town think in terms of maybe that's available, maybe that's a consideration. I don't know. Thank you.
Sir, excuse me, sir, could you repeat your name for me, please, for the record?
Don Dellavella.
And your street address was 9?
9 L Central.
El Centro. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application? Is there anyone who'd like to come up and talk to us about it? Neither for it nor against it, just to share thoughts or information? All right. Then I'll give the applicant the opportunity to address issues that were raised during the public hearing portion.
Just to touch base, John Sharaba, Land Tech, and I appreciate the neighbors' comments, and I look at them wholeheartedly and generally try to address them. But the plan you see before you in this venue don't have the opportunity. When you talk about lot coverage and buffering, again, this plan shows intent. So if this plan was to move through the planning process, this is step one. It's a lengthy process. Planning board issues of traffic, screening, buffering, all those things would come up and with a lot more detail. I know one of the members mentioned about, impacts to the creek, and that shows it on the seeker form. Well, the long form or the short form seeker shows where does the water go? Well, eventually, all the water goes to Densmore Creek in this area, and we would have measures in place to protect that, meeting DEC guidelines. So I really can't speak to specifics for the neighbors, but, as this plan moves forward, all of their concerns would be heard again at the planning process, and we'd address them at that time. So I'll give it back to Alan.
Yeah, just to recap, on the process, I don't have any argument with the way you explain the seeker process. Certainly, you can move forward as a uncoordinated review and make your own determination tonight. That's your option. As far as the, going back to the use variance factors, the price that's being paid, the $200,000, is only if we get a favorable ruling. He can't get that price. So, but even if he could, I think that with a real value of, if he paid $6,000, so basically paid $60,000 in today's dollars, going from $60,000 to $200,000 when you're paying $4,000 taxes a year over 65 years is barely would be a reasonable return. I mean,
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't think that you necessarily would just compound those tax payments year after year, because we haven't been shown the marketing efforts for the last 60 years. So maybe he could have sold it at year 5 for a reasonable rate of return, or year 10, or, so on.
Right, but he didn't,
Sure, he wasn't paying $4,000 a year in taxes
No,
in
but
1955.
no, I understand, but we're talking real dollars. So the question is,
Okay.
was he paying $400? Is
My point
Actually, not
simply.
$4,000.
Right, and the more questions that we raise about what was he paying and all that, the more it reinforces in my mind what I said earlier, which is, we need the information.
Okay.
We don't have that
I
dollars and
understand, I understand
cents.
what you're saying, I understand what you're saying. In the point, you did some rough math of $1 million. I think that, I mean, granted, you don't have all the details on the financing, but it wouldn't be, it's not what it would be, because he has to pay out a lot of money to get the money that didn't go into your equation. So I just don't want anybody to be misled that I understand how you're doing.
I did
the
18
back of
by
the envelope.
74.
I understand how you did your math, but it did
But
not.
I'm sure that.
It didn't include a lot of
than that,
things.
I'm sure, but.
Right.
As far as the unique circumstances, I think this property is unique, being the 11.5 acre parcel. There just aren't smaller parcels. Maybe you don't have to bring a road in. You can divide up into lots. Here, the problem is you got to bring a road in that meets the town specs and all. In order to justify that, you got to have a lot of lots. And I think nobody has disputed that the absorption rate, even nobody's really disputed that you couldn't sell the houses for the close to 250 that you would need to make this work, and it would take many years, to market that many houses. So that's not going to work. Self-created, I think. Again, the question is, what could Mr. Bettinger do with the property? And you do look at the possible options. So you do look like if Mr. Bettinger was the developer or he hired a developer. So I think that is a fair way to look at it. And I think even one of the opponents said that, well, there's diversity in the neighborhood, and that, that's true. That was our point. There is a lot of different uses. I understand technically, yes, a school is listed in the R1 as a residential use, but it's not what I would call a residential use. A church is allowed, yes, but it's not what I, would normally consider that. And the point is, and there's apartments across the creek, so the point is it's not a neighborhood of just single-family detached, and with the proper buffer. Granted, somebody might lose their pool or whatever, but we're going to have to, we would put a buffer in, which would result in a lot better outcome. So, we do think we've met the test, because the property was marketed. There weren't any churches that came forward. I mean, maybe the town was interested, or the school 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, whatever, but, that's not the situation today. I think in today's, I think it's unrealistic to say that the fire department's going to build a fire hall, or the town is going to buy it, unless maybe the town wants to buy it, but, so they should talk to Mr. Bettinger, but that the town is going to put up the money. I think the only reasonable development would be some sort of private development. So, thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the hearing with respect to that matter, and I believe we have one other case that was tabled.
Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1504-4. Upon the matter of request by Land Tech, acting as agent for Smattle Holdings LLC for area variances to construct 54 row house units with less than required side setbacks and exceeding maximum allowable density on premises 160 Densmore Road in an R1 residential district.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Proceed. I'm Alan Knopf. Do you want me to go ahead or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Alan Knopf from Knopf Shaw. We're attorneys for the applicant Smattle Holdings. I'm here tonight with the consultant, John Sharaba from Land Tech, and Angelo Licciardello from Smattle is in the second row here tonight. As you recall, we were here in December on an application for a use variance for, I believe it was 74 units. We had a meeting with neighbors and presented our application. Give you a little background as to how we got to where we're at.
Before you get into that, when you were here in December,
yes,
we ended up hearing a lot about the application, and then we referred it to the planning board to be lead agency for seeker purposes. It seems to me, in looking over your application, that we're likely to do the same thing tonight.
I did think of that, but
And we have a memo from the Conservation Board that recommends that we table the application and forward it to the Planning Board for a seeker determination.
Okay.
So my thinking is that we're probably not going to actually get to, like we didn't in December, actually determining whether or not we're going to grant any variances and the things that you're seeking in the application. So what I'd ask is that if you could limit what you're about to talk about to why we shouldn't refer this to the planning board for a seeker determination. That might save us all a lot of discussion about things that aren't going to be relevant to what we're doing tonight.
well, just on that particular issue, and I'm sure Ms. Champion can chime in and give you her opinion, but this is an unlisted action, so you're not required to do coordinated review. So the zoning board, we would ask to make its own determination of significance, but as you know, you do have the option of doing coordinated review and asking another agency like the planning board to be the lead.
And it seems to me that the same reasons that we came to that conclusion in December are still present with respect to this application.
Well, be that as it may.
I think that was 7 votes in favor and
Right,
no
right.
opposed.
Well, that was a use variance application. This is a
Right.
smaller project. But, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we at least be given an opportunity to give a brief presentation on the
So all I was
application.
asking, brief is what I was getting at.
Well, the game doesn't start till like 9:15.
That has nothing to do with the game.
It's actually 9:18, but.
Oh, 9:18. I just want to give a little background so you know how we got to where we're at. And what we were asking for tonight, and I understand you won't be acting on it tonight, is a couple of area variances. The main one would be the density from allowed 38 to 54, which is maybe upping it by 30%, or depending how you count it, or 45%. Originally, and then we're also asking for a variance on the side setbacks, to have some zero setbacks. That's something that the planning board could also address through cluster. So that may be something that's deferred to the planning board, but since we were coming in front of this board first, we thought, out of respect to this board, we would present you with that issue. We understand if that may be deferred to the planning board. So the main issue before the board is the density. Originally, when we came here, we were asking for a use variance to put 74 units on one lot. We went, and we also asked for an interpretation. The board did not agree with our interpretation, but out of that rose an interpretation that that a duplex was allowed on a lot in the zone. And through the site capacity worksheet, it was determined that we could do 36 lots, therefore there could be 76 units in 38 duplexes. In other words, 38 times 2.
I should just point out real quick, though, the town board has taken action to clarify the code as it's been administered in the town for the last, its existence, so that we're utilizing the way that code reads just so the board doesn't get confused.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Weatherby stole my thunder. I was about to get to that. So, based on the interpretation that we received, that we could do 38 duplexes or 76 units total, Smattle went ahead and purchased the property. Based on that interpretation, invested its money in the property because it, even though doing 38 lots was not as preferable to having one lot because of the implications for real property tax, with each lot being separately assessed, they went ahead and purchased based upon, in reliance upon the interpretation. Since then, the town in response to the interpretation, amended the code and has said that they're not going to allow duplexes in this zone on single lots, effectively reducing the allowed density of the 76 upon which we relied upon when my client purchased the property down to 38. So that's where we were at. We had gone in front of the planning board. We're seeking with a proposal, seeking input from the planning board. They had some questions, and the town staff had some questions that we did address related to things like consistency with the comprehensive plan and all. Since the code was amended,
Well, just to be
in the process.
But to clarify one thing, though, because I don't want this to get lost, there is nowhere in town where it's been administered the way that was, and kudos to finding the misprint slash loophole, but there is nowhere in town that you can point to where there is the zoning code has been administered the way that the applicant was requesting. So it's not as if this is a change in the way that the zoning code's been administered over the course of the last 25 years, just to make sure we're clear about that.
But we did receive an interpretation that our interpretation was correct, and our client bought the property in reliance on that. I understand that no one may have seen the way it may be in the past people didn't properly read the code or didn't quite comprehend it. It is a little confusing, but that was how the code was interpreted, and we went ahead. So, that's a position our client was put in. He went ahead and purchased the property. Now he wants to try to at least make something of the development. Doing 38 just is not going to work. He could do a conventional development of 38 separate conventional single-family homes, as we had indicated earlier, that would not be cost-effective because of the cost of development would be a lot more, and it would be much worse from an environmental standpoint because, it would cause some real environmental issues because we would be on the, on the edge of the steep slope. We would eliminate the buffer to the single-family homes and all that. So by clustering, we avoid any environmental impacts of any consequence because we're able to put a buffer from the single-family homes. Across the street is a school. There's apartments across Densmore, so the only single-family homes, the neighborhood to the north, we would be able to buffer if we do not do detached single-family homes in a conventional layout. So by effectively clustering, we're able to avoid the environmental impact. So that's why we're here.
But can I ask Mr. Weatherby a question, and not
Sure.
to interrupt, but the town board has determined that you could build a duplex.
No, sir. No, sir. So the way that the code has always been administered is in R1 was single-family homes. If you wanted to do
Right.
something other than that, you'd need some sort of variance for 0 lot lines or you'd need a setback, something, if you wanted to build something like this, you wouldn't be able to do it. The language of the code had there's some clarification that needed to make sure that the language was consistent with the administration, which is what has been always understood here for a number of decades. So the town board just really clarified the language so that the language was consistent with the administration of the code.
All right, so the way I'm reading my paper here, it says it's allowed 38 units. Are those 38 units
So
under how many roofs?
If you were to go out and build a traditional, what you'd think in the sense, traditional residential subdivision of 38 units. That's
38
what
houses, separate.
Yes, 38 individual single-family homes.
Right.
That's
So
what's the allowed, that's the allowed
So
use.
a duplex is not allowed. Multifamily is what they're requesting is not allowed.
No,
In row housing, it's a multifamily one-unit building.
What we're requesting is 38 single-family lots on 38 separate lots. The row house or
But
multifamily.
they're, excuse me for interrupting, but they're connected. So it's gonna look
Right,
like a
that's the
row
zero
house.
setback. It may look like it, but it
Right,
is not
okay.
because they're single lots, so they're going to be assessed separately, which is a big difference.
Single lots with no setback because they're built together.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so it's, okay. All
And
right, now I get it.
because multifamily is when you have more than one unit on a lot, and the tax assessment is quite
So
different.
you're planning on breaking up these lots, making them separate,
Right.
even though they're gonna
And
look
that's per,
like
the interpretation, when we settled back in December, was that they have to be on
a single separate lot.
Right. And so they all can be sold individually.
So the number of 38 was determined by the amount of space available
the not buildable area, yeah.
in that buildable area, and that was determined by the town board or by our
No.
typical,
No,
by
by
our
the-
zoning courts.
by the- yes.
Okay,
Right.
so,
That's through the site capacity worksheet.
okay, so, all right, so.
I think everybody agrees pretty
And the
much.
38 doesn't work for your project.
Right, right. Because of the infrastructure costs and all. In part of it, he went into it, I guess the point is, the fairness, he went into this thinking he could do 76 because that's what the town said. So he invested his money, bought the property, thinking the 76 was legal because it was. And now, because there was an interpretation from the town that said that. And
I would
now-
ask that the members of the audience hold your comments. You'll be given an opportunity to come to the podium and speak later on, but it's with the background of buzzing coming from the audience, it's difficult for us up here because we hear that under what the applicant is saying. So if you could hold your comments until we give you an opportunity to
But
come up
in any
and
event,
speak.
I was hoping Mr. Sharaba could give you a little presentation on what the layout would be, so you know so you better understand what, instead of going in circles here on the legal history, I think you understand what.
And I just have one clarifying point on the 76, 76 homes that were the basis of the interpretation. The interpretation was on the use of attached versus detached, single-family dwellings. I don't know if the town ever got to the point, with the site capacity worksheet as far as the density of ever saying that 76 homes
Never
would
gotten
fit.
to this, we've never gotten to this point, but I think the general numbers were what they are now.
So I don't know from a density standpoint if that's really changed since your initial application. It was just more whether or not detached or versus attached single-family residences were permitted.
No, I don't think anybody's disagreeing that the site capacity worksheet says there could be 38 lots, and the interpretation is you could have a duplex on each lot. I don't know if you ever said you could have 76, but then
I don't think so.
the law
I
has
don't-
changed, so it couldn't, we couldn't do that now
Because
without a
of the
variance.
missing two words in the code, the way it was written, it made it so that if you were reading the code, you could make the argument, which is why there was a reason to clarify. The language is consistent with the administration. That is the main point. The way it's been administered, this is consistent. The language is consistent with that now. A reading of the code more closely in the prior iterations could have shown that you could say that there was duplexes would be allowed. That is why there's a need to make sure the language, again, is consistent with the administration of the code.
Right, but from a density perspective, without having gone through the exercise of the site capacity worksheet, there's no way of saying, to Alan's point, that 76 homes would have been permitted under the prior interpretation, that's true. It still may have been closer to the number that we have now.
Well, I think legally, with your interpretation, a duplex is allowed on one lot, and there's 38 lots.
No, I
And
understand,
not that necessarily
but it's a lot coverage issue with the density, it's not just the number.
That's true, too.
Well, there'd be
So
there's other issues you
So if
gotta
they're
look at.
twice the size.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Then you wouldn't necessarily still need to be still able to have
I see what you're
76
saying.
of them, because they're twice the size.
Right, we didn't propose that because we couldn't fit 76 necessarily.
It's an interesting issue, but I would circle back to what I said at the
All right.
outset. Thank you.
Well,
Just so we're clear that we didn't go from 76 permitted to
Mr.
30.
Sharaba, just show you a little bit about.
He's going to give us a little demonstration, right?
Sure.
All right.
I'll be quick. So just to recap, we're basically looking, the site capacity worksheet said 38 lots. We're asking for 16 more, for a total of 15. So that's the density issue. And I know we're throwing a lot of terms
Total
around
of
here.
54, right?
54 lots. I know we're throwing a lot of terms around here that this board's not used to. Clustering, site capacity worksheet, and we're looking to get to the planning board. We want to make an application. But we need approval from this board in order to say we're going over the 38 units. If I can just speak, I don't know if the board's familiar with clustering. If the site capacity worksheet says 38 units, we can do 38 units all over the project, or we can do 38 units in a quarter of the area. And that's really what we're doing. We're using the cluster philosophy that the planning board is normally interprets and works with us on, but we're showing to you first because we're saying, hey, we're going over the 38 units. So that's why we're here tonight, along with the zero setback for the common wall, which is another issue that'll be addressed by the planning board. And what we've done on the plan, if you look at it briefly, is what clustering is you try to find a benefit to the town and the public for giving clustering, for shrinking this development. And what are those benefits? Well, it's open space. If you look at our plan, we only have about 9 acres we have 9 acres of land open and untouched. We only have 1.7 acres of land that's building area, which puts it at around 14%. So there's only 14% of this area that's built on, which is less than what the code requires for R1, which is 25%. So that's a benefit. You have more open space. Then you try to eliminate public utilities, dedicated roads. This is a private road configuration. So the town's not going to be plowing this road, salting this road, maintaining this road. We also look for other amenities like walks and things like that. So we've added sidewalks to this plan. We've added a trail to this plan. So we've tried to take things that would make it a benefit to get the units we want, shrink the project down, and provide buffering. Buffering is an important thing. The people on Kennedy Circle, which I'm sure the majority are here, don't want this probably in their backyard. But the closest building to their property line is 92 feet away. We also are going to incorporate a 30-foot conservation easement over the existing trees that are there right now today to be managed by the town. So we're trying to buffer this. We don't have to do that with conventional layout. The rear setback for a conventional layout is only 30 feet. So if we do the standard subdivision that we all think we want there, we're going to wipe out every tree within 30 feet of their back property line. That's what you're looking at. This protects the buffer, protects some of those open areas, protects the wildlife. So clustering is a tool that we use a lot to try to make a better project. We're not just trying to, build an apartment project here that doesn't work. These are private lots. Yes, they are owned by one person, but they're private metered, private lots, private taxes. The other thing I want to point out that's very important is my applicant tonight has no problem signing a deed restriction to make this a 55 or older project. So we're not asking for rezoning and to rezone the senior, but we incorporate the future plans that this is 55 years or older to minimize impact to the schools. But this is a product, a plan that my client has produced other places in Monroe County. People naturally gravitate to it that are 55 and older. And if you look at the preservation of open space and things like that, we need the planning board to work with us. But it's hard for us to go to the planning board with a density that's not allowed. So we just can't present to them and them say, well, why are you here? The zoning board's got to give you relief. So although we might walk out of here with a no decision, we're hoping that some feedback from this board may shed some positive light on this for going beyond the 38 unit density. So that's a quick,
I'm sorry.
about as quick as I can do it.
Can I ask? I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
This map is a good map, right?
That's a reduced size map of this one.
Okay.
Yep.
So it means something. That's what I'm getting at.
Yep.
Now, are these gray areas driveways?
That go north and south to the building. Each unit has its own garage.
Now, I counted the number of driveways, assuming that would mean the number of houses, too. And on one side, I came up with 16, on the other was 11. So I'm looking at 27, and it doesn't come close to the 54 that you were talking about. So I'm not interpreting
Each
this
driveway
right.
goes to 2 garages.
Yeah, there's a common driveway to each garage. So these are 8-unit buildings, a majority of them. There are a couple 6-unit buildings. That's how we arrived to the...
Clustered driveways, too?
Yep, they'll have common driveways.
Okay.
Yep.
And on the map, that I just wanted to point out too, and John, maybe you can explain, just on the lot coverage, if you were to look at it in the zoning note, it says the code's 25%, it says proposed 36. Can you just explain what that is on there?
So that's a good point, Nick. Well, so when I looked at this project, the project that you mapped that you see in reduced form doesn't show lot lines. Mr. Knopf stated that there's going to be lot lines on here. I'm stating that there are going to be lot lines on it, so they're individual lots. If you take the smallest lot that we're showing, which is going to be in the common wall interior on these 8 units, that lot size is 21 foot wide by 121 foot deep, which gives you an area of about 2,400 square feet, lot area. When you use the math of the 2,400 square feet with the building footprint that we're showing you, we're roughly at that 36% lot coverage for that tiny little lot. But if you look holistically at the project, as I stated before, you have 12.69 acres, and we have 1.7 of that as building. That gives you an area of only 13% lot coverage, which is just about 50% of code. So I don't know if that clarifies it. So part of the code that we're showing you is if that individual lot, if this gets approved, is going to be over it, but due to the nature of clustering, where we're taking these lots and shrinking them, it's only natural that the percent of impervious coverage is going to go up.
Is there, Mr. Weatherby, is there a lot width that is allowed right now in the town?
Yes, I think what the applicant is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you would want those waived through the planning board process, and that's
Yeah.
why, is that the reason you're not going for them?
The lot width for R1 is 80 by 120.
Right.
And instead of doing conventional subdivision of 38 lots that way, we're going to say, we're going to leave all this open space and we're going to shrink these into these buildings. And that's how we get with these somewhat.
Just 21 feet wide seems awful narrow.
Yeah, it's a product that works. If you look at these buildings, they're two ranch units on the end, and then 4 up and down units in the middle, and that's it works for the marketing. You know, some people want smaller, some people are by themselves, especially with this age group. So it does fulfill a need.
It is something that he's definitely going to do, a 55 or older, or
I spoke to him tonight.
It's a consideration.
It's a concern of his. If he's looked at his project he's building now in Webster, and those numbers, he's not fully built out yet, but he's finding that it's 90% already. So we're looking to ways to work with the town. We understand that the burden to the school is a significant issue, and so, he's taking it kind of on, to put that deed restriction in place. I don't know what point we have to do that, but we're willing to do that.
And we also understand the town has indicated they would like to see more housing for seniors and all.
Yeah.
Well, I think for the neighbors that live on the next street over, I think their concern is the quiet neighborhood.
Yeah.
In the event the project were to go through, it might be quieter for them.
I think so, and I think this project, if you take the 55 away, even this project in its nature would be more quiet than a conventional layout of 38 units. I think we have a lot of generations of plans, and I could just kind of skim one. This would be a conventional layout with a road going down through with houses similar in size to Kennedy Circle, and you can see how that would impact these houses. So you'd have houses backing up to. I know it's kind of. So we've kind of gone through that exercise, trying to find ways to get a product that my client wants and that'll work well in the neighborhood. So we've done a lot of work. I know we were here late last year. We're looking forward to making an application to the planning board, full application with full design drawings. But after leaving here tonight, I'm going to get my marching orders from my client. And he's going to obviously spend some money. I know it's not a concern of this board with me to go forward, but we're hoping that when we have to come back to this board, you agree with our plan and after it and we have to work with the planning board. So it's not to say that 54 units, and I think Mr. Champion was speaking to that although we're saying 54, planning board might trim us down to 50. We don't know. We still have to go through the exercises of other things, EPOD plan, all the normal procedures through the planning process.
Why doesn't the road connect to Densmore Road at the south end?
That was some feedback that we got. We felt from the school they didn't want to have any more impact, so with a development like that, we put a hammerhead there to minimize a second curb cut. But we're going to work with the fire marshal on that and see if that's amenable to him. We could just as easily go out to Densmore.
I think for the 55 and older crowd, it might be, of which I'm a part, by the way,
Yeah.
It might be easier to have it come straight through.
I should point out, too, that we did go through the expense of a traffic study based on our original plans. So we have those numbers to provide to this board or the planning board. So they did find that this project, and this was done with numbers at around 64 units, had no impact on the traffic pattern from Densmore Road.
All right, excuse me. I asked before that you keep your comments to yourself. You want a chance to come up here and address the board at the podium, we'll give you that opportunity. But that kind of outburst we don't need. Thank you.
John, when we looked at this last year, you were talking rentals. Are these still rentals or for sale or a mix?
They're going to be owned by one person, but they are individual tax parcels. So my client's going to own all those lots, pay taxes on all those individual lots, and lease them out. At some point, if he wanted to sell a unit, he could, because it is its own parcel, it's metered by itself, so that opportunity is there.
Okay. And is there a rental range that you have determined already?
I have to take it from memory, and I'm trying to think somewhere between $1,200 and $1,500 a month, and I don't know if that's right. Yes, so $1,200 to $1,500 a month for these units.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right. We will open it up for those who wish to speak in favor of the application. And again, I will point out to you that when this matter was here in December, we made no decisions. We referred this matter to the planning board. There's 5 of us tonight. There were 7 of us then. I'm not anticipating that there's really going to be a whole lot of difference, but we'll be glad to hear from anyone who'd like to come up and speak. So if there's anyone here who wants to speak in favor of the application.
Just to be clear, the referral to the planning board was for them to be lead agency for the purpose of performing seeker. Just
Correct.
So, yes.
Which
Yes.
the Conservation Board is recommending that we still do. Anyone wish to speak in opposition to the application? Line up in the aisleway.
Is Mr. Bettinger coming up?
Was he coming up to speak in favor? All right, then he goes first, but I didn't see him.
He was a little slow.
That's all right.
Yeah, my name is
No,
Dan.
hold on. I need the opposition to step back. Mr. Bettinger wants to speak in favor of the application.
Well, when you get to be 94 years old, you don't move so fast, you know.
Quite all right, sir.
Yep, still hanging in there.
There you go.
I was born in Arundequoit in 1921 on Party Road, and moved to Densmore Road when I got married, and lived there the rest of my time. I think this is a good use for the parcel. Over the years, I've had a number of persons come along wanting to buy a lot, and a lot would not work out in this 11.5 acre parcel because of the length of the Densmore Road versus the depth of the land. And so I didn't have any reason to want to sell to an individual on that basis. So in the meantime, the local person came forward and has made an offer I've accepted. And I like the arrangement, and I think the property will improve with the development of these individual sites. The people on Kennedy Circle has been opposed because, of course, they want this property to be forever wild. But who's paying the taxes? Me. I'm paying the taxes on actually 16 acres of land there, including my home. And therefore, let them pay the taxes. Now, in this fashion, excuse me, well, I guess that's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, we can start moving the line forward. I think there was another gentleman, though, who was first. He sat down.
Okay. Again, my name is Dan Chilhart. I live on the other side of the Cove Road, but I use that area a lot. They just put a school there. It's just a skinny little road. It's a busy street on Orange Street. It's busy to get on the expressway. I can't imagine them building another apartments or anything. And when you're talking about 38 or 54 individual houses they're going to build all at once and sell them individually, or they're going to build them as you need them, I don't understand what he's going. If you give him the 54, does that mean he's going to put 54 of them in there right now and then start selling them, or does he sell them if they build them? Well, that really matters. But what really bothers me is that the neighborhood and the traffic. They just put a school there.
Okay.
That's what I'm opposed to.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next.
Good evening. I'm Dave Gambino. I live at 25 Twin Road, 14609. My father originally built our home there 58 years ago, and I played on many of the lots that are now occupied in Arundequite. Also, from what I understand, for the builder, that Macy's is available for condos. And I would also hope that he would move to Kennedy Circle so he could look on the beautiful site. What I'd like to say, there are many rentals that are abundant in our town. Many rentals. Now, these proposed rentals are going to be $1,200 to $1,500 in rent, when basically many of our homes around there run anywhere from $85,000 to $120,000. When you invest hundreds of thousands of dollars, what happens if it doesn't get rented? Let me put that to you. And as far as traffic, I have seen with the building of the school, with trying to pull out with Newport Highlands, that traffic is increased. Now, are we going to get to a point where we're going to have to put traffic lights on the corner of Densmore, Wall Road, Whitlock, and Heberly? Or speed bumps? It's going to increase traffic coming down those streets. Now, again, I encourage, let's look at what is already for rent. Let's fill those before we take any more of the green space and become, let's say, like Greece. And please, the neighbors on Kennedy Circle, of which I played in that area, they don't want to look out into that. So I thank you for your time and just your consideration as concerned homeowners that we have enough. Let's fill the existing rentals and maybe Bentley Center. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sherry Evershed, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. I am here tonight speaking on behalf of over 30 residents of Arundequite. My comments are, the 160 Densmore Road application is for a commercial apartment row house project. The intent of the application is to obtain enough variances so the single-family zoning will be changed to allow commercial residential rentals. It's an apartment project veiled under the guise of row houses. Based on the documents obtained from the Town Development Office, the applicant has failed to comply with the application requirements in many areas and has failed to comply with the Town Code Section 23547, Application Review Site Capacity Worksheet as it pertains to Section 23552, EPOD Steep Slopes. What is clear from the letter of intent in the instrument survey map is the Zoning Board must disapprove the Site Capacity Worksheet. The worksheet submitted with the March 6 application does not comply with Town Code. EPOD requirement. The instrument survey map must show the existing EPOD steep slope areas, and the land text sketch does not accurately depict the steep slope EPOD as defined by Town Code. The site capacity worksheet defines the steep slopes 30% and over and is 2.31 acres. Applicant has omitted any documentation that the stated 2.31 area include the transition zone as required. Town Code, Section 23552, EPOD 2, Steep Slopes Protection District. The following additional areas shall also be considered with the steep slope definition. A transition zone at the top of the slope defined as that area containing soil classes is defined in the Monroe County Soil Survey, with moderate to severe limitations for development and recreational uses as determined on a site-specific high-intensity soil survey. Town Code Section 23547, the requirements are set as follows. Site capacity worksheet. The applicant shall also submit a completed site capacity worksheet with any application for land subdivision to the Town of Arundequoit Planning Board. Said worksheet shall be made available at the Town of Arundequoit Director of Planning and Zoning Office. Although not conclusive, it should be noted that the Monroe County Soil Survey shows about half the site at 160 Densmore to be ATF3 or Arkport, Dunkirk, and Colony soils, 20 to 60% slopes. These are principally in the Arundequoit Creek and Arundequoit Bay drainage areas. Limitations to all uses of this mapping unit are severe. The USDA Soil Survey mapping program shows the site to be approximately 42% ATF3 soils. Any ATF3 soils adjacent to any 30% slopes would constitute a transition zone, and as such would become part of the steep slope EPOD and must be included in the calculations on the site capacity worksheet. On the 20th day of December 2006, Honorable Evelyn Frazee, Justice Supreme Court, issued a decision in Pilato versus Town of Arundequoit Planning Board.
Evelyn Frazee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Evelyn Frazee. Justice Supreme Court issued a decision in Pilato versus Town of Arundequoit Planning Board on the very issue of site capacity worksheet in the transition zone. The court ruled a transition zone is by definition contained in 23552, included in an environmental protection overlay district if it contains soil classes as determined by a site-specific high-intensity soil survey that indicates moderate to severe limitations for development and recreational uses. The court clearly stated the applicant must perform a site-specific high-intensity soil survey, and if the results meet with the definition contained in 23552, then the transition zone is to be included in the site capacity worksheet. Applicant's letter of intent dated March 6, 2015 states the site capacity worksheet for the property indicates that 38 lots would be allowed. However, both the letter of intent and the instrument survey map fail to provide proper documentation to support the 38 lot claim. The application purports the variance for density is substantial. Just how substantial is pure speculation and arbitrary. Once the applicant performs a site-specific high-intensity soil survey and determines the truth, submits complete substantiated data in the site capacity worksheet, provides an instrument survey map accurately showing all the EPODs, provides a letter of intent based on facts, not speculation, then the zoning board will be better able to make a rational and informed decision as to the actual magnitude of the density variance requested and the validity of the vague request made thus far. The board must disapprove the site capacity worksheet as submitted. Do not be surprised if the density calculation nears 26 lots. It should be noted that previous applications submitted by this applicant for review in December 2014 was incomplete and did not comply with town code. It referenced some imaginary allowable lot number without submitting the required site capacity worksheet. The application was invalid. Letter of intent. The letter of intent is required to clearly identify each requested area variance. The letter of intent lists only two variances. Number 1, density from 38 to 54, and number 2, side setback with 0 setbacks between units. But in reality, the sketch references a proposed area variance and minimum lot size from 9,600 square feet to 2,450 square feet, an area variance for lot width from 80 feet to 20 feet, an area variance for rear setback from 30 feet to 20 feet, an area variance for lot coverage from 25 to 36%. The board is left to imagine and speculate if there is a request for variances of lot width, rear setback, and lot coverage and lot size. Since the requirement to clearly identify each variance in the letter of intent is not satisfied, the application is incomplete and cannot be acted upon, approved, or referred to another board. The application is in reality a request for over 300 area variances. Instrument survey map requirement. The requirements for variance application include an instrument survey map showing all proposed structures and their dimensions. It must also show lot dimensions and areas. It must depict proposed setbacks. It is a requirement to accurately depict all EPODs, including the full areas of all steep slopes. The land text sketch does not depict the dimensions for the proposed structures as required. It does not depict the proposed 54 lots of the subdivision. It does not quantify the proposed lot coverage of any proposed proposed lot, and it does not depict the proposed setbacks as required. There is a note stating the minimum lot area requested is 2,450 square feet, yet there is no depiction of any lot of that size. The board must guess as to any and all lot locations, dimensions, areas, and variances required for each lot. I am sure a more complete application will result in more questions. However, as it stands, this project cannot go forward with all the outstanding issues with the application. The 5 factors for area variance. Number 1, neighborhood character. The letter of intent only partially analyzed this issue. The visual impacts may or may not be neutral. However, Arundequoit has no shortage of problems associated with commercial rental projects. That issue will be brought forth in documented detail if the incomplete application is brought into compliance. Number 2, alternative solutions. The applicant references marketing the property for decades but provides no documentation to support the claim. The New York Court of Appeals has been clear on this issue since December 30th, 1959 in Forrest versus the Zoning Board of Arundequoit. On the issue of return on investment, the state's highest court was clear that documented evidence is needed and that conclusory statements as a matter of law are insufficient. In fact, the paper trail on that property fully discredits the applicant's statement on this issue. The property was marketed at multiples of the assessed value. The recent listing price of $450,000 included 3 parcels and a residence. Again, the owner's asking price was at multiples of the assessed value. Number 3, substantial. Applicant statements on this issue have no credibility because the application is incomplete and does not comply with either town code or the decision of the Supreme Court of New York. The analysis is based on numbers that were not calculated in accordance with town code. Number 4, physical environmental conditions. The applicant's statements on this issue disregard the laws of the town. The applicant has not bothered to locate the highly sensitive and severe soils contained in the ATF3 areas on the site. Without mapping these areas, the applicant's statements are fully speculative. Number 5, self-created. The applicant claims Mr. Bettinger was unable to obtain any return on his investment on this property. The applicant seems to conveniently forgotten to reference the offer from the East Arundequoit School District for an amount in excess of $250,000. The truth is the entire failure to realize a return falls totally on the shoulders of Mr. Bettinger. As described above, the law is clear that documentation is required to support claims, and the applicant has provided none. Everything is speculative until the applicant completes an application and submits a site capacity worksheet done in accordance with the town code and case law. This application would set a new precedent in our town. Large variances with no lot lines, building in the buffer EPOD, and bringing commercial apartments in an R1 neighborhood. Please uphold our town code and disapprove the site capacity worksheet for the protection of our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, this is not a performance, and I'm not gonna say it again. There's to be no comments from the audience. If you want to comment by either verbally or otherwise, you can get in line and come to the podium. If there's going to be any more of that, we'll have people step outside, and then they can come in one at a time and talk. I'm not putting up with any more of that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Name and address, please, sir.
My name is Sam Mastro Simone. I live at 298 Waller Road for 51 years. I'm against for this project. Believe me, you got to be a traffic just as fresh the value of the house. The traffic is going to be between the school, the bus that we see every morning. I live in 4 houses down to Densmore. The traffic we have with the school bus in the morning and the afternoon. A lot of people walking. There got to be a lot of traffic walking when this apartamento get out. So the only thing you're going to get out, the first street you're going to be Waller Road. So you're familiar with that. So Waller Road, they got every street, no sidewalk, no guard, nothing. People walking during the winter time in the dark, in the middle of the street. Very dangerous because I drive myself from Densmore to Culver Road all the time, and most of the time. If you have a really messy. They clean up the site to work on one side, my side, between Densmore to in the middle of the street. It's got a curve like this. I never seen it on the quiet street with a curve in the middle, like this. You're familiar. Plus, you have one tree right in the middle, the road. The garbage truck one time, it break the branch and mostly killed himself. I never took care. Anyway, I wish this, you ladies and gentlemen, to consider this project, everything else, because I'm against a lot of the other people I don't like to. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
My name is Madeline Guerra. I live at 171 Kennedy Circle. I have a custom-built home worth over $130,000. I didn't buy that home to have apartments next to me. I've lived there since the beginning of that area on Kennedy Circle, over 45 years. Now, when you say about traffic, I just want you to know, just 2 months ago, trying to come out of Kennedy Circle, one of the people dropping off their children off to school doesn't see my car halfway in the road and comes around and smashes my car for $8,500 because there's a hill there and you cannot see cars coming up. There's cars, they never knew where Densmore Circle was. Now you get them from the expressway. They come down there to avoid the lights on Culver Road. They take the shortcut, so they don't have to stop for the signal lights. Isn't that wonderful? You have school children there. It's supposed to be 25 miles an hour. I have news for you. If you were around there, it's not 25. It's a mess. It's a mess. And around the corner, you have the Legacy. Beyond that, you have apartments. How many apartments do we need? Where are these people coming from to go into these apartments? If they turn around and said that they don't have room for private homes on that land, then they shouldn't have bought the property. It's an R1 restricted, and it should remain that way. How would you like it in your backyard? I don't like it in mine. It's R1, and I want it to stay that way. And if they can't put private homes there, they had no business buying that property. Thank
Next.
you.
You're welcome.
My name is Walter Jasterzeb, and I live at 171 Kennedy Circle. And I'm here for one thing. We did not get enough information on the planning board. We're just told verbally here, and all the people are seeing what's going to happen. Now, this idea of trying to build as many units as possible so they could make more money, I don't think so. Who would want a house with just 20 feet? Hey, I'm thinking of the elder people. You know, I'm 93 years old. I like to move around. And if I had a high chair or a go-kart, say,
Sir, if you address your comments to the board, please.
Pardon?
Please address your comments to the
Yes,
board, not to the audience.
I thought maybe the people didn't hear me, and I'm...
Well, they'll hear you a lot better if you speak into the microphone.
All right. Well, now you know. The elderly people don't want to be cooped up. 20 feet. This is ridiculous. Why, if you're in a wheelchair, do you think you can move around in a 20-foot area? And another thing, there's a lot of people, I've taken the study, there's a lot of small homes here. So this idea of concentrating to make the biggest profit out of that area, that's because they're thinking of the money. Well, I think that we should think of the people that are going to move into this town because they're going to be paying the taxes here. And as far as reducing the size and so forth, there's something you got to consider. The children across the street that go to that school. It is really terrible. You have to, in other words, if you're going to put that many units in, you would have to extend the roadway. And I think that right now they're squeezed so much, there's no reason that we should do that. Just let him make smaller, regular size to pass the code units. That's enough. Keep it contain it into what the town allows, and no variation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
You may clap, I don't.
John Kaufman, 249 Hoffman Road. I'm Secretary of Irondequoit Land Use Coalition, a group dedicated to getting wise development in our town. The purpose of the site capacity worksheet was to reduce development density in environmentally sensitive parcels. ILUC was instrumental in the incorporation of the site capacity worksheet into the town code. This application asks for a radical increase in the number of units allowed by the SCW, Site Capacity Worksheet. ILUC is very much opposed to any increase in the number of units above that allowed by the SCW. We recommend that your board deny the request for an increased number of units. Second point, the application asserts that the area of this parcel is 12.69 acres, while the town assessor's office and Monroe County Pictometry indicate that the parcel is only 11.5. Could the applicant address this discrepancy? As Ms. Evershed pointed out previously, some of these areas of the EPODs look suspect to me, and I think they should be submitted over the seal of a professional engineer. Clustering should be required, but only 38 units should be allowed in the cluster. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good evening. My name is John Carino. I reside at 85 Kennedy Circle. 160 Densmore Road is Zone R1, residential single families. Per the development site capacity worksheet, which isn't complete, he could only build 38 homes. This developer is proposing 7 apartment buildings, 54 units, with 0 lot lines, being partially built at EPOD with detention pond. This proposes a magnitude of variance that are asking for is unprecedented in size. Nowhere else in our town has this ever been done. Of course, this developer has the right to ask for variance for whatever he wants, to put it up to the town to uphold our code and law, to put in place to protect the environment and residents. And in closing, I'd just like to say, I've been in this property 29 years, okay? I put a lot of work into that house. My house backs right up to those woods. Mr. Berenger could say what he wants to say. I'm in a professional business. I've had people all around the country fly around. That property where we live, you can get $1 million anywhere in Boston or anywhere else. All I'm saying is when I bought that property, it was Zone R1. That's why I would have stayed. If I knew it was going to be zoned a different thing, I would have got out of Irondequoit a long time ago. Secondly, love all the seniors, but you know what? You keep pushing this, you'll never have any young community people come in and build houses and look in this community. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Donahue. I live at 105 Kennedy Circle. I'm glad that the board is considering the variance that this developer is trying to put forth, which is for density and for setback. You know, the board and the zones exist to help protect us, the residents. This is an R1 district, and that is all that should be in the district is R1. Okay, so, you know, kind of related to those 5 statutory factors related to area variances, neighborhood character, rentals change the character of a neighborhood. There is no doubt in that. The traffic safety concerns, there are enough apartments and rentals in our immediate neighborhood. We do not need any more. In terms of alternative solutions, benefit from land can be gained from development that will not require a variance. There is, to stay within the rules of R1, a reasonable return does not equal a maximal return, and I think that's important to consider. And that was upheld by Everhead and Johnson. In terms of substantial, this development, as put forth, will be a huge change. It will affect the health, the safety, and the welfare of the entire neighborhood and should be seriously considered. With the proposed variances and increased density above the limit, it's not allowed within that R1. And that needs to be considered. In regard to Mrs. Evershed's comment, I'm not going to repeat that, but really we're looking at variances for minimal lot lines. We're looking for variances for lot width. We're looking for variances for rear setbacks, and we're looking for variance for lot coverage. That's a lot more than the 2 area variances that were proposed originally, totaling over 300. And that also should be considered. In terms of environmental conditions, the plan submitted was incomplete. In terms of the survey, it doesn't show all the proposed structures. It doesn't even show the lot lines. Okay, if I'm a teacher, if a student submits me incomplete work, I can't assess that. So I find it hard that the board can judge something that's incomplete and make a good decision. As talked of before, the setbacks aren't there, the lot coverage isn't there. You're guessing. You're guessing at all this information because it wasn't given to you, and you can't make good decisions if you don't have accurate information. In terms of this, self-created is that last feature that we look at. People are responsible when they purchase land to know what type of land this is, and this has clearly been an R1. It's not a hardship because they are charged with the knowledge of zoning ordinance provisions that would create any problems. So, you can't acquire land zoned for residential and then try and change it later with a variance. So in closing, I just want to thank you for giving us all the opportunity to express our concerns, and I just wanted to summarize as recent as March 20th of 2015 in Tonawanda, they held that substantial variances in residential areas do not allow for apartment, self-created developments that were detrimental to the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Karen Capon. I live at 50 Densmore Road, which is one of the houses that's near Norton Street, of which I spend every morning of my life trying to get out of my driveway and then turn on to Norton Street, and I have a very hard time because of the traffic and the buses. And my biggest problem with this whole thing is that how much more is this neighborhood supposed to absorb? First, you started with the legacy, which I came here to protest that because it was a known fact that Kodak dumped chemicals on that, on all that land, and it really shouldn't have been touched, and it was. And I don't know how far back it went, but I'm probably sure there's some chemicals on this property too. It's just we can't deal with any more of this on that road, and I don't think we should have to. Our taxes certainly have not gone down because of anything that's been put up. The school, the legacy, the apartments down the street. I think we've had to deal with enough. We need to keep this property green and keep it like it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Carroll, and I live at 264 Wall Road. I moved in Arundequoit in 2008. Before I moved, I was driving around the neighborhood to see what kind of a neighborhood it was, and I saw that there were a lot of single-family homes with a lot of children, people walking their dogs, and I chose to move into this area. I would hope that you oppose this proposition that they have to build these apartments or build these homes or whatever they want to build to rent, because there is a lot of traffic in the area already from the school, and putting these in will cause a lot more traffic, a lot more congestion, and it will no longer be a nice neighborhood. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Next.
Good evening. Name is Greg Devlin, 135 Carroll Drive, and I'd like to talk about a couple of these things, but in more generalities and such. So I listened to all this. I wonder about the future impact to start with, and we're talking about six unit buildings. In other words, 9 buildings with 6 units. I agree that it is nothing but a veiled comment for an apartment complex. That's all it really is, and that's not what the code goes for. They talked about rentals of $1,200 to $1,500 per month. And they talk about using only 1.5 acres for these. And if this is successful, I can just see how we'll come back in the future, and they're going to want to go use some more of this green space to put up more units. Once you set the precedent, they're going to have more argument to go ahead and say for this. But more importantly, when I look at all of this and I see everything's been said and such like that, I wonder, why do we have codes? Why do we have regulations? We have R1 because, and that's what people moved into. People moved into an R1 district. They did not expect to have their homes challenged and devalued because you changed the code after they've moved in. When you have someone buy a piece of land and then come forth and say, well, now you've got to accommodate me and change the code, that's wrong. I remember that's what Legacy tried over on Titus Avenue. They bought the property, then they came and said, you've got to change the code so we can put up what we want to put up. We have R1, people move into a town, they move into a neighborhood because of what they have there. They move into it to go ahead and maintain property values because of the value of the neighborhood, because of the atmosphere of the neighborhood and of the town. We don't want to go ahead and degrade that. We should not degrade that. If you, in fact, allow the variance and go from R1 and change the zoning, you're going to set a precedent. Legacy, I remind you, they removed the proposal. It was never put down. They can come back and repropose it. If you set the precedent of allowing this, that will probably happen. It'll be harder to go ahead and stop. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application? Is there anyone who wants to come up and talk to us about it? Does the applicant wish to address any of the points bearing in mind what I said at the outset?
Mr. Chairman, I think at this point, what we would request is that you keep the hearing open and refer the matter to the planning board for the lead agency designation so we can move forward. And, we did not make our full presentation, go through all the factors and all that, and I don't think you want me to do that tonight, so I won't. But that's what we would request.
Okay, thank you. All right, the board will be in recess for 10 minutes until 8:55. No further public input allowed during that portion unless it's specifically and expressly requested by the board. People are welcome to stay and listen to the deliberation. If you wish to leave and are interested in learning what the results are, you can either catch that on TV or you can call the Planning and Zoning Department tomorrow morning after 9 a.m. As I indicated before the meeting got underway, the seeker process has not been completed for the Densmore Road and Thomas Avenue and Pattonwood Drive cases, also known as Lighthouse Point. So with respect to case PZB 1504-4, I'm moving that we table that case until such time as it's actually ready for us to take some action instead of coming back month after month without being able to take action. All those in favor? Was there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There are 7 in favor, no opposed, nobody's absent, there are no abstentions. Seeing none, we'll close the hearing, and the board will be in recess until 8 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I've noticed that some new individuals have shown up here, and I don't think they might know that the other matters have been tabled.
Oh, yes. For the benefit of those who arrived after we started, the applications concerning Densmore Road and Lighthouse Point have been tabled because the seeker process is not yet complete and it's not possible for us to take action. We are now adjourned until 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next item on the agenda is case number PZB 1504-4. Upon the matter of request by Land Tech, acting as agent for Angelo Licciardello, for a use variance and area variances to construct 62 townhouse units with less than required side setbacks and exceeding maximum allowable density on premises 160 Densmore Road in an R1 residential district.
Good evening. I'm Alan Knopf, attorney for the applicant. I'm here with John Sharaba from Land Tech, my associate Melissa Valley, and Angelo Licciardello from the project applicant. We were here about a year ago.
Yep. Do we need to swear them all in again? No. No? Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
Well, we were here about a year ago and presented our case for the variances. Kevin Bruckner, our appraiser, was here, presented his analysis, which you also have in writing. He recently, we submitted a supplement to that. So I guess what we would like to do tonight is maybe briefly review what our presentation was, because as you know, we had to wait for the seeker process to be completed, which finally was concluded with a negative declaration from the planning board, I guess in March or February, but fairly recently they gave a negative declaration, so now the zoning board can go forward. So we'd like to present, we know that it's on for public hearing for the public to speak. We would prefer that the board keep the hearing open so we can respond to any issues that are raised, and maybe have a fuller board to consider the application in a month or two.
Before you get started, I want to ask council if she would go over some of the things that you need for the
For the use variance?
Yep.
Sure. Was the use variance what you were going to address first, Alan?
Well, John was going to, I mean, I can address it first, or John was going to briefly just present what the project is, and then I was going to go through the use variance factors.
Okay. I guess before John steps up, I can just do a general overview so this board has in mind sort of the framework within which you're considering this project. It's a little bit different than what the typical applications are that are before the board. Usually we're used to seeing a lot of variances. You've dealt with use variances in the past, of course, but just reminding this board of the standards for use variance, which are a little bit different than the area variance standards, and there are some area variances associated with this application as well. But the area variance standards, if you remember, it's more of a balance. If there is no detriment to the health, safety, welfare of the community, there's a shifting in the burden, and it's not as heavy of a burden to overcome an area variance as it is a use variance. A use variance, there's the underlying question of whether or not denying the variance would create an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. And then there are 4 specific use variance standards, all of which the applicant needs to meet. The one that receives usually the most focus, and it's what Alan was referring to in the letter from their financial consultant, is whether or not the applicant can receive a reasonable rate of return on his investment of the property. Those are all, that's the argument that's detailed in the prior letter and the update from the financial consultant. The second is whether the property presents any unique circumstances versus general conditions. So are there things that are special or unique about this property that weigh in favor of granting this special relief for a use variance? The third is that there will be no alteration in the essential character of the area. And the fourth is that the hardship is not self-created. So of those 4 criteria, with, again, the overarching unnecessary hardship standard, they all have to be proven and met, and the focus is typically on whether or not a reasonable rate of return can be realized under any of the permitted uses of the land. And here it's an R1 district, so the most relevant, the relevant consideration is whether or not the developer could realize a reasonable rate of return on a development of single-family detached houses. So with that in mind, John, or Alan, whichever of you wanted to.
John's going to go ahead, and I
Okay.
think your attorney succinctly stated the overall standard for use variance. So.
And just for a matter of, from a process standpoint, this board is going to take up the use variance, even though both are listed. The plan of approach would be to take up the use variance first, and then subsequent site plan review and any other remaining area variances would be taken up at a later date. So right now, the first order of business would be the use variance for this board.
That makes sense.
So, John Sharaba with Land Tech, and thank you for a brief moment here to kind of go back over the history of what we're looking at. And as Alan said, this is a project we've been working on for quite some time. This is a 12.6 acre parcel on the east side of Densmore Road. To the north of us is Kennedy Circle. To the east of us is 590, and to the south of us is Densmore Creek. So it's kind of a tucked away parcel here. Due to the seeker process, we had to go heavily into engineering to answer a lot of their questions. But we have a 8-unit townhome building consisting of, an 8-building townhome unit consisting of 62 units.
John, I'm not sure that's on.
Sure.
Let's try this.
Another one?
That one, now it's
Is it better?
Yeah.
All right, make it a little closer to my mouth then. So, again, 8 buildings consisting total of 62 townhome units for sale. And what we're using in the engineering term is a cluster philosophy. Instead of R1, where we put a normal road, we kind of looked at the density analysis of 62 and then figured out how to maximize the parcel to achieve a better effect. And in this case, a better effect is buffering. So what we're able to accomplish is we're going to have a 30-foot permanent easement. Still not working? How about this? Better?
Yep.
30-foot conservation easement along the back property line of Kennedy Circle on our property so that the existing vegetation can stay. That would continue from the right-of-way of Densmore Road just past our last unit. At that point, it would switch to a 15-foot buffer because this area is undeveloped. The project itself has sanitary sewer that'll be incorporated into Densmore Road, also public water. The biggest issue with this project has been stormwater and the effects of stormwater on the environment and how to control that. So the stormwater system collects all the water here. It goes into a siltation basin and then into a detention pond. This is not a wet pond. This is a grassy depression. At the only time water will be in there, it would be a large stormwater event, large 100-year storm. And at that point, the water would fill in here from our site, go to a weir, and then pipe down the slope to Densmore Creek. That analysis is part of our 1-year lack of being here. A lot of geotextile engineering has gone through to that. Labella's reviewed that, and that the secret process was able to move forward, and now we're here tonight. I'd also like to point out that these buildings are 60 feet from the south property line. The rear setback is only 40 feet in R1. So we've got a lot more distance. We're having a 30-foot buffer, a 30-foot green space, then a building. If this was to remain R1, rear setback for an R1 house is only 40 feet. So as you can imagine, if we were doing an R1 development, conventional single-family houses, there would be no buffering here. It'd be fences to fences, pools to pools, shed to shed. It'd be very open. So that's the benefit of the cluster philosophy. And other than that, as I said before, the secret process is we've put a lot of engineering into it that we normally don't do. I believe the planning board has reviewed it, and they're satisfied. We still have to address comments from the town engineer and other agencies, but this is the logical first step. So if we're fortunate to get approved for variances, we would readily move through the planning board and address any concerns they have. And that's really all I have as far as an overview of where we've been.
And I'll just briefly go through the 4 factors that we need to meet for the use variance. And again, the first most important is no reasonable return on the investment. And the analysis that Mr. Bruckner did shows that it just is not economically feasible to do a R1 development here. The basic problem is it will cost more to build the development and the houses than you could sell a house for. He went through an analysis of what single-family houses, even newer houses, what they would sell for. I mean, here are the detached homes. The approximate cost to build would be about $208,000 for the what we've proposed, the townhouse type building, more like $133,000. But to get a reasonable return, the single-family houses would have to sell, even at a 12% rate of return, would be $233,000. At a 20% rate of return, which is more market, it would be more like $250,000, and that is way above what a single-family house would sell for. The lower, by having more units, also the common walls, we can spread the development costs for the roads, sewers, et cetera, over more units and bring down the cost per unit. And as set forth in the analysis, it does make it economically feasible with a reasonable rate of return in the neighborhood of about, I think about 24%. So, but it just comes down to with the selling prices of single-family homes in East Arundequite, you just can't do a new suburban development at this point in time. As far as unique circumstances, this property is unique. It is located on Densmore Creek, where there are E-pods we have to deal with. It's really sort of a very mixed area. There's single-family residential to the north, but across the street is a school, and then to the other side of the creek are apartments. So there's really a mix of uses in this area. The third factor is whether it's self-created. This has not been self-created. Mr. Bettinger had been trying to do something with his property since 1951. And I know there were talk about whether it be a town park or sold or whatever over the years, but we did, our client was in discussions or contract to possibly purchase from Mr. Bettinger. We did get an interpretation from the town that duplexes were allowed, which would have allowed 76 units on the property according to the site capacity worksheet. So in reliance on that, our client purchased the property. The town then amended the law to remove the ability to develop duplexes. So between the difficulty Mr. Bettinger had over the years doing anything with the property and the fact that the law was changed after our client purchased, it was not a self-created hardship. And the last is change in character of the neighborhood. We don't think there'll be any real change here. There's going to be a 30-foot buffer. This is going to be a nice development. It basically luxury apartments, high-end use. It's across the street from the school and all, and there's already apartments in the neighborhood. These will be an attractive development our client has built in Webster and other towns around here. Very nice developments. There's a need for these in Arundequite, and in fact, the comprehensive plan talks about the need for some higher density development and more of a diversity of housing. So we believe we've shown the necessity for a use variance so that something can be done with this property, which really is, under the present zoning, really is not feasible.
Got a quick question.
Yes.
When you talked about single houses, that would be an individual purchasing a house,
Yes,
and it would be way too expensive to do what could be built there.
correct.
So we're talking now about, is it apartments or townhouses, or what exactly, how do you categorize these dwellings?
Well, there'd be townhouses. They could either be owner occupied or it could be rented out. I mean, it'd be either one. As I think earlier, any single family house, whether attached or detached, could either be owner occupied. If we did that, we would have to have separate lots to sell off as separate townhouse units, or it could stay as one big lot, and then it could be leased out as apartments.
Is one more economically feasible than the other?
I'm not sure I think the financing may be a little simpler for the apartments. If you did apartments, I think it's easier to get financing right now. Ultimately, I mean, I guess I'd have to go back to our appraiser and ask that question. I mean, in theory, it should be 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but I guess I can go back to Mr. Bruckner and try to have that answer for you at the next meeting.
Your hardship analysis it's currently based on
Sale.
Right? So what they have in the application right now, not to say that they would have to be owner occupied, but the analysis is
correct.
Single family detached versus these attached row house or townhouses that would be individually owned.
Right.
So I think that's a good question, Russ, is what the numbers would look like.
If they were rentals.
Or
Right.
the issue isn't so much rentals, but, right, and the issue again for this board to consider isn't owner occupied versus rental, because that's not our issue. Our issue is what the developer would need to do on the lot in order to realize the rate of return that's deemed reasonable. So, but it's fair to have the full analysis of both what they could be receiving as a rate of return for owner-owned lots versus rental, because maybe it's a much larger rate of return if they are rented and their break point is lower. Maybe it only takes 50 units to realize the same rate of return if you're renting versus if you're buying. So that's
Yeah, I mean,
fair
in
to
theory,
have that.
from what I remember from economics, it should be baked into the price, but I can't tell you that's correct.
Right.
So I think I really would have to go back to to Kevin and ask him that question,
And I just want to follow up and clarify for the board as well on the code change. It was never the town's intention that single-family attached dwellings, which is what these row houses or townhouses were to be permitted in an R1 district. R1 district, the intent was always, as it is now, single-family detached, what people think of as a single-family home. What Alan is referring to is, from his good lawyering, he identified several loopholes and glitches in the wording of the code. So he's accurate that it was technically legally permitted when the project first was introduced to have duplexes in the R1 district. That had never been raised or pursued by another applicant, so you don't have duplexes or triples or other row or townhouses in any R1, 2, or 3 districts that used the old definitions to get there. But Alan was accurate in his analysis, so we made some cleanup changes to the code to make sure that the intent was reflected by the language.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Now, is it my understanding that we're not going to discuss tonight the actual setbacks and the...
Correct. That would be something that would be better served after a site plan review had been conducted for a project, because the potential requirements and need of variances might be altered based on the result of variances. So typically, as in other cases, the site plan approval comes first, and then the zoning board is presented with that approved site plan and asked to grant any relief that might be needed for setbacks. And certainly from there, it can go back and forth between boards, but the first board to contemplate the physical layout should be the planning board. And the planning board has only looked at this project for the purposes of the seeker review, because this board, the zoning board, referred it to them and asked them to serve as lead agent in a coordinated review for the purposes of seeker. So while the planning board's seen the proposal, it was just to make a determination of significance.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add then, I mean, we don't have, objection to putting off the setback and all that kind of analysis, but we did envision that the density issue was part of what is before the board, both the kind of the use and the density, because it kind of goes hand in hand, really.
Well,
I think, I think that they would hold off. I think that if the use variance were to be granted, we can move forward, and then throughout, your density may get whittled down through site plan.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
But, right, I think the density variance, they would wait on that as well, right? All of the area variances you would want to wait on.
You mean then, you would wait on the number?
I think so, right?
I would think that might be because it's part of the overall site performance, and that's something that the planning board would be addressing.
well, I also have, in reference to the use variance and all the numbers that are in this packet, and looking at it again, I don't know that I have deciphered the numbers enough that I could say that it met the requirement. And I don't know if the other board members feel the same way, or if they feel that the dollars and cents have make sense. I don't know if there's any other questions on that, but
since I think I started the issue of costs, I'm not comfortable that I understand the impact also. So I need to do a little more analysis of the price points.
Right.
Because I think the price points to make a profit still seems high, especially when comparing properties being sold.
Yeah, I agree. I know you've been working at this and working at it, but I think that we need to decipher the dollars and sense of it all better.
No pun intended.
Well, there are numbers, but the numbers can look,
Well, I mean, we'd be happy to bring back Mr. Bruckner, who would do a better job than I would to explain some of the.
I think, if I'm reading this right, in page number 3 in your document from May of 2016, I believe this is the same numbers you want to use. It's the same numbers you were just quoting.
Yeah.
I don't think spells out it enough to determine that it is a financial hardship in building single-family homes versus the row homes. I mean, there's no doubt that the row homes are going to be lucrative, but our job as the board is, and I've heard Mr. Chairman Hinman say this, is to determine the least amount of variance that we need to allow in order to make it acceptable.
Well, do you want me to walk through some? I mean,
Well,
I can go through some of the.
I mean, you
detail
can,
now if you want.
unless you would prefer Mr. Buckner.
Well, I'd rather bring back Mr. Bruckner next month or the month after to go through the. I mean, but the basic idea is the 208. You can't, you're not even going to get 208 for a house, let alone have any, and that's only breaking even.
And that's on how many square foot of a house?
1,500.
1,500 square foot of a house, and 208 is your overall. And again, to Mr. Evans's idea, that seems like a lot of money for a 1,500 square foot house. But
You want to address the building costs here?
Because the building costs can be adjusted by different materials. So you can have
granite counters, or you can have Formica counters. So again, all of it is subject to. Right.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest cost is the infrastructure that we're spreading out over however many units. So the the last page shows the infrastructure costs, basically the same, 675 for the row of townhouses. This is attached. This is the land tech letter attached to the end of the Bruckner appraisal. It's 675 to do the estimate on development of the infrastructure for the townhouses, and 699 for the detached houses. So pretty similar. I mean, the basic issue is really the density that
Where are you reading here? Okay, the overall cost of the project, 675 versus 699.
Yeah, that's the last page. It's a December 1, 2014 letter from Land Tech.
I got it.
So that's the roads, the sewers, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, the basic issue is if I divide that number by 31, then it's going to be about 21,000 per unit. But if I divide it by 62, it's going to be about 10,000 and change per unit. So that's that's a big difference there. And then the other difference is going to be just the less expensive building costs for, we compared the 1,300 square foot townhouse or duplex to
How many single-family homes were you estimating in that, at the $20,000 mark?
31.
31.
Yeah.
All right. Because your initial letter here was 74 and then 35 homes, separate homes.
Yeah, I think initially we were in the 70s. That was what the site capacity worksheet allowed. And we cut back from what's allowed under the site capacity worksheet. So when he purchased the property and duplexes were allowed, the site capacity worksheet, I think, allowed about 76 or so units.
I think that begs the argument that the original intent of your purchase and the loophole doesn't exist. So can we stop referring to that? Let's talk about what exists now.
Okay.
So what exists now is the maximum allowed in single house homes 35, and you want to build 62.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
So I think,
Really, I thought we could only fit, I think when they did the layout, they really only fit 31 because you do the site capacity worksheet, but then, I mean, you got to physically make it fit on the lot.
Okay.
And I think when John laid it out with where the roads would go and all that, they only really could fit 31 single-family homes, or if they were if we were allowed to do duplexes, say, it would be 62 if each one was on a separate lot. So
I think, and gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong, in order to more fully understand and digest the financial analysis, I think one component that would be good for Kevin to follow up on is Russ's point, is a comparison of if these are actually going to be rented units, does that change the numbers? And let me clarify, not rented, if they're going to be all on one lot, right? Because because they're on separate lots doesn't mean they can't be rented. So if they're going to be all on one lot, how does that change the numbers? And then I think the other component, and we can add in if there are others, but I think the other important one for maybe you to go back on with Kevin is I think that you do a nice job in the addendum to the letter of describing the development costs, the sanitary sewer and the storm sewer and the stormwater management, and we can see how those divided among the single-family detached homes is about $20,000 per home. So you have to divide that, and each home has to carry about $20,000 of that burden versus between 9 and 10 if they were the attached row houses. I think where there's still a lot of detail missing is though in that additional $187,000 building cost for the single family detached, right? And that goes to some of the points that the board members have made as where are you coming up with that $187,000 building cost? Because depending on the sizes of the homes, the building materials and other factors, there may be a way to build cheaper homes to still have that $20,000 per unit development costs baked in and still make money where there's a market in Arundequoit to buy.
All right. I mean, we can address that. I mean, basically, we're saying we can build the row houses at a little over $90 a foot, and the, right, I'm doing my math right, and the detached houses are more like, looks like about 120, 125 a foot or something like that.
Sure, but we understand that detached houses run a wide gamut, right? There are houses that sell for $120,000, and there are houses that
Yeah.
sell for $300,000. So maybe showing this board a little bit more.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm not sure we can go much cheaper than that and meet code and all that, but I understand the question. So what we could do is go back and see what what materials we're talking about, and, if there's a way to do
Right.
more of a bare bones house, of course, and whether that sells for the same price or sells for a lesser price too, but certainly we could go back and try to give you some more detail on that.
And maybe not even necessarily bare bones. I think it's difficult maybe for people to understand, the development cost aside, that there are no decent houses that can be constructed for less than $187,000. So even if you didn't have the $20,000 per unit development cost, maybe showing this board how you can build maybe a little bit of a lower cost house.
Just in that analysis there from Land Tech, I know those are all estimates and they're all
right,
but just looking at the property cost says 200,000 and it was actually 150.
Oh, there's an adjustment. When that letter was done in 2014, we thought the price was going to be 200,000. It was negotiated to 150. So if you look on page 3 of Mr. Bruckner's letter, he makes an adjustment. He backs off the 200 and adds in 150. It's a little bit confusing, but he did adjust for the fact that the actual price was only 150. So we basically lopped 50 grand off because Angelo, I guess, negotiated a better deal with the seller.
Again, to keep it correct, I think it needs to be this one needs to be revised to where it.
Okay.
Updated letter.
We can do that.
And
we could also look at what's happened. I mean, we submitted our application a year ago, so I could ask Kevin to look at, has anything changed in the market in the last year? I don't think it has, but I don't know that, so.
Yeah, I guess my problem, Mr. Chairman, is that what this assumes is that no new house can be built for $187,000.
That's what they're going to address.
I just don't buy that premise.
I have a tendency to agree with it.
Okay.
Again, that's going to be the stipulation, and the use variance is harder to justify in our eyes. It's a higher bar.
Right.
And so.
Right. No, I mean, right, it is. Right. So we can go back and try to get
the
some.
The whole idea is if, he has to show that he's taken a hardship, and the idea is, can he sell that lot again and get his money back, or is he going to lose some money selling the lot if he doesn't develop it? Obviously he's got other costs at this point.
Right.
So there is going to be a hardship if he just cashes out, but it's got to be justified, and so we can see it
right
in clear eyes.
And again, Mr. Chairman, I commend projects like this. I think our town needs, good development. So this is not a blanket no. It's just I don't think the justification.
And I am familiar with some of the gentleman's projects, and they are nice ones. Yeah. There's no doubt he builds.
He's a good builder.
He's a good builder.
So I just don't think what I see here justifies changing the character of the neighborhood in a way that I can vote for.
Okay. All right.
We're not voting right now, so I think we can.
Yeah. So I think I guess I'd ask if we get maybe even 2 months to have Kevin go back and come up with some new, more detailed analysis and get it to the board in far enough in advance that you could review it and all.
I would
Go through
appreciate that also.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll table it, right?
I think we're published tonight for the public hearing, so we should accept
All
public
right, so
comment.
we're going to take some comment and then.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
So, is there, at this point, anybody here that would like to speak in favor of this application? Step right up. And is there anybody that would like to speak against? Is that in favor or against? Against? Okay, come on, step up. Make a line, please, and state your name.
My name is Brendan Callahan Stiles. My residence is 252 Culver Parkway. I am a student at East Irondequoit Middle School at the 8th grade, and I do not feel that adding additional units to the 62 would provide protective safety for the students. The fact that right across the street there is the school, and that when you do increase the amount of population, the amount of cars, that you are going to put more students at risk for accidents. We have many walkers, bikers, and if we're doing the math, there are 62 units, right?
Yes.
Or possibly 62
Possibly,
units.
yep.
And I'm just going to use my calculator real fast. Let's say this is our family units. Every family has a car. Half the families have 2 cars. My family has 2 cars. We're a 2-car family. So 62 divided by 2, 31. 62 plus 31, 93. 93 extra cars in an area where we have many students walking, biking, going to and from activities over at the other school on the other side of Norton Street, Laurelton Pardee. And that is a younger age school. And we have sports that have to walk over there. I play soccer. I have to walk over the LP field. We have field hockey. We have lacrosse. They all walk over. This is additional traffic. We have crossing guards on Norton and Densmore. And the traffic is very heavy in the mornings and in the afternoons as students are coming in and out of school. I feel like added traffic would not be helpful. What if there is a fire drill or an emergency and a emergency vehicle needs to get through? How is the traffic going to result in that? There could be an EMS need. We have had ambulance have to come. Traffic could get in the way of that. And then comes the problems of distractions to the students during school. There is going to need to be a construction need because these homes are going to have to need to be built. Let's say they do it hastily 2 years. 2 years of construction going across from a school where students are trying to learn. I have classrooms that face the east side where these homes would be built. And classrooms are a place for learning, and we do not need the extra distractions of this construction. Then once the homes are built, there will be people moving in. There will be daily deliveries, garbage pickups, mail trucks. Let's say there's a home disturbance, such as a robbery or a police call for domestic violence. How is that going to affect the students? Because I know that as soon as any emergency vehicle goes by our school, we instantly wonder what happened. And that is the talk of the school for the day, and I do not feel that these homes would help the students in their learning. That is all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Sam Mastro Simone. I live at 298 Wall Road. So I've been in a house I built it myself for 54 years. So the neighborhood is so beautiful, everything else. I built it somehow. I was a mason contract. I built it somehow. Carlos Semi Drive, Carlos Zizo, the builder. Wall Road, half the Wall Road, because the other half is the old one. The new one in this side near the school. So I imagined that depression from the house. How much they're gonna lose in the tax, everything else, when you sold the house, everything. So these gentlemen, they're talking about building 62 units of single house. I go for the single house. In one way, I think about the traffic is gonna be like the younger man said before over here. The traffic is gonna be for Densmore, cross the street to the school by 10:30, 2:31, the bus will leave, everything else. It's a very, very bad situation. So I'm glad the hearing me everything else, I say no, no for the 62 units, might go for the single house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Callahan Stiles. I reside at 252 Culver Parkway, and my concern is also the density of it and the safety of the students. As the young man said earlier, there's the middle school directly across. What hadn't been addressed is the Laurelton Pardee Elementary School, which is just around the corner. Also, this apartment complex doesn't exit into a major thoroughfare. It exits right out onto Densmore. The three roads that do take you out to Culver Road are heavily owner occupied, and sorry, I'm feeling emotional about the situation right now. And then all the, as I was trying to say, the excess traffic from Densmore out to Norton, so that vehicles can either get to Culver Road in one direction or to 590 in the other direction. It's not the it's not the property being developed. It's the density of the proposed development that I have issue with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Evershed, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. The R1 law change that the developers team has spoken about was not a change. It was a clarification of our R1 code. The intent of the law was not changed. On March 19, 2015, the town board voted unanimously to accept clarification of the R1 code for the purpose, and I quote, to affirm long-standing understanding and documented interpretations of uses permitted in R1, R2, and R3 residential districts. Additionally, the town board noted these clarifications were made, and I quote, to limit potential for misinterpretation or misapplication of regulations and protect residential neighborhoods. I'd also like to mention, too, that Mr. Bettinger could have sold this property to the school district many years ago. They had an offer in for much more money, fair market value, that he ended up selling it to this developer for. And at past meetings, Mr. Knopf has said that they are leaning towards senior tenants. And if this developer and Mr. Knopf really are leaning towards that, they would be trying to rezone this property to R7. It sounds nice to say at a meeting with no legality to back up what you're saying. When it comes down to renting, they cannot discriminate, and these apartments will be rented by anyone if it isn't zoned R7. Who in the town would be monitoring that anyway? There is no legal issue to rent only to seniors. It's just a bunch of words that are saying to make the whole rental issue more palatable, but it isn't the truth. It's a smokescreen, and the same thing this developer said about his apartment development in Webster, which is not senior, by the way. It is not the town of Arundequoit or my neighborhood's fault that this developer decided to buy 160 Densmore non-contingent. Who does that? I don't know anyone who buys property without getting the approvals needed before they buy it outright. Now it's the town's responsibility to make sure that he gets a reasonable rate of return? Really? Who makes sure that I'm going to get a reasonable rate of return when I sell my house, especially if these apartments are built in my neighborhood? How many people update their kitchen or bathroom, put a pool in, and never profit from those updates? Plenty of people. Nobody goes around making sure that average Joe people get a reasonable rate of return. The only person that seems to matter in all of this is the developer. Now hundreds of houses and a school that surrounds this R1 parcel. Additionally, how can this developer still use the claim that he can't get a return with single-family homes when another piece of Mr. Bettinger's property on Pardee Road that recently sold is exactly doing that? New single-family homes right now are being built on Pardee Road, a stone's throw away from Densmore Road. I have a printout of the houses if you would like to see. They are right across the street from a school, Laurelton, just like Densmore is across the street from East Arundequoit Middle School. The new subdivision on Pardee has 4 to 5 lots on land that was purchased for $30,000. I have that deed, which amounts to $6,000 to $7,500 per lot. The applicant is claiming that single-family homes will not allow a return on the $150,000 he paid for 160 Densmore, land that will support 31 houses under the R1 code. This amounts to under $5,000 per single-family lot. This element alone is enough to deny this application. R1 is single-family homes. 31 single-family homes fit on this parcel. Not only is this developer asking for double density, he's asking for apartment buildings instead of single-family homes. Most people who bought houses in our area made sure that 160 Densmore was zoned R1, knowing that only single-family homes could be built. The applicant chose to purchase the land before obtaining any variances. That is very rare and completely his choice. This whole situation is clearly self-created, and the application could also be denied on this factor. If this development is allowed to be built, it sets a new precedent in our town of what R1 allows. It opens a Pandora's box in our whole town, not only my neighborhood. The character of our neighborhood will be changed, and our home values will plummet. Our school district will have additional strain, as will our infrastructure. Anywhere in town, it will not matter if you are in an R1 single-family neighborhood, because that will no longer mean anything. The town does not need any more apartment complexes. The school district does not need any more apartment complexes, and a fair return can be made under the legal R1 code. Please deny this application for a use variance and uphold what R1 zoning means in our town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. Again, I'm Christopher Burns at 90 Kinnery Drive, and I'm also here to ask this board to deny the variances that have been requested as they've been presented. As a couple of reactions to what I've heard, when did it become the town's responsibility to ensure a particular return on investment to developers? It would have seemed that we learned our lesson from the black hole that we know as the Medley Center, that developers will do what developers do, and it's the town's obligation to provide a safe, comfortable neighborhood for residents, not ensure return on investment. As the young man said earlier, safety is a real concern. As a community, as a town, we are still grappling with the horrible accident that happened just last week on Cooper Road, where a student was struck by a vehicle. I'm horrified to hear that we're talking about a project that is of higher than normal density right in front of a school. That scares me. We have to worry about our students and not introduce more traffic, but introduce more safety and more concern for our students. The other issue is, with this density and with these row homes, we're talking about neighbors and neighborhoods that live in freestanding, single-family homes with a yard and a property. I don't think anyone can stand here and say this isn't going to change the character of the neighborhood. It's definitely going to change the character of the neighborhood. And, yes, there are mitigating factors, and we're trying to integrate environmental features, but the character of the neighborhood is going to change, and it's definitely going to have a negative effect on property values and quality of the environment for the adjacent property owners that are going from a wooded natural area to now a very densely populated area. I don't think it's the right choice for our town. I don't think it's the right choice for that neighborhood. Again, I'm asking this board to deny the variances as they've been presented tonight, and it sounds like for some time. There's a lot more that can be done here in terms of making this parcel and this property look much more like the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Dechek, 105 Kennedy Circle. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board tonight. We've talked a lot about money, we've talked a lot about value, we've talked a lot about profit or lack thereof, so I'm not going to go into that. I feel that's been adequately covered. It's not homeowners' job to take the burden for property purchase and whether that was a good or a poor investment. But what I really want to talk to you today about is my neighborhood, because you guys don't live in my neighborhood. You don't walk your dog on the side streets every single day and meet the neighbors. You don't see the amount of traffic that's there. You don't see all the single family homes and all the families that I do on a daily basis, because that's my neighborhood. Okay? With these variances that are being proposed, I have significant concerns about the quality of my life and the quality of my neighborhood and the characteristics that are gonna change. I'm concerned about the traffic. There is quite a lot of traffic right now. If we're going to add 62, more units with all of the traffic and all the cars that come with that, I'm worried. Right now, I've seen people fly down Densmore, fly down Herbley as a cut through around Norton Street and Culver Road. If we're going to increase the number, there's going to be more risk for injury. There's a danger to me as a citizen to be walking on those sidewalks. And there aren't even sidewalks all the way up and down some of those streets. So the safety factor is huge for me. That's not even considering all those students that are in school. And I have seen many students walk. I've seen many close calls. I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned about the crowding in the school district. Okay? That school district is struggling to be able to accommodate all the students that we have. And if we increase that burden, where is that going to leave us in terms of quality of education and the students that we are producing out as citizens? I have a lot of concerns about that. I'm concerned about the roads even. Some of those roads, have you been up and down those roads? They are full of potholders. They are in rough shape. We're going to add burden to that infrastructure. What is that going to leave us? We're removing the character of that neighborhood. We are going from single-family homes to apartments or row houses or whatever label you want to put on that. That completely changes the characteristic of the neighborhood. I don't want a parking lot in my neighborhood. I chose to live here against many people's suggestions because I like the neighborhood. I don't want parking lots. I don't want cesspools behind my house. I don't want a buffer between these large buildings that are completely different than what a single-family home looks like. That is not what R1 is. That is not what I purchased when I bought my home, knowing that that parcel next to me is R1, knowing that what is allowed on there. So I have a lot of concerns about the quality of life. I have concerns about how the project's going to play out. And, you know, that needs to be considered, because the quality and the characteristic of this neighborhood is utmost important for all of us who live here. And, you know, like I said, we've talked about reasonable return. We've talked about self-created burden. You know, this isn't a unique neighborhood. I mean, it's an R1. There's nothing unique about that. So I really urge you to strongly consider this application, strongly consider how this is going to change the characteristic of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time, for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joey Evershed, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. I'm currently an MBA student at St. John Fisher College, and I have my bachelor's degree in finance from SUNY Brockport. I bring this point up to you because I have heard arguments and statements from Mr. Licaradello and his attorney that seem highly questionable in regards to the way they have determined rates of return and business practices in general. As of 2015, the average profit margin on single-family home construction in the U.S. was 9%. That's after taxes, after everything. That's what you walk away with as the developer, 9%. That's from the National Association of Home Builders. And it's not 20% like it's been claimed. I don't know where they're getting that figure from. The developer claims that going forward with the single-family home construction would not generate a profit, but rather a loss. I wouldn't mind personally checking over their projected finances on single-family homes, because I'm sure there's profit potential if they have really fully explored single-family home construction. My guess is that their estimates are so skewed and biased to a degree that they have used outrageous figures. If there is not profit potential with legitimate estimates, other people are making money on single-family home construction. Others are. It's not our fault if there's inefficiencies or if there's ineffectiveness with their business. It's not our fault if they're making poor business choices, like buying property outright and not contingently, which they did. The opposition will argue that homes in Irondequoit, single-family homes, sell for less in general than the U.S. average. That is true, and I'm sure they have factored that into their decision. They should also factor Mineral County labor, material, overhead costs, etc. At a previous meeting, they were not even using New York State statistics for labor costs and materials costs. I can't remember the state or what they were using, but I just remember it wasn't even New York State. This is sadly too often a fact of business and greed. Pick and choose not the best and most accurate data, statistics, and fact when presenting and arguing a case. Choose the data that makes your numbers look the way you want your numbers to look. For example, a huge markup in expenses they associate with their marble and tile costs. The developer owns a company called Custom Marble and Granite, Inc. He owns this company. Are they using cost pricing, or are they using markup pricing like they would if they were going into the market and buying these materials? That's important questions to ask, and I don't even know if that's factored into this, into their projections, because I'm sure he can get them at cost owning the company. What Mr. Licaradello and his attorney have offered and presented is a complete masquerade. Why should we take the advice from the developer's attorney? He will obviously say whatever is in the best interest of his client. Same thing with anybody on their payroll. They're going to say what their client wants them to say. They're going to present facts the way that puts their client in a better position. That's how business works. The finances, data, rates of return must be looked into by an unbiased party with financial expertise. If Mr. Knopf wishes to come up and explain and discuss the points I have made, like at the previous meeting, I would also request that I'd be allowed to give additional input, because I am sure he will continue to camouflage the truth, just present it and articulate it in a different way. But please understand it is all the same. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you.
I'm Madeline Guerra. I live at 171 Kennedy Circle. I agree with everything that has been said tonight. One point that hasn't been addressed was the creek. The water flow from behind that would go beyond ends up in my backyard. I never had water there before. Now I do. They put up, you have to understand, there's a lot of fill-ins on our side of the street. And what happens is, some of them have been putting these great big drain, what would you call them, drain things where the water goes through. When they filled in, I get more water. Now that water that I get, I never had it before, accumulates by the expressway, okay? The expressway backs up to my property. That's supposed to go underneath the highway, the expressway, and dump into the bay or whatever, okay? It's not doing that. It backs up all the time. I'm getting water. That means mosquitoes. That means other bugs. I have wooded area there. Part of before I bought it, they had to fill in land because my house is so big. They had to fill in the property so that I would have some yard space. Now what's happening, that's eroding because of the water. Now I have planted myrtle there to hold back the bank. I put a couple of trees there, evergreens, to kind of hold it back. I don't need any more water from the creek. The people who bought that land or are going to buy it, I don't know what state they're in now, they knew it was R1. And they knew private homes were supposed to be in there. Everything comes down to the dollar. It's just too bad. He had the opportunity to sell it to the school for more money than it is selling for now. So don't tell me about hardship. Why didn't he sell it to the school? If he did, the school would be there, and across the street where the school is, there'd be private homes. All of a sudden, it's a burden. What about me? I'm retired. I'm 86 years old. My life savings are in that home. Do you know how many signs want to go up because they're scared of what you're going to do? They're afraid you're going to approve this. And they're trying to say, what am I going to do? I want to get it before they build anything, before they do anything. I'll lose the value of my home. You know, I've just about had it. And do the right thing that you're supposed to be doing and start listening to the people of Arundequoit, not the builders and the lawyers and the people who want the almighty buck. Thank you.
John Carino, 85 Kennedy Circle. Everybody said what I wanted to say, but I'll say it in a nutshell. Been there since 1986. And I'll say it once, I'll say it again. The reason I stayed in that house was I know it was zone R1. I've traveled all around this country. I've had people come to my house who live in Boston and stuff. They say, John, this is a beautiful, beautiful neighborhood. I did a lot of work at this house. If I knew it was zoned for another thing, I would have been gone a long, long time ago. And I'll be honest with you, the neighbors, any one of you, any walk through the neighborhood there, I just wonder, has anybody ever walked through the neighborhood? Number one. Number two, there was an accident 2 weeks ago when I was coming out there on the corner of Norton and Densmore. When the kids were going in, some lady, Roger, They were just, I said, you gotta be kidding me. There's an accident right there, okay? Number three, if they ever did a traffic thing around there, when did they do the traffic thing? On a Sunday? You ever go by there 7:15, 2:30 in the afternoon? It's outrageous. It's crazy there. My house backs right up to those woods. I love in this neighborhood. Like I said, there's people in that neighborhood right now that I know for a fact that they've got 4 or 5 offers on their houses, but they're afraid to tell people what's going to go back there because it'll go down in the value of the house. I don't got too much more to say, but I'll tell you right now, this board's got to stick with it. And if we're on the court, just like that young kid said, I coach youth soccer in this town, okay? There's no fields around this town. You got this and that, this and that. It's bull, BS. We've got it. If you want to bring in more young people in this country, in this community, leave it on. Put R1 or put a field back. I have no problem. But you put apartments back there, you're just going to ruin the decor of the whole neighborhood over there. Like I said, I've been in since '86. It's like the 4th meeting I've been to. And I've walked around, people. Some of these people are saying, we're doing this again and again and again. Enough of the finance, enough of the money. I know all that stuff. I mean, to me, it's just gibberish. Everybody's trying to make a buck, okay? I mean, I would like to make a 30% margin on stuff. I'm in sales, okay? What's this all about? It's just nonsense. And I've had enough of it, but I'll be honest with you. If this does go through, you could probably lose it around the resident because I just think it's just a crock. It totally is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Walter Jastraseb, 171 Kennedy Circle. I have to take my towel out to say a weep over them, over what they intend to do here. I'm 95. I was in the service, and I work hard for my money. We have a problem with transportation. The roads, they're only 2-lane. Those are small roads. And there's a lot of traffic, over 20 buses every day. And we've got approximately 200 students that go to that school. That's twice a day you have the traffic upset. Now, the state would have to do, or the county or so, would have to expand the roads. That's only the traffic problem. Now, you're going to have all those homes, this building being constructed, 62 units. That means there will be 124 cars, possibly. Not only that, there's 62 homes, and each family will use about 8 million gallons of water a month. That's the average. Now, do you think there's not going to be increases in construction, underground, and electricity being right through the property? Now, then there's the pond. They were going to run a pipe, drainage pipe, in that direction towards the pond that was just expressed. And that's going to increase the amount of water. Now, the state said they were going to correct that. Now, they will have to. I think that the state has to be known about this problem. They will have to come into the picture, and we want to get an answer on just how they will handle it. Now, I know that they're putting up expensive rental units. Now, they don't have to put down expensive rental units. I figured out that they will be making $68,000 a month because a $1,000 unit, this is what they're going for now. Just what they plan on putting up. Now, I have to say a prayer. I have to say a prayer for them, that they're not going to get this money.
Sure.
I believe that it's not going to go through.
Okay.
Because of all these things that are coming up. Now, If that's, I don't want to expand it anymore. I had more, but there might be another, excuse me, another session on this, and I got to save some of it for later. Thank you.
Evening. My name is Israel Santiago. I live at 292 Harbley Road. And this is the first time I'm actually seeing this. And even though I live on Harbley Road, the amount of traffic that comes through in the morning with the schools is ridiculous. This is just going to add to it even more. I have a kid who's disabled who is outside playing basketball. Ball goes in the street. How much traffic is going to go through there? And he's not the only kid that's disabled. There's a couple other kids in the neighborhood who are. And coming out here today, I just noticed one of the reasons why I love my neighborhood is the support that we have in the community. That's why I love where I am, because we value each other, we value the neighborhood where we live in. If you put this up, this changes everything about the neighborhood. And be honest, if this goes through, I may have to start thinking about moving myself, because I don't want to see this. I really don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Green. I live at 280 Kennedy Circle. I want to say that I completely agree with everything that Sherry Evershed has said. I'd like to add a few points. One being that when you decided to clarify, quote, the loophole that their attorney sought to exploit, you did that for a reason. You affirmed that it should stay R1 residential. Please continue to do that. We don't need rental units. I also would like to speak as I am a landlord. I live in Arundecoit. I own rental properties in several other towns as well as the city of Rochester. What I have found in my long landlording experience is you get rental units in there. People don't care about rental units. They go downhill. It changes the value of the neighborhood. It changes the character of the neighborhood. If you have single-family homes, and I have gone as a landlord to only renting out single-family homes because the clientele is much better. They care about it as if it's their own home. They keep up the property, and that will happen if you allow the single-family residential in there. Another area that hasn't been addressed is the crime. We're seeing an increase now that spring is coming. We're seeing an increase of crime in the neighborhood. Our car alarms are going off all the time. I mean, luckily, all our neighbors know each other and we protect each other. We've got enough dogs in the neighborhood that we can protect each other, but we don't want to see an increase in crime that low-income rental units will apply. The other thing that you're talking about is to grant the hardship variance usage. The gentleman mentioned 24% return, which was available to him on 62 units instead of the 31 single-family homes. Who gets a 24% return right now? I'm sorry, that's outrageous and that's just greedy, okay? He can make 31 single-family homes work. And if he doesn't want to make 31 single-family homes work, then you know what? He can try and sell it back to the school, because I'm sure the school would be very interested in that property and he would get his return on his money. So I urge you to deny his application for the 62 rental units. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
I'll make this short because everyone is tired. I live at 923 Whitlock Road. The increase in the traffic for this building would be even worse than what it is now. I echo what everyone said. The traffic coming down Whitlock, people cut through to get to Densmore. There's kids, the people are, taking their kids to school. at these certain hours of the day. And I really thought, I looked at that SEQR report, and the first point said, are there facilities within 1,500 feet of the project, which is a school? So I don't understand, are you going to be putting it further back from the school? Is that what you're all doing? I don't know. I have a lot of questions that haven't been, answered. And my biggest issue is the increase in the traffic and the safety of the students. And as I say, I'm just astounded that this even got this far. It's been going on a year, and it's ridiculous. Not to mention noise and, other things. So that's all. Wrap it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
So,
Hold the public.
we're going to hold the public hearing open because you're going to add, I take it, to the next,
Yes,
next
Mr.
meeting or the
Chairman.
meeting after.
Hopefully made the meeting after, I think, to realistically to get that done.
So if you don't want to make more comment, that's perfectly fine. You can wait. If you want to make comment.
Just real quick.
Okay.
I know it's almost halftime in the game anyway.
Okay.
I just want to clarify in the rate of return, and Mr. Bruckner's letter of March 7th clarifies that the 20 to 25% was the, just on the hard costs, the actual rate of return after all the soft costs, taxes, insurance, overhead, and all that kind of stuff, broker's commission, legal fees, and all that, was in the range of 10 to 12.5%. So I think probably he shouldn't have used that first number because it was a little bit misleading because it did not include all the costs, which I think is more of a reasonable rate of return, especially with the risk and time involved. Just a couple points that the board, the planning board made a neg deck on some of these issues like traffic, and we did a comprehensive traffic study to show there really isn't any consequential traffic issue from this development. And we did.
Folks, please, let them finish.
And it was a very good traffic study, and it shows that really, it is really a minuscule contribution compared to what's already there. There was never any statement that this would be limited to seniors. I think we probably said we expect there'd be a lot of seniors, and he could limit to seniors, but that's not the plan on the table right now. I think our point was it's not going to contribute a lot of students to the school district, so it's really a moneymaker for the, as far as taxes go, for the school and especially in the town. So we will, supplement, try to address some of the issues both that the board raised and the public raised, and we'd ask it be tabled for 2 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Excuse me, we're talking about traffic?
Ma'am.
Are you for sure?
Ma'am, we're going to hold this open till the next meeting, so you can hold your comments, and if you want, they'll be back in a couple months, and then we can, the meeting, the open to the public meeting is staying open, but we're going to wrap it up tonight.
Okay, they had a study, he said, and
Ma'am,
I just want to make one point, please.
Okay, quickly.
They made a surveillance of the traffic, and they said it wasn't a hardship.
Okay, ma'am.
I'd like to know what time they did it. 1 o'clock in the morning when everybody was sleeping?
Thank you. So I'm going to
Do you want to recess?
recess for right now, and then I guess we'll table it afterwards, okay?
Yeah, it's open for the next meeting.
Okay. You want to read them in, or?
If you want to read them in, there's just 3 letters that came with all this stuff.
Okay, all
We
right.
don't have to read them, we can take notice of them, and they're part of the record.
We're going to
Michelle
take a
has them.
10-minute recess and then come back. Thank you.
All right, so now that we're back, we can get underway. The last item on our agenda is,
I'll announce it.
you'll announce it. Thank you.
PZB 1504-4, upon the matter request by Land Tech acting as agent for Angelo Licardello. Thank you. Smelton Holding LLC for use variance and area variances to construct 62 townhouse units with less than required side setbacks and exceeding maximum allowable density on premises 160 Densmore Road in an R1 residential district.
All right. And before we get underway, for the benefit of everyone who's here and who may be watching, as was announced, this involves an application, two applications. One is a use variance, and the other is an area variance. The area variance standard is a practical hardship, and I think everyone would probably agree that the main issue of contention in this hearing is the application for the use variance. And in order for an application for a use variance to be granted, the applicable standards are that the applicant must show that they cannot realize a reasonable return on their investment in the property, that the basis for the variance is due to unique circumstances, that the granting of the use variance will not result in a change in the character of the neighborhood, and now, we'll start right now. During this hearing, the only one that the board expects to hear is whoever is speaking at the podium. If you want to talk, if you want to make comments, if you want to comment on things that are being said, go outside those doors and do it then. We understand that this is a very emotional application, but we need to be able to hear what's being said. It needs to be able to be recorded, and we need everyone in the room, regardless of your opinion, one way or the other, to be respectful of everybody else. And that means that you don't talk, you don't make comments out loud, and we don't have rumblings like that. If we have that, I'll have everyone wait outside the door, and we can call you in one at a time to participate in the public hearing. I won't deny you the right to be heard, but I will deny you the right to sit in the room and be in any way disruptive. Is that all clear? Good. The third factor is that it will not result in a change in the character of the neighborhood, and the fourth is that it's not self-created. It requires that financial specifics be provided to the board. It requires that the applicant demonstrate the uniqueness of the property and why it wouldn't be possible to construct what might otherwise be allowed under the town board. The applicant, with respect to the character, that's a subjective evaluation, which would be based on the board members' observations and comments from neighbors and those who are familiar with the neighborhood. And then the question of whether or not it's self-created is dependent on another number of factors. Those are the factors that are primarily going to be addressed in the hearing, and I would ask, given the hour, which hasn't changed in the last several hours, that we limit the comments as much as possible to those factors. Obviously, during the time I've been in the board, we have not enforced any time limitations, but I would ask you to keep in mind, we are all volunteers. It is 9:52 in the evening, and we'd like you to, if there's 60 people here who are opposed to it, if 2 or 3 of you tell us that you're opposed and the rest line up and say, we're all opposed too, we'll understand that, okay? If you I'm not trying to limit in any way what you want to say, and if it's different than what somebody else, I'd just prefer not to hear, we're opposed to the project 60 times if we can avoid that, okay? All right. So, the public hearing is continued. Mr. Knopf, you're a member of the bar and an officer of the court, so you do not need to be sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Again, I'm Alan Knopf, attorney for Smetal Holdings, which is the applicant and owner of the property. We did present the case about a year ago, but since it's been so long and I think some of the members have changed on the board, I'll try to briefly review the case. which is set forth in our application and the various supplements. As you know, the planning board made a negative declaration earlier this year. The application was kind of on hold pending the seeker determination, and that's why we've gone forward at this point. Originally, our client came forward in 2014 with its original application. The town did agree with my interpretation that a duplex would be allowed on each lot. That's what the zoning code said at the time. In reliance on that, our client purchased the property in early 2015. After that, in response to complaint or concerns from a neighbor, the town board actually changed the law to specifically address this situation and say that we could only have a single family unit per lot, not a duplex, which
Just want to
essentially.
comment on that for a second. And Alan, I know we've talked about it a few times during public hearings or public meetings as well as offline. The town didn't necessarily agree with your interpretation. The town agreed that there was ambiguity in the law, and it changed the code to prevent misapplication of the law in accordance with what we thought the intent of the law was. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Well, I understand, Mr. Brenner, and we obviously
And we
talked
can
about this.
disagree on that, Alan,
Yes,
but
and
I
I
just
and I
wanted-
think, and, again, I have in the seeker documentation, tab A, we show Ms. Champion from your office agreed that duplexes were allowed, and we know that any ambiguity in a zoning law is interpreted in favor of the property owner. So it may be whatever the intent of the town board was or the zoning ordinance, that's the way it should have been interpreted.
Ultimately, though, I think that's an issue a factor that the board would need to take into account one way or the other in resolving the application.
Right, it goes to whether this is a self-created hardship. And what we're saying is, our client would have never bought the property and gone forward with his plans, but for that interpretation.
Right. That's one of the things that we have to take into account and make a determination. If we determine that, if we agree with you, then we would be likely determining that it wasn't self-created, and if we disagree with you, we might that might influence the determination that it was self-created.
Right. The site capacity worksheet had allowed 38 buildings, which would, if they were duplex, would be 76. When they laid out the conventional single-family site plan, really only fit, I think, 31 lots, given the terrain and the way the property was laid out, which if duplexes were allowed would have been 62, and that's why we're here asking for the density back at 62. In the seeker documentation, tab A, there was the conventional layout, and it shows that it would basically be back-to-back with the Kennedy Circle properties. There would not be any buffer. This site plan would include a 30-foot buffer on the north side of the property that would buffer the structures from the existing neighborhood with trees and additional landscaping, et cetera. So moving to the use variance application, Mr. Brenner subsequently made an interpretation that we required a use variance to have the either townhouses or attached housing, basically, rather than falling under the single family, even if they're clustered together. So going through the test, we think we demonstrated it's not economically feasible to develop the subdivision with detached single-family homes and individual lots. A large part due to the development costs really can't be spread among satisfactory among the different 31 houses. Mr. Bruckner is here tonight, can answer any questions he's previously presented. You have his dollars and cents analysis where he went through the costs for a single-family development or the development that we're proposing. And the bottom line was that it costs more to build the single-family houses than you can sell them for. There's a negative return. It just is not feasible to build single-family development in this location. The costs are greater than you can sell the houses for. So not only can't you make a reasonable return, you can't make any return, you make a negative return. And we did crunch through the numbers on townhouses and all, and it shows approximately before the builder's overhead and all, carrying costs, et cetera, in the neighborhood of the low 20s, 23 or so percent. After carrying costs, overhead, et cetera, it's more like in the 12% range or so. We did have questions at the last time I was here about building costs, so we did do a survey of some local builders to see if their costs were in line with Mr. Licciardello's estimates. He had estimated the cost about $95 a square foot for building townhouses and about $125 per square foot for single-family detached. I did survey a few of them were my clients. One is a builder who's building in Mendon and Victor, and his cost, he basically agreed with those costs. He said those are about what I have. Another builder, Home Pride, in the west side of the county gave similar ranges, $90 to $100 per square foot for townhouses, $120 to $130 per square foot for single family, but really, depends a little bit on the interior finishes. The higher end costs more, obviously. If you've got the marble countertops and all that kind of stuff, it's going to be higher cost, the nice woodwork and all that. A third client of mine, Robert Hannon, he builds single-family detached in Greece and Charlotte. He gave me an estimate about $115 to $120 per square foot for the single family. He doesn't build townhouses. I talked to Pat Bassett. He, I think he builds a little bit high, maybe a little bit higher end. His price was about $135 a square foot for single-family detached, and he said the townhouses he builds aren't a heck of a lot different. The costs are actually pretty similar. I think he's putting a lot more bells and whistles, I think, on his product. So we went through and plugged these numbers into Mr. Bruckner's numbers, and it really didn't turn out a lot different. The high and the low. I mean, the high you'd actually lose money on the way around. I think Mr. Licciardello, he's planning on market rate, high quality housing, but maybe not the very top of the line. If you did that, you still couldn't make money. But if you had a reasonable quality, you are able to make money with the townhouses. But with the single family, you're losing. A couple of reasons for that. It's a little more per square foot. The detached houses are a little bigger generally. Like we put in 1,500 square foot, more like I think about 1,300 square foot for the townhouses, and just the number of units, because you can spread the development costs through more units. So it's the development cost per. Yes.
If I could ask a question about your May 16th letter, which I think is the letter you were just describing, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So on the back, you have the calculations. The middle column is the detached homes.
Yes.
And you have 3 price points, low, average, and high of 115, 125, and 135. Is that correct? Is that the way am I reading it correctly?
I'm sorry.
Detached homes is the middle column?
Oh, 150, yes.
Yeah, 150, okay. So as I'm looking on and for row houses, you have 90, 95, and 135 as your price points. Is that right?
Correct.
If I'm looking on the front page, the range for townhouses, the row houses, I understand, is 90 to 135, and you have that reflected from 90, 95, and 135.
Right.
But the ranges for single family are $77 to $135, and your low price point is $115. If you ran the numbers with that 77, as opposed to one, or is that a typographical error?
That's a typo. That's not correct.
So what should it say on the first page?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That should say. Let me see. In the paragraph above.
Paragraph that reads in summary.
Yeah, no, you're right. The summary is wrong. I apologize. Let me see here. Mr. Lichardello said 125. The builder who builds in Victor and Mendon, which is RSM, they said about the same, 125. The Home Pride said 120 to 130, and Hannon said 115 to 120, and Bassett said 135. So my low was really 120. Oh, I'm sorry, 115. Excuse me, 115 was Hannon who built in Greece and Charlotte. So that's a typo. I'm sorry.
So the number shouldn't be 77?
It said, so please correct that. That is incorrect. That is wrong.
Because it did not add up to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. So, and those, the correct numbers are reflected on page 2. There was a typo. All right. So so we think, and Mr. Bruckner's here if there's any questions as to his analysis and all. The next, but again, bottom line is you're not going to be able to build single-family houses and sell them for even break even. The next issue is unique circumstances. A couple things make it unique. One is a change in the law. I think it's a unique situation. Frankly, I haven't really encountered this situation before. Second is the location. It's one of the last parcels in Arundequite that is not developed, but it's fully developed around it. It's got the creek on one side and apartments right next to it. Across the street is a school. Basically behind it is the expressway, and only to one side is the single-family residential neighborhood. So it's a real mixed-use area, and it had been, the past had been farmed, and then it was used for, I think for like trail bikes and all. It looks like there was a path for kids would ride mini bikes or whatever in the past. There's only really one way in and out there. So it's an unusual situation that it's not in the middle of all single-family homes, only on the one side. It's really a mixed-use neighborhood with the school and the apartments and all. As far as self-created, first I'll step back. Mr. Bettinger, he was there since 1951, and there's been testimony about maybe they wanted to buy it for the school or whatever, but there's been no successful residential development on the property, and our client went ahead based on really Miss Champion's confirmation that she agreed with. The way I read it, it says.
Yeah, and again, I would disagree.
I know.
That,
Yeah. I mean, but again, her. If I could just read her email. I say, Ashley, my understanding is that the town agrees that duplexes on separate lots, one duplex per lot, is permitted, correct? Her answer, that's correct, Ashley. So I read that as her saying I was correct. I understand you're disagreeing.
Right. It doesn't grant an approval. There's no vested rights. I mean, we don't have to get into all of that.
I'm not arguing. I'm not necessarily. I'm reserving my rights on the vested rights, but I'm not arguing vested rights. All I'm saying is that's what we were told. Okay, and in reliance on that, our client bought the property. That's why he wouldn't have done it. But he did because of that. So that's why I'm saying it's not self-created hardship. And, the circumstance where the market prices for homes in East Arundequite just won't support this kind of development right now. I mean, that's just where it is. And I told, as you know, I've said before, I grew up in East Arundequite. I'm proud of my heritage in Arundequite, but it's just the numbers just don't work. Now, as far as change in character of the neighborhood, there really will not be a change because it's a mixed-use neighborhood. And in fact, we would put the 30-foot buffer, which would be a lot better than putting the single-family lots right up to the adjacent residential neighborhood. But it's a mixed use. You got a school, you got apartments. It's not a single-family dominated neighborhood. It's a mix of uses, and it's we think and we did give you the view of the the structures. There's a simulation in the materials. They're really very, very attractive. In the negative declaration, I'm going to read something. The planning board looked at community character, and here's what they said. This is in the planning board's negative declaration, and this is a quote. However, the proposed development is considered consistent with the overall mixed-use, generally residential setting of this area in the town of Arundequoit. Given the varying sizes, height, dimensions, and massing of the existing mixed land uses, the proposed development would not be in sharp contrast to the predominant architectural scale or character of the area. Unquote. That was the finding of the planning board. So I think that it clearly is a mixed-use area. We also quoted from the comprehensive plan, and the planning board actually, indicated that basically that the development was not inconsistent with the plan. The plan says, quote, well-designed, high-density residential development can expand the town's resident base and provide critical mass needed to support nearby residential businesses, unquote. And also, the plan says there's a goal to, quote, expand the current range of options, cost, size, and type density to maintain healthy neighborhoods, increase property values, and ensure high-quality housing for all incomes. And would, again, quote, it would ensure a range of housing options for new residents. Also, this would be attractive to seniors. Our client is willing to limit this to seniors. That's really who we expect to live here. We don't expect any, single, we don't really expect any kids attending the schools in this. Really see this as an empty nest or senior type of development, and he is willing to limit. So we think we have met. I understand the use variance standard is hard to meet, but for this situation, I think we've demonstrated we have met all four of the factors, and the use variance should be granted.
Could you just clarify as to Ms. Champion's email? What's the date of that email, and what was the date that the purchase orders or purchase offers were made on these properties?
Well, I think the purchase offer was made previously, but it was contingent. In other words, our client had, I know he had an agreement to purchase, was contingency, or at least a letter of intent. I don't know. I didn't handle the transaction, so maybe Angelo can speak to it. So I didn't, but we came forward. I know we met with the neighbors at Thanksgiving of 2014.
I was just curious, the date of her email.
Her email is dated December 4th, 2014. The deed is dated later in December of 2014 and was recorded February of 2015. Okay. So the deed, they actually went through the transaction, waived the contingencies after Ms. Champion's email.
And the context of that question, though, was in connection with duplexes, right? It wasn't more than 2 units in a single building. The question was asked.
That's correct.
The question in the email, not my question.
Right.
The question in the email was duplexes.
Correct. It was not townhouses.
Not
right.
townhouses.
No, you're right. It was duplexes, and I think,
So I think the context is a little different.
I definitely understand that. It just seems peculiar to me that someone would rely on an email to consummate a deal of this magnitude, but that's beside the point. I just asked for the dates, and you provided them.
Right. I mean, I frankly rely on email from attorneys all the time. So maybe that's misguided, but when an attorney sends me an email, I take that as a statement, whether it's in a letter or email, whatever. I take that as a representation from the attorney, and I think that's the way business is done, at least the way we do it. I don't know. So, and I think that was certainly made sense. The area variance issue also, we have area variances we're seeking for both the setbacks. If we do separate lots, one option here would be to have one lot, could be condominium with one lot, but we would require it with the separate lots. We would require setback variances. Also, on the density would be an area variance, the number of units. The neighborhood character, we've already gone through that. The alternate solutions, we really could not come up with any because the only allowed uses are single-family residential, I guess a church. We didn't, Mr. Bettinger was unable to, get interest in use for anything like that. And that's about it. So really, the question is, could you do single family? And to do single family, you got to put in your street and all that. And we showed the development costs, and we tried to put as many as we could to spread the costs out, and it still doesn't work. Substantial, allowed 38 units under the site capacity. We're asking for 62, so I understand that's quantitatively substantial, but it is a decrease from the 76 we originally thought we could do. Physical environmental conditions, well, we've already got a negative declaration. The traffic, really, we did traffic study. It's really very minor. There's really no traffic. We even requested the boards. We looked at the Densmore and Norton intersection. There's really no, we don't degrade the level of service in any way. The 30-foot buffer would be an improvement over what would be allowed as of right on the R1. We went to great trouble on the stormwater. We're going to have a great stormwater system that's going to collect the water, and it won't endanger the steep slope. We're staying off the steep slope. We did all this geotechnical work to show that there will not be a danger to the steep slope, and the water will be collected. Only, I think the pond would overflow once every 10 year, and the 10-year storm, basically. And that's why we have this pipe that would go down, the pipes that would go down the hill, and then there'd be like a French drain almost to diffuse it, so there would not be a problem. We went back and forth with Labella, and they were satisfied. I mean, we had a lot of different alternatives, but that's what we came up with. So, and we're going to have a lot of green space here along the south, especially along the southeast boundary, along Arundecoy Creek. So I think that it's a real, a great development as far as physical environmental conditions. We've addressed everything. And last, self-created, we've been through that. If it wasn't self-created. So we think the benefit of the variances do outweigh leaving the property as is, just a vacant piece of property, nobody paying any taxes, and nobody enjoying Arundecoy. So we think this would be a great project for Arundecoy, and we ask that the board grant the variances. Any other questions or questions for Mr. Bruckner on his numbers, or?
Just on the self-created point, has Mr. Licciardello marketed the property since he took title?
No, he has not.
Okay.
He's not. I mean, we just been doing this for 2.5 years.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Although I do know Mr. Bettinger, I think, had marketed off and on for quite a while. I won't say he did it for the whole 60 years or whatever, but he did try to sell it over the years, and so.
I just want to be sure. My mind's getting all mixed up with this stuff, and I'm having trouble keeping up with it all. But if I understand, the proposal now is for 62 units.
Correct.
So far, I'm right.
Correct.
And they are row houses?
Yeah, or townhouses, whatever you want to call it. They would be 8 buildings of 8, except one would be 6. The numbers work out, but most of them would be 8-unit buildings, which we think looks more attractive than the duplexes. That's what the proposal is. Yes.
That's what you've got there, right?
Yeah, right.
And we're talking about in the average cost per square foot. I'm on
Yes.
the second page of the document.
Yes. Yes.
So it'd probably be around $95 a square foot.
Correct.
And the bottom line is down below where it's a profit thing, right? That's the profit thing?
Correct. The margin, yes. So the where it says average, based on the average cost, that's the margin based on, as a percentage of the sale price. So for the row houses or townhouses, it's about, I think that's about 23% or so. And that's before the soft costs, like the builder paying for taxes and his staff and me and engineering and all that kind of stuff. So that's why in taxes and all. So that's why you get more down to more like a 12% or so return on when all is said and done.
But that does include paving a road or roads,
Yes.
sewer lines and all that stuff?
Yes, that's all included, because if you turn to, if you can find it, Mr. Bruckner's report, May 26th of last year, that attaches on the last page an estimates from Land Tech where they went through the cost of development and basically to do the row or townhouses or the duplexes, strike that, the row houses or townhouses, the development cost was about $675,000 for all the, before you build a unit, to put in the roads and sewers and all that. And for detached houses was $699. Not a lot different, maybe about $25,000 more for detached, but not a lot different. The difference is you're dividing by more units with town or row houses. You can spread those costs among twice as many units because you can, put them side by side and fit more units in, basically.
And what is the criteria for determining whether it's going to be senior housing or not senior housing?
I think,
That's a biggie, I think.
yeah, I think we're allowed to limit it to, maybe Mr. Brenner can correct me if I'm wrong, we can limit it to 55 and over and restrict that, I think, without discrimination or whatever. And we're willing to do that if the board wants to do that, if they...
I think it would be a factor that would weigh heavily in my mind if I lived on Kennedy Circle.
Yeah.
A lot different to have a bunch of seniors next door than kids running around and bikes.
Right. Well, I'll say that we'll request that we amend the application. We'll limit it to seniors 55 and over, which includes me, which I don't really think of myself as a senior, but.
World.
Welcome to the club, yeah. Okay, thank you. That's
Yep,
kind of
sure.
clears it up.
Any other questions or?
I've got a question on the detached home metrics that Mr. Bruckner prepared. So you spec an average house of 1,500 square feet. What happens to the margins if you bump that up slightly, 1,800, 1,900, that might be more typical in Monroe County for a detached house? I assume there's a portion of these costs that are fixed, and no matter what you build, you're going to recover those. So there becomes a point where, that you probably hit a break-even point and then the profits increase.
Well, I guess for the record, I'm Kevin Bruckner with Bruckner, Tillett, and Rossi. I'm a real estate consultant, and our address is 500 Linden Oaks.
And you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So in answer to your question, if you're going to build a bigger house, your actual density is going to go down because you're going to require a bigger lot for a bigger house. So now instead of 31 homes, maybe you're now down to 26 homes or 25 homes with a bigger house. So that, you still have the same problem.
Could you refresh my recollection, sir, in your May 26th letter, when you have at the beginning of the analysis summary and you're discussing for row houses, detached homes, and duplexes, different development costs. So on page 3, you say per unit building cost per letter. Can you just remind me of what that letter was that you relied on for those building figures?
Yeah, I believe it's right in my my letter here, but there was an analysis provided by the engineer, which I believe was Land Tech, and that is at the end of that particular report.
But I don't see, I see these as development costs, per lot development costs, the December 1st, 2014 letter?
Yes, but if you look down to the comments underneath the grid, it says per unit building cost. It has 1,300 square feet at $95 a square foot.
And that was the number that you relied on, is this $95, but do you know where they got those figures from?
Well, they're an engineer, so I don't know where they got those figures from. I relied upon them, but that's why Mr. Knopf submitted that additional letter to you where he surveyed a number of builders, and those costs were in line with what the other builders gave us.
It's funny that Mr. Knopf would rely on an email when a letter has typos in it and mistakes, but that's all right. Thank you.
Is that, okay. But I mean, again, I don't think Ms. Champion has said her email was an error, so Mr. Brenner has qualified it, but I understand.
When did the town board act? You said the deed was recorded in February. I'm curious if it was signed and delivered in December, just not recorded until February?
Yeah, it was like, the deed is dated like, something like December 29th or so, I'm not sure. It's included in the materials, but it was,
February 6th.
yeah, it was recorded, I didn't do the closing, so I don't know why. But the local law was,
Adopted on March 19th.
March 19th, right.
2015. It's local law number 2-2015,
So the
which
deed-
means that the process would have been initiated 2 months prior to that, because there's the indication to rezone or to amend the zoning code language. A hearing is set the month prior to the adoption of those amendments, and so likely the action would have been initiated at the latest would have been initiated in January at the town board level. So the town board action to amend the code to close the loophole that was discovered would have taken action that would have been initiated in, I can go get the exact dates of when it appeared before the town board.
I'm just wondering what was done in January, what was done in February, what was done in March.
I'd be happy to run upstairs and pull the resolutions to go along with that, if that's helpful.
It would be, yes.
Okay.
For me, anyway.
Sure.
It seems the deed is dated December 19th, 2014? 29th? No, December 19th.
19th? I thought somebody said the 29th.
I think somebody over there did.
Yeah.
But either way, the email dealt with duplexes, not row houses.
It dealt with 2 units in a
Or
single
it just
structure.
used the word duplex. That's
Right,
all
it
that
did not deal with
did.
townhouses.
It
No,
just
there's
said
no doubt about
duplex.
that.
Okay.
But all I can say is, I mean, the closing was in late December. Why they, it didn't go on record, I can't tell you. I could get that information from his counsel, but
No,
I
I mean,
didn't.
the signing of the deed and the delivery recording is just putting the public on notice. Delivery is the important thing. So if the
Right,
closing
right.
was in December, then that's done deal.
So. What? Or do you want to, Mr. Licciardello just would like to clarify a couple things.
Hello, everybody. My name's Angelo Licciardello, and I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. I got
And nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth. Just to clarify a couple things, I'm not in the business of buying property that requires changes in zoning. Okay, the whole reason I purchased this property was because first of all, it was under contract, contingent on getting approvals, and contingent on the proper zoning to build townhomes or at the least duplexes. Originally, my first choice would be townhomes because I think they're more attractive, and they offer quite a few benefits to the town as well. One of them being that it's a private road, doesn't require the town to plow it, doesn't require maintenance by the town, and it also, you can group the homes together, cluster them, and it allows for a nice buffer to the neighbors to the north. whereas just single-family homes wouldn't offer that. I had came in and spoke to Mr. Weatherby, Nick Weatherby, that used to work for the town, and also it was confirmed by Ashley that if townhomes weren't permitted, that I could always fall back on duplexes. And that's the whole reason why I purchased the property. Had I been told that there's nothing going to happen here except single-family homes, I would have walked away from the deal, and it would still be in Mr. Bettinger's name, and I wouldn't own the property right now. But getting back to what Mr. Paulino said, I'm surprised that he would even say that because he's a lot younger than I am. And nowadays, everything's done by email. Matter of fact, they had me sign in my name for this document signed on the screen of my computer. That's how things are done now. I mean, email. Everything's done by email. So I rely on email quite a bit now. And that's, unfortunately, that's, what everything's going to now is email. You don't see many letters. But just to clarify that, I mean, I don't like coming in front of the zoning board for variances. Not because I don't like you people, but it's not productive. I mean, this is going on 3 years now. And I have jumped through more hurdles than you could imagine just getting through seeker. I mean, I've gone through traffic studies. First one wasn't good enough. They wanted it studied again, so I had 2 of them done. Finally, the third one, I guess, 3's a charm. The third one was good. For seeker, they required, for drilling, they wanted me to drill. Geotechnical drilling to make sure that the pond would suffice and it wouldn't fail. I drilled down 60 feet, had a bunch of test holes drilled for the seeker determination by ROC drillers there, and they determined that everything was fine. The planning board wasn't happy enough. They wanted more test holes done. So I hired an outfit out of Buffalo. I mean, it's all I've been doing is spending money on this project, just trying to, move along and everything that's asked of me, just trying to comply with everything that's asked. I mean, and now it's going on 3 years. If every project took 3 years, I'd be out of business. I mean, and all I'm looking to do is something that the town's going to be very happy with when I'm done. You're more than welcome to go look at the last project I did, which is in Webster. It's Village Path Townhomes. It's a beautiful, beautiful townhome project. I mean, they appraised for over $200,000 a piece, these townhome units. They had granite countertops, hardwood floors. I mean, they were gorgeous. And I think the town of Arundequoit needs something like that. I mean, right now, there's nothing new that a senior can go to that would give them something like this. And all these towns have it. You go to Penfield, Webster, they all have it. Arundequoit doesn't have it, and this is a perfect site for that. And it wouldn't be a burden on the school system at all or anything. I find that most of my tenants that are over in Webster are seniors. The majority of them are. There's a few that aren't, but the majority of them are seniors. And this is what they're looking for, something that's maintenance-free, that they don't have to worry about, and they're very happy. And I think this would definitely be something very positive in the town of Arundequoit. And that's how I feel. And getting back to, what was said specifically by the deputy town attorney, had I not met with, had not met with
Weatherby.
Nick Weatherby, and wasn't assured that I could at least fall back on duplexes, and I didn't have that email from Ashley that said duplexes are permitted, that was what I was relying on to close on the property. So, like I said, I'm not looking to buy property and then come in front of the zoning board to get relief. I mean, I commend you guys for all the work you do, and you don't need that, and I certainly don't need that. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Just to clarify, when was the closing?
In December.
Okay.
But then you have Christmas, New Year's, and Mr. Bettinger was very elderly, and he relied on his attorney, which was Mr. Mark Jeffries, I believe, which he's constantly out of the country and stuff. So I don't know what the delay was, but the closing happened in December. I signed everything in December.
And the money was exchanged?
Money was exchanged. Everything happened in December.
Could you just speak to him? Mr. Knopf said that you would be willing to put the age limitation on a 55 or older.
Absolutely.
Do any of your other properties have a 55 or older age limitation?
One did that I used to have, yeah, it was in Palmyra. It was
Did it-
55 and over.
Did it create any problems getting occupancy?
It makes it, well, it made it a little tougher. I mean, because you have to, turn down younger families that come. I mean,
I mean, is that practical to have an age restriction on this property?
It's done. It's done. There's some that are done. I mean, they allow you to, and I don't know what the percentage is, but they allow you a certain percentage that you can still rent, even if it's 55 and over. There's still a small percentage that you can rent to someone that might be under 55.
Is that what they did at the, on Culver Road by St. Salome's? Did they put those age restrictions on there? Yes? Okay.
But it's marginal with income
Income, not age, okay.
Yeah,
and age.
Oh, both?
Yes.
All right.
But one thing I can promise you is every one of these townhomes, if townhomes is going to be approved by I still have to go to the planning board. If townhomes are approved, I can guarantee that every one of these townhomes will be worth at least as much as any of those homes to the north, if not more. Any other questions for me? If not, I know it's getting late, so I don't want to keep anybody here any longer.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the application? If so, please come up to the podium. If there's more than one, 2 through whatever, please line up on the west side so we can move forward. Someone raised their hand, said they wanted to speak in favor of the application? Apparently not. Okay. Those who wish to speak in opposition to the application, step right up and line up along the west side there so that we can have everyone move along.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Evershad, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. I may go over the time limit a little bit because I'm speaking on behalf of many neighbors here that don't want to get up to do input. Last meeting, we heard Mr. Knopf make statements regarding how this wasn't self-created because Mr. Bettinger has been trying to sell 160 Densmore since 1951. Mr. Bettinger had opportunities to sell. He just didn't. Way back November of 2005, he was speaking to the East Arundequoit School District about their interest in purchasing the land. The school district had the parcel appraised. It appraised in 2005 for $380,000. Mr. Bettinger backed out of selling to the school district because he determined this price wasn't enough money. The school district even tried to entice him to sell by offering to name the land Bettinger Park. Then in May of 2009, the school district started negotiating with Mr. Bettinger again. The school district spent money again to have the land appraised. The land now appraised for $250,000. Again, Mr. Bettinger would not make a deal. So in 2005, he could have sold the property for $380,000. In 2009, he could have sold the property for $250,000. Fast forward to 2015, Mr. Bettinger decides to sell the property to this developer for the bargain price of $150,000. I have copies of the appraisal dates and amounts that I will submit. These are only 2 instances where the property could have been sold. There could have been many other offers throughout the years. This proves this is self-created. Mr. Knopf says that the developer bought the property thinking he could build 2 dwellings on each lot. Mind you, they had no idea what the EPODs were or what the real approval process would yield. He purchased property with no government approvals. It could have come back as 22 homes allowed for all he knew. He had no idea. He created his own hardship, and Mr. Bettinger has nothing to do with this. Nobody buys property without receiving approvals first. Last meeting, Mr. Knopf stated that these were unique circumstances because the property borders the creek and there are EPODs on the property. What is so unique about that? This property wasn't unique enough to even warrant having a seeker done on it. It doesn't have enough environmental concerns to even have state environmental quality review done. I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways. I'm now going to be referencing a letter that was recently received by the town dated May 16th from Mr. Knopf regarding comparison cost numbers of row houses, detached homes, and duplexes. First off, I'd like to ask why the detached home unit numbers are for only 31 units. I looked up the site capacity worksheet this weekend, which I have a copy of here, and 33 detached houses fit on the property. Excluding 2 houses, of course, helps the applicant's numbers push his apartments. Another huge discrepancy is square footage. If you will notice, the building size in square feet is only 1,300 square feet for the row houses and duplexes, but 1,500 square feet for the detached homes. How is this a fair comparison? They have inflated the cost of detached homes tremendously. Per our R1 code, the minimum allowed size of a single-family home in our town is 1,100 square feet. Why aren't any of these comparison numbers for 1,100 square feet home? They have added 400 square feet to their comparisons, which is over a third larger, adding 36%. Since it is seniors he is trying to attract, wouldn't small ranches attract seniors much more than up and down rental row houses? The applicant has repeatedly claimed this was a project for seniors, or they would try to encourage seniors. Senior projects around the entire country are one story. A detached 1,100 square foot home times the average cost per square foot of $118 equals $129,800, plus unit lot cost of $20,938. I am using Mr. Knopf's unit lot cost, but that number is very high because they figured this number on 35 units instead of the 31, which is more expense for a longer road, water main, sewers, etc. That gives us a grand total of $150,738. Instead of the $208,438 for the 1,500 square foot they quoted, a difference of $57,700 per unit. If you multiply this times 33 houses, this is a savings of $1.9 million. I now turn my attention to Mr. Kevin Bruckner's dollars and cents analysis, dated May 26, 2016. From page 5, I'm quoting, "Note that there were no duplex or townhouse unit sales, thus single-family sales were used for comparison, being consistent with the analysis for the single-family detached units. Statistical analysis consistent with the analysis for the single-family detached units. Statistical analysis comparing all the sales of single-family detached homes versus townhouses in Monroe County for units between 1,200 to 1,400 square foot built with the past 15 years indicates that townhomes actually sell for 10% more than single-family detached homes," end quote. First off, none of this analysis has any findings regarding 1,100 square feet, what our R1 minimum code allows. Instead of the study being just in Irondequoit, the entire county was examined, and a third of the data from the study was during the time of a housing crisis. Homes were not selling. This skews the data. I also wonder how he deduced that townhomes sell for 10% more when he states that he couldn't find any sales of townhomes and used analysis of single-family detached homes. Strangely enough, I went online today and found a slew of townhouses for sale in Monroe County. The numbers from the applicant are not accurate. They have excluded 2 more houses that will fit per the site capacity. They have also distorted the unit lot costs. They have done their comparisons on a 1,500 square foot detached home instead of 1,100. Looks like purposeful manipulation of numbers, and it isn't right or fair. How many chances does an applicant get to spin his numbers? How many meetings does a neighborhood have to come and defend their community? A use variance can't be granted because a developer isn't going to make as much as he wants to. Mr. Bettinger's other property that recently sold on Party Road has custom single-family homes being built. The Party Road lot was more costly per acre than Densmore. I stated those numbers last meeting. These properties are a stone's throw away from each other. The square footage of the new houses on Party are 1,440, 3-bedroom ranches. The price is $199,000. How is it possible for this builder to be able to make a profit on single-family homes, especially when the land he purchased was more costly? It can be done. R1 can be upheld in our town. Nowhere in our town's master plan is there a call for more apartments in Irondequoit. Apartments were never an intent of our R1 code. The manipulation of our R1 code that this applicant is trying to get away with should make everyone upset in our town. If this application is granted approvals, we should just throw the code book out because R1 means anything goes, and I mean anything. Please deny this application for a use variance and uphold what R1 zoning really means in Irondequoit. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Hi, I'm Mark Polizzi at 218 Densmore Road. I noticed that everything we've spoken about so far tonight has all been dollars and cents, okay? They said they did a traffic analysis. I've got video of the traffic that comes out of that school at 2:30 in the afternoon, the traffic that goes into that school at 7:30 in the morning. You put 62 homes in that little lot, that's going to triple the traffic that comes out of there. I pulled out of my street this morning on Densmore Road. It took me over 20 minutes to get out just because of the traffic from the school. You can't tell me 62 homes instead of 31 is going to be feasible. It's not. Okay? You can't compare apartments on Norton Street to what's on Densmore Road. To say there's apartments there already, that's okay. It's not. There's apartments on Kings Highway. Doesn't mean they're suitable for Bocart, which is behind them. It's the same thing over here. Apartments on Norton Street don't compare to apartments that would be on Densmore Road. Densmore Road just isn't going to be able to accommodate that kind of traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Barone, 154 Allwood Drive. I've been a town resident for 50 years. 10 of those years I lived near Densmore Road, on Wall Road. I know the area quite well. And for anyone to say that it's a mixed-use area, I almost laughed. It's not mixed-use. Unless you can consider a school in a residential area making that area mixed use. There's no way you can count that school as a mixed-use area. Number two, the apartments on Norton Street, Legacy of Cranberry Landing, is contiguous to the outer area of this area, but you can't count it within that area. Just like you can't count if there's a street not too far from Kodak. Kodak is in that area where that street is. Doesn't make sense at all. I've served on the Runaway Planning Board for 14 years and 10 as the chairman. I've seen many reports from applicants that are biased, the numbers are not wrong, and they ignore some facts, and I hope to give you a couple of those tonight. I submit the following objections and comments to this application. This is a self-created, inflicted hardship. Why? Many times on the planning board, on a major, important project, the applicant will get approvals first. The purchase of the property is contingent upon approvals. I can't tell you how many times that happened. Why this applicant didn't do that, I would never rely on an email. I've taken a few law courses at Fisher in the past, and I still don't see where emails now are legal documents in deference to something that's a written document. Also, why would an applicant rely upon someone else's attorney? He should rely on his own attorney doing the research. It boggles my mind. Mr. Knopf's letter of May 16, 2017, page 2, $649,085, the cost for site development. But that amount, as it was stated before, is for 35 homes, not 31. Therefore, the number is inflated by thousands. You don't have to have a degree in accounting to see this. How can you trust anything in any of these numbers? I mean, I've got an accounting degree. I've never seen so many numbers in what has been presented to this board. And all I can say is it's confusing. Number 3, it's my understanding the applicants applied sale prices of the used homes for the row houses, but uses lower used home prices for the detached home. This is an unfair comparison. It's apples and bananas. The code allows for the square footage of an R1 house to be a minimum of 1,100 square feet, yet the applicant uses 1,500 square feet, thereby showing a 30% greater factor, pushing the cost higher than what the code requires, showing a worst-case scenario. You can get around this law anytime you want by showing a worst-case scenario and say, I can't make money. What an insult. I mean, I've sat on the board, and if I was on your board, I'd be insulted by some of this stuff. Okay, I'm a senior citizen at 76. I know I don't look it. Anyways, I've had 3 operations. Do you think I would ever consider going to a home where I got to walk upstairs every day? I know many people in my condition at 70, 75. They would never buy a a home where they got to walk up and down stairs. I don't believe that they would work this with senior housing. Yeah, they might get some seniors in there, maybe somebody 55, 58. We have a lot of seniors in this town that are not in that category. They're a lot higher. The applicant should show the cost to meet the 1,100 square foot home because that is what the code allows. Now, you don't need a 3-bedroom home. Why? I had some rental property, and I don't say it's a good comparison, but I had 60 people that wanted to rent a 3-bedroom house, 1,000 square feet. I had 60 people with 1 and 2 and 3 kids. You need 3 bedrooms for seniors? I don't think so. So you could adjust the square footage of the living room and the kitchen, which I think is the most important thing for a lot of seniors. It is for me and my wife, anyways. The zoning board has the right to order its own appraisal, and I think it needs to. I think the numbers, you need to ignore them. There's too many things wrong. Simple mathematical inflated numbers. How can you even throw it away? Tell them to redo the whole thing. But I think you have a duty. Since this is a major project, I think you, in my opinion, you have a duty to call for your own independent analysis appraisal, where this board will make that determination, not the administration. This board, not the administration. I won't go into that reason, but I think you need to look at this more carefully, and it doesn't bother me if it takes 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months. This is so important. I tell people who are frustrated on both sides, well, this is another meeting, this is taking months, and I say this is very important. It needs to take time, because look at the mistakes we found tonight. Gentlemen, this is not in the character of the neighborhood. This is not a mixed-use neighborhood. I've lived there. I walked those streets many times. It doesn't work. Please deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, before you speak, I'm just going to hand around to the board. We have a copy of the March 2015 resolution and the meeting minutes from February of 2015 raising the issue.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Carol Watt. I live at 40 Echo Street. I'm here tonight representing the East Arundecoit Central School District. I happen to be Vice President of the Board of Education. On May 9th, we adopted a resolution, and I'd like to read that into record tonight. Whereas the land across from the East Arundecoit Middle School was vacant land when the East Arundecoit Middle School was constructed, and whereas it has come to the school board's attention that the current owner of the property has requested a use and setback variance from the town of Arundecoit to permit multifamily dwellings rather than single-family houses permitted under the existing zone R1 residential property, and whereas the Board of Education is concerned about the health and safety of its students and staff and the potential impact of the development of multifamily dwellings across from the middle school, now, therefore, the Board of Education hereby requests: we ask the town of Arundecoit to consider the health, safety, and welfare of the students and staff of the East Arundecoit Middle School when considering this application for use and setback variance. Also, we request the Zoning Board of Appeals take into particular account the impact on traffic and students who walk or ride bicycles to and from school when considering the application for a use variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Herman Hetzler, 26 Astronaut Drive. Okay, I've been in Arundecoit 60 years, and I got to beat that other guy because I'll be 86 in August. The one worry I have is safety with the kids. And we cut corners, we don't go with the R1. We should stay where we are. We shouldn't be dealing with this problem as a hardship that we all got to chip in and save somebody. If somebody made a bad deal, it's a bad deal. We're going to have to live with it. But I was here when that mess that they want to put these houses in up there, when you could see through the first part. There's nothing in there but washing machines then, and old gas cans, paint cans, and everything else. And I don't think anybody's done any cleaning for the 60 years that I've been here on that property. So if you're going to buy it, do you know what's underneath it and how much you got to clean up? I don't know. Like I said, we're not in here to take care of hardships. That's it.
Hello, my name is Joey Evershed, and I reside at 95 Kennedy Circle. The applicant and his team have presented additional revised financial information after changing and fixing their numbers once again. With my financial background, I was taught numbers don't lie. So it begs the question, how has the applicant come to several different numbers? Numbers should be concrete, defendable, traceable, etc. Either incompetence or manipulation is present when numbers continue to change and adjust after the board questions the values first presented to them. How did they magically change the numbers more palatable? Were there several large errors, or was there manipulation of numbers to make them look a certain way? This round, the average sale price is $125 per square foot for a standalone detached home with an average total cost of $208,438 per home. 4 builders were consulted in the study, but only really 2 of those values off that letter seem to be present in the rest of the documentation. Did builders 1's numbers not tell the story the applicant wants to paint? Who uses a sample size of 2 or even 4 to justify value so crucial that zoning could be changed? Did these builders build 31 homes or a single home? Their average cost for 31 would be significantly lower than 1 home. That is like me asking 2 people if they smoke cigarettes and have them both say yes. I would conclude that 100% of people smoke cigarettes. I took a survey. Or I could stop a few random people in a ritzy neighborhood and ask them what their annual salary is. I might ask 3 people. One might say 1 million, another could say 2, the last might say 3. With this logic, I walk away and even proclaim and argue that the average person makes $2 million a year. If I were to present a valuation project to a valuation professor and offered comparable companies to project what I believe future cash flows might be for the company I'm evaluating, I would fail. For comparisons, 2 really is not close enough data to justify any kind of projections. The comparison builders could be vastly different. I offered a national average from the National Association of Home Builders, but the applicant must not have liked those numbers. The applicant does not want to use those numbers. They want to handpick and choose data that best paints the picture they want. We cannot allow greed and unethical practices on top of poor business decisions to hurt our community just so an out-of-town contractor with an out-of-town lawyer can make a buck. On page 5 of the appraisal, of the Bruckner appraisal, note that, I'm quoting, note that there were no duplex or townhouse unit sales, thus single-family sales were used for comparison, being consistent with analysis for the single-family detached units, end quote. This is just from today. These are some townhouses I found that are on sale on Zillow. Okay. The applicant also assumes that a townhome equal in size to a detached home in this county would sell for an average of 10% more. That's also in the appraisal. If given the option for a detached home that is 1,300 square feet and a townhome that is 1,300 square feet, and they are the same price, which would you buy? Ask yourself that question. What are you buying? You believe that a rental row home with everything else equal is worth 10% more than a single family home? A yard, driveway, additional privacy takes value away? The applicant isn't even comparing units the same size. What does 1,300 square feet look like? What does 1,100 look like? Additionally, the applicant and his team have made another error on page 14 of the appraisal. It's highlighted there. Factored into the per unit cost for each detached home is a cost of $200,000 for the land. The land was only sold for $150,000. This is either just yet another mistake by a team of professionals, or the land was actually purchased for $200,000 while only being reported as $150,000. This sometimes occurs in large transactions in an attempt to pay less in taxes. This, of course, is tax fraud, and the parties involved could be subject to fines and even prison. Any parties knowingly working with applicants and covering such fraud are, of course, subject to prosecution as well. The developer and his team have offered no compromise from the start. They have dug their heels in and refused to work with the community and reach middle ground or make adjustments to their plans. This itself shows the disregard the developer has for our town. His sole focus is on big profits, regardless of the costs bared by the community. The applicant has been given enough opportunities over the last several years to provide accurate and defendable data. How many chances does the applicant get to tweak and craft the numbers. The entire process has been unprofessional and corrupt. Mr. Knopf and the rest of the team will continue to get back up to this podium, lie, or cry it was just another error, just like the letter previously. Please just remember whose payroll they are on. As the zoning board, please look out for the best interests of the citizens and communities you protect, not for the out-of-town developer and the team looking to attack the community for a quick buck. Thank you for your time and for your service.
I just have one question. By out-of-town developer and out-of-town attorney, are you referring to out of Arundecoit, out of Monroe County, or what?
Out of Arundecoit.
Out of Arundecoit?
Yes.
All right. I just wanted clarification on that.
Because this
my
project doesn't
understanding-
directly affect their home.
Because
home
my
value.
understanding is that both Mr. Knopf and Mr. Lucciarelli are residents of Monroe County, and when you say out of town, I'm not sure what you were implying.
Town of
Right?
Arundecoit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is John Carino. I'm going to make it pretty short because it's getting kind of late and I got to get up in the morning, so we'll go through it. It's funny, I read an article a few days ago how rising...
I'm sorry, can you see your address?
85 Kennedy Circle. And I read an article the other day in USA Today how it states home buyers demand is sky high, inventory levels are near rock bottom, and home prices keep rising. Pretty interesting little article that I read because around here he's saying they can't get the prices for the houses. One other question about that property on Pardee Road that they mentioned. I actually took a tour of that property. I went inside it. $199,000, open floor, new construction, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, great room, open, spacious kitchen, wonderful floor plan. You'll fall in love with 2-car garage, storefront, no maintenance, exterior, quiet. This is right across the street from Pardee School. I've got pictures of it. I took a tour of it. I walked inside it. He's asking $199, okay? Let's say you get $150 for something. This is a it's 1,440 square foot house. They're going to be building 3 more over there. So for whatever he says, that's defeating his purpose, right? That this house, if you want to put this house compared to Densmore, I live behind Densmore any day of the week before I live over behind Pardee. Not that I'm saying it's bad, but what I'm saying about this house is. Another thing, read an article a couple weeks ago, and it was on WHC.com. Rats overtake Arundecoit in a dumpster. Okay, it was at Sagamore Green, not bringing it up over here, but just some neighbors complain about, how about the rats if this is a complex, if they're going to have like townhouses or row houses or whatever. My house would probably be sitting behind dumpsters. Who knows if dumpsters are going to be left wide open all the time. This is an article I read that the people in Arundecoit that live behind Sagamore Green are all ticked off because these done, and they can't get a hold of the people that run the apartment complex.
Where is that, sir? I'm sorry.
Sagamore Green Apartments.
Sagamore Green?
Yep. I got the article right here if you want to read it.
I'm not familiar with Sagamore Green. That's all.
Well, it says,
It's what?
yep.
Okay. Now,
If you
Strathmore,
want-
didn't you speak Strathmore?
I don't know what it was. I'm just sure
All
what it says here, Sagamore Green Apartments. I've just read the article. You can pull off, if you want to take it, you can pull it off the website. There's the pictures of the rats in there too. So I'll just be saying that to them. You can take that. But in closing, what everybody says is right. This has probably been my 5th time here. I've been going on this since 2000, whatever. It's been in the house since 1986. I was out there the other day with my little dog, just looking how beautiful here and the birds and everything. The decor of the neighborhood is going to be totally ruined if you put something like that back there. I mean, I know the numbers games here and there. I'm not even going that way with it. It's been a long evening, but just in closing, I would say to the board, you got to disapprove this applicant because, like I said, the neighborhood's beautiful. Put a school there if you can't put townhouse or road, film houses there. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous neighborhood. The decor of the neighborhood would be totally ruined. And bringing it back to the traffic, I do agree with that other guy. It's unbelievable. 7:15 in the morning and 2:30 in the afternoon. And I don't care what they did the traffic study. They did it on a Sunday. They don't know what they did it on. I've seen it. It's unbelievable between buses and everything there. So with that being said, good night.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bradley Weidman. I'm the owner of 55 Kennedy Circle. And I'll keep my comments brief. I want to talk about 2 of the 4 requirements for a use variance, specifically the unique circumstances and the self-created situation. So the applicant has indicated a number of unique circumstances, the change in the law, the location, the creek, the school nearby, and how it's a mixed-use area. And everything there, except for the change in the law, that's been there. That was there when they purchased the property. So for everything except the change in the law, to me, those are clearly self-created circumstances. And so it's only really the change in the law that could be considered a unique circumstance for this this property. And so the change in the law, that's what we should be. That's the only unique circumstance that we should be considering, in my opinion. And that's, oh, okay. So the other point I wanted to make is that change in the law, that's not something specific to this property at all. That's based on confusion the owner had with the town, and so it's not a unique circumstance of the land. It's a unique circumstance of the owner, and it's my understanding that the use variance should be granted based on unique circumstances of the land and not the owner. And that's my comment.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Michelle Dechek, 105 Kennedy Circle. I'm going to be quick. It is past my bedtime, and I'm one of the youngest people in this room. I'm asleep by now. I'm up in a couple of hours. But I was really encouraged listening for the past 4 hours in the back of this room how much you're considering the size of a van, the size of a fence, and placement within property and how that changes the character of a neighborhood. We're talking about a van, we're talking about a garage, we're talking about a fence. That is small compared to apartments, duplexes, townhouses, whatever term we want to talk about that are exceeding the density in an R1 property. We know what R1 stands for, we know what belongs on R1, and you guys have been working on this, you've been talking about this for a long time. So I was very encouraged today how much you're questioning how those small things are changing the characteristics of the town. We've talked in the past about safety concerns. I'm not going to bring that up again. We've talked about the burden of all these additional residents on the town. We're not going to talk about that again. Traffic has been a major issue. I deal with it every day. It took me 17 minutes to make a left-hand turn on Norton Street this morning. The roads are falling apart. If you've been down Herbley, I know most of my neighbors don't even take Herbley anymore when you go from our circle up to Culver Road because of the potholes, because of the patchwork, and the toll that it takes on our cars. So there's definitely issues, safety issues. I've almost been hit multiple times walking my dog. I have a giant white dog. Most people here know my dog is hard to miss, and I've almost been hit multiple times. And that's walking on the sidewalks. That's not even including in the winter when the sidewalks mostly are not plowed in our neighborhood. That's an additional concern, not only for residents, but for kids walking to school. There's a lot of kids that walk to and from. The only areas that are plowed is Densmore. In terms of that complex, there's going to be parking, which noise. There's going to be lighting. There's no halogen or fluorescent or those giant lights in a residential neighborhood. I don't want that in my R1 neighborhood. When I bought my property, R1, churches, single-family homes, schools. That's not included in that. The noise level is going to increase, which is a major concern. So there's lots of concerns. It's not a mixed-use neighborhood. It's an R1 neighborhood. Are there apartments nearby? Yes. Is that zoned for R1? No. So I don't even think that's, on the table worth considering. There's assisted living facilities right next door. There's an apartment right next door. Is one of the few spaces in the town left to be developed. Is that what we want to put in there, is more apartments? Or do we want to keep the character of the neighborhood by putting single-family homes in that neighborhood like it's zoned for? So thank you for your time and listening to comments this evening.
I'm Madeline Guerra. I live at 171 Kennedy Circle. I just want to tell you this. They talk about, we've been here so many times that you've heard it all. And if you didn't, you weren't paying attention. I want to tell you, I'm 86 years old. I own a custom-made home, okay? I have a lot of problems, issues. I'm a cancer patient. I'm a heart patient. I've got other problems that I won't even go into, but I'm still upkeeping my home. Do you think for 1 minute I would sell my home and go and live in an apartment? If I need help and I'm a senior, I would go where I'm going to get care. I'm not going to go to a townhouse or an apartment. Would you? When a person will stay in their home until they can't manage it. When they can't manage it, they're not going to go to an apartment. They're going to go and get help. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just have a sentence. My name is Virginia Stringfellow. I live at 883 Whitlock Road. I'm sorry? 883 Whitlock, which is a cut-through from Densmore. Heberly is too, but Whitlock is so busy as people come off the expressway, as people come up Hillendale, et cetera. They cut through so they don't have to go down all the way Norton to Culver. Also, I am very concerned about the children. It's very busy there, yes. I'm concerned about their welfare and the traffic, and that's all I want to say.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application? Is there anyone that wishes to address the application that's neither for it nor opposed to it? Does the applicant wish to respond to the public input portion of the hearing?
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Bruckner, just briefly address.
Yeah, just really quickly, first of all, I really appreciate the First Lady that came up here. She was well prepared, had a lot of information, and certainly did her research. 2 points that she made is that apparently zoning allows for up to 38 units, single family, and the minimum size would be 1,100 square feet. I did run the same numbers in my analysis and still came up with the same result, that the single family development wouldn't be feasible. The only other thing that I will address is in my analysis, there was a young man that came up here and used the word corruption a couple times. In my analysis, he was referring to the $200,000 sale price that was used by the engineer. When I did my analysis, I only used the $150,000 sale price. So I used what actually occurred, not what the engineer had. So I wanted to make that clear because he did use the word corruption several times, and I, quite honest, didn't appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to address a few points, I just want to clarify a question about the legal opinion. I gave Mr. Lee Chardello the opinion that the town code allowed duplexes, and I stand by that. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I had a conversation with Ms. Champion where she agreed with me. I thought it wise to confirm it, and that's why I sent an email to confirm. I don't necessarily think I would have gotten a ruling. I don't know what would have happened, but I confirmed it because it was a conversation, an informal conversation with Ms. Champion. That's why I sent the email, so that I wanted to be sure it was clear what she had said, and she said I was correct. So that was the full story of what happened there. As far as we didn't change any numbers, I did have the one typo. I'm really sorry I had a typo, but we didn't change our numbers. We were asked, Mr. Evans, I think, had asked the last time I was here for us to dig into some more numbers to see what else we could find. And I couldn't really find like published numbers from the Home Builders Association, whatever. So they had to resort to calling builders. No one has come up, there were some people who have quoted national numbers, but no one has come up with any other numbers from local builders for Rochester area that I recall. And I think everyone can agree that the numbers are consistent with what what you see in this community. There was some talk about some houses on Pardee. I believe those are right on Pardee Road. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm going to correct you.
Oh, are there,
It
is there,
It's a 5-parcel subdivision.
okay, right on Pardee.
So there's one or two of the properties face Pardee, and then there's a private road or private shared drive that will connect the other 4 lots.
And is there stormwater system? And I don't think you had the same kind of development costs and all that we had. We had extensive development costs between the stormwater system, the lengthy roads, the utilities, et cetera. As far as I think the one gentleman, although I call him that, but he did accuse us of corruption and all that kind of stuff. But
Enough.
But I think he or Ms. Evershed, I think they read the report wrong. What Mr. Bruckner said was he didn't find the sales of recent new townhouses in Runnequoit, so he did find them in Monroe County. So what he did was he compared the the sale price of townhouses in Monroe County to the sale price of single-family homes of new homes in Monroe County, and found that generally the townhouses went for 10% more. So then he said the same principle basically would apply to Runnequoit, but to be conservative, he used the single-family number. So it really is a conservative analysis. As far as the mixed use, that's what the planning board agreed with us. This was mixed use. If you look at the neg deck, so that's in the neg deck. As far as we're not going to have dumpsters as individual garbage receptacles, and I think that was pretty much the points. But and the 31, even though the site capacity worksheet said 38 lots, you got to lay it out, and when the engineer laid it out, you can only do 31. I mean, that's all it would fit, because there are so many constraints on the site. We had the steep slopes. We tried to stay back from the steep slope and minimize on the impact on the wood lot and all, and just the shape of the lot. That's why we can only fit in 31, even though when you crunch numbers on the site capacity, it says 38. So
Enough. I said there's not going to be any of that. Please leave. Apparently you didn't think I was serious. The only one talking is from the podium. I said leave. I told you earlier. If anyone else can't be quiet, you can leave now. Only the person at the podium or members of the board or anyone who's asked are the only ones that we want to hear at this point. I've given everyone an opportunity to tell us what you wanted to tell us. You've had an hour and a half to come up to the podium and talk. No one's been silenced. No one's been cut short. Everyone will get the same respect that you received when you were up here or chose not to be up here, and anyone who can't follow that can leave now. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. Well, I think that's all I have. I think we have shown the 4 required factors for the use variance, and again, we would ask that the board approve the application both for the use variances and the area variances. We think this will be a great project and really a positive for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing with respect to this application is now closed. The board will take a brief recess of about 10 minutes. We'll resume at 11:30.